Douluo, the old Yao lives in my body. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Yang Fan breaks the family curse. Spring goes and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since the All Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition. During this period, something happened to the Pio clan that made the clan leader Yang Wudi very happy. The minimum clan joined. The old brothers of many years can finally fight side by side again. Although the sharp-tailed swift soul masters of the minimum clan have no attack power, they are the most indispensable link when they are in the Haoshan sect. Intelligence. The speed of the sharp-tailed swift soul masters is unmatched among soul masters of the same level. They can use their speed and the special concealment of their martial spirits to accurately obtain intelligence and transmit messages. At the same time, Niu Gao of the Yu clan also went back to discuss with the clan members. Niu Gao is different from Bei. The Yu clan has a large family and a large business, while the minimum clan is just a group of people who sleep wherever they go. Even if Niu Gao wants to fight side by side with the Pio clan, it is not something that the clan leader can decide with a slap of his thigh. As for the Li clan, they are too embarrassed to see Yang Wudi again. A small forest outside Xiandao city. Yang Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Master, I succeeded. After 2 months of painstaking research, he finally mastered the skill of melting rings. Huo was right. This is talent. It took him half a year to practice the skill of melting rings, but Huo could use it effortless. It was a skill that she had from birth. Okay, then let's get started now. At this moment, Yao Lao took out a light golden pill the size of a cherry from his ring. It's called Melting Ring Pill. This light golden pill has only one function: to remove the extra soul ring on Yang Fan. Since Yang Fan started to practice melting rings, Yao Lao has never been idle. Before the competition started, finally, he refined this pill that can melt soul rings and used it to conduct multiple tests to ensure that it is foolproof. Just like he said before, soul rings are a container that carries soul power, and they themselves are condensed by soul power. This is why the Haoshan sect can explode the ring to improve its strength. The function of this pill is to completely melt the extra cursed soul ring after Yang Fan melts the soul power in the soul ring into other soul rings. Are you ready? Ready. Yang Fan has been waiting for this day for half a year, and his grandfather has been waiting for a lifetime. Take the ring melting pill. After melting the rings, remember, you must use your soul power to guide the medicinal power of this pill to be completely injected into the soul ring you want to melt. Otherwise, once the medicinal power leaks out and melts other soul rings, it will put your life in danger. Stinky boy, you can only rely on yourself in this process. Master can't help you. Are you really ready? Yao Lao watched Yang Fan walked away. He is now step by step. At present, Yang Fan can be regarded as a half-strong man on Douluo Continent. He believes that his beloved disciple can do it. Ready. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Fan has begun to activate the soul power in his body, and 8 soul rings that appear around his body are moving up and down. This is the most intuitive form of strength display for soul masters on Douluo Continent. Although it is impossible to touch it, the soul master can fully feel the existence of the soul ring when he activates the soul power to make it appear. At this moment, Yang Fan extracted the soul power from the 8th soul ring and injected it into the 7th soul ring as he had practiced countless times. He chose to inject the soul power into the 7th soul ring after careful consideration. First of all, this is a 100,000-year soul ring, provided to him by the Red Flame Black Tiger. This soul ring is more powerful than other soul rings and has the ability to carry more soul power. Secondly, the function of this soul ring is the true body of the martial soul. According to Yao Lao, if he injects the soul power of the 8th soul ring, the soul skills represented by the corresponding injected soul ring will be greatly enhanced. Soul power is drained. At the same time, Yang Fan took the ring melting pill handed over by Yao Lao. Don't let the medicine overflow. Use your soul power to guide it into the 8th soul ring. Once it overflows, burn it with strange fire immediately. Yang Fan understood the seriousness of the matter. If the medicinal power of the ring melting pill overflows, it will be like a weasel entering a chicken coop. Once all of his other soul rings are melted, even a little bit will cause multiple soul powers to run wild in his body. He controlled the medicinal power step by step according to Yao Lao's guidance and slowly injected it into the 8th soul ring. A strange scene appeared. The originally tough 8th soul ring was like an ice cream that gradually melted under high temperature. It turned into the soul power he usually mobilized and merged into his soul power aura. The soul ring turned into soul power. Don't take it lightly. What you have to do now is to expel all the remaining medicinal power of the ring melting pill from your body. It only took Yang Fan a few breaths to melt the 8th ring, but it took a whole half day to eliminate all the remaining pressure of the ring melting pill. Yang Fan let out a long breath. He felt like he drank a mouthful of sulfuric acid and then spit it out without any injury. Success. Yao Lao showed a satisfied smile on his face. At this time, Yang Fan's body was flashing with 7 dazzling soul rings. He was excited. The curse of the Puyi clan has been broken at this moment. Now he can finally become a titled Douluo. Yang Fan clenched his fists. It was full of power. After the 8th soul ring was integrated into soul power, he felt that his level had been improved. However, this improvement would not be directly displayed until he actually obtained the 8th soul ring. Not only that, after the soul power provided by the 8th ring was fully integrated into the 7th soul ring, the amplification effect of his martial soul body was significantly enhanced. In the past, his martial soul body had a 1000% increase in all attributes. Now when he has activated his martial soul body, it has a 1200% increase in all attributes. So it seems that the extra soul ring before should be a 20,000-year-old one. At present, after the 8th soul ring was melted, it brought him 3 benefits. After the soul ring was transformed into soul power, his level was improved. After the soul power and the soul ring was combined into one, the amplification effect of all attributes of the martial soul body was significantly enhanced. Most importantly, he already has the opportunity to become a titled Douluo. Master, can the other soul rings on my body also be melted? Yang Fan thought it was very likely. If all the spirit rings were melted and then acquired again, wouldn't all the spirit rings on his body be able to become 100,000 years old? Are you crazy? Have you ever considered the issue of spirit skills? Soul skills and fighting skills have a similar purpose. Fighting skills are engraved on the scroll with soul power. Once opened, the mysteries inside can be mastered by the fighting master. Soul rings are equivalent to a scroll that can improve the level. After you absorb the spirit ring, you will naturally obtain a spirit skill of the corresponding level. The reason why you can remove the extra 8th spirit ring now is because it does not have its own spirit skills. But if it is the spirit rings that have their own spirit skills before, you have to consider the soul aspect. Do you still want to do it now? Even if Yang Fan didn't understand it very well, he understood the danger of this matter. Using the soul to operate on it is a risk of becoming dementia. You are now more fortunate than others to be able to remove the 8th spirit ring and improve your strength again. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve your level and strive to become a real titled Douluo as soon as possible. Yang Fan nodded seriously. Yao Lao is right. Improving his strength is his top priority now. However, the first thing he has to do now is to return to the Puyi clan and tell his grandfather about the family's curse. Let the old man have fun with them. Puyi clan. Xiao Fan, are you serious? Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Yang Fan directly released his martial soul, and 7 soul rings flashed around his body in an orderly manner. According to reason, 8 soul rings must be more exciting for soul masters than 7 soul rings. But for Yang Fan and Yang Wudi, it is not the case. The soul ring that suddenly appeared after reaching the soul saints certainly made their strength stronger among the same level, but it was also a shackle for them to become titled Douluo. Success. Really succeeded. Yang Wudi was extremely excited when he looked at the 7 soul rings on his grandson. This success is not just for one person. It also opened a precedent for their entire Puyi clan to become titled Douluo. Xiao Fan, how do you feel now? Yang Wudi's voice began to tremble slightly because of excitement. He was worried. He was worried that his grandson would get into trouble because of this adventure, because the boy had never told him that he had to solve the curse recently. I'm fine now. Not only did I remove the extra 8th ring, but I also used the soul power in the soul ring to myself. Now even my strength level has been improved. The soul ring that comes with the soul breaking spear is a double-edged sword. Once used properly, it will produce unexpected results like now. Good. That's great. I'll go to the girl from the Huo family some other day and ask the old man if I can learn the skills of the ring fusion. Ring fusion is not a secret book of a certain sect or family. Yang Wudi could have directly asked Yang Fan to teach him the skills of the ring fusion, but he didn't do that. It's not appropriate. Although this is a natural skill, after all, the girl from the Huo family taught it to him because of her relationship with Yang Fan. He would feel bad if he didn't say hello. To put it another way, the POUE clan also needs the support of the Xiandao Huo family in the future. Grandpa, although Yang Fan did not say it explicitly, Yang Wudi had already guessed his inner thoughts. What's the matter? Do you think your grandpa can't learn anything when he is old? He admitted that his brain was not as sharp as that of young people after he got old, but the Soul Master experience accumulated throughout his life was not something that a young man like Yang Fan could compare with. No, Grandpa, I believe you. In fact, it didn't matter whether his grandfather could fuse the ring or not, because Yao Lao said there was a backup plan. However, the cost of another method was to waste the soul power in the soul ring of the soul breaking gun, and it might also lose some of the cultivation. For a soul master, this is the most undesirable result. Okay. Grandpa will tell you something serious now. Master Ning just sent a letter to invite us to his house for a meeting, saying that there is something very important to discuss. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Am I going to? This kind of thing should be the backbone of the clan, elders and other family leaders. Of course. Ning Fengzi even specifically asked you to go together. This made Yang Fan have to think more. Now the whole Douluo Continent knows that there is an old soul living in his body. Ning Fengzi named him this time because he is still Yao Lao. Okay. Let's go now. It is said that not only our POUE clan will go to discuss this matter, but also the Xiandao Huo family. To be honest, Yang Fan is not really ready to discuss matters with these well-known figures in Douluo Continent. However, from this incident, it can be seen that the status of the POUE clan is rising in Douluo Continent. Stinky boy, you should know what to do when you get there. The grandfather and grandson smiled at each other. They don't talk yet. Let's see what the group of people on the opposite side say. Ning Feng's his mansion is still as luxurious as ever. When Yang Wudi and Yang Fan arrived, Du Gubo was already waiting at the door. Although Du Gubo is now a guest elder of the POUE clan, he did not come on behalf of the POUE clan this time. It was Prince Xuxing who shamelessly called him along. Prince Xuxing is also here. The participation of people from the Xiandao royal family made this matter suddenly become subtle. Yang Fan originally thought that Ning Fengzi was organizing the meeting to discuss the sincere cooperation between the Xiandao forces. Now it seems that the person organizing the meeting may not be Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Don't forget, Ning Fengzi plays an indispensable role in the Xiandao Empire. Go in. I don't know what the specific matter is now, but I think it is very likely related to the Wuhan Hall. Du Gubo's guess is not unreasonable. If it was just an internal matter of the Xiandao Empire, Ning Feng's style of doing things would never call the Poi clan, who are not interested in national affairs, and Prince Xuxing would never call him. Because before this, he personally told Xuxing that he would never participate in the politics of the Xiandao Empire. In the huge meeting hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, not only the Xiandao Huo family came, but also the Xiandao Feng family. Shen Feng Academy and Chihuo Academy are both one of the old and strong teams in the Xiandao Empire. The Feng family is the same as the Huo family. Every year, many excellent soul masters are trained for the Xiandao Empire, and the head of the Feng family also enjoys a title in the empire like Huobao. In addition to Prince Xuxing, there was another important person in the Xiandao imperial family. Crown Prince Xuqing. To others, this might be an internal meeting of the Xiandao Empire, but Yang Fan knew that every punctuation mark of today's meeting would be known to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 150 to the 8th Ring. A New Journey. As the initiator of this meeting, Ning Fengxi took the initiative to stand up after everyone arrived. Everyone. Fengxi will not beat around the bush here. This time we called everyone here because according to our investigation, we have confirmed that the Spirit Hall is recruiting spirit masters on a large scale. There is actually no need to continue here. Just as Du Gubo guessed, everyone who was summoned by Ning Fengxi this time would more or less not want the Spirit Hall to dominate the sects and families. Everyone present is a wise man. The Spirit Hall's intentions for Douluo Continent are obvious to everyone. The purpose of recruiting spirit masters is self-evident. Are they really going to go to war with the two empires like this? Ning Fengxi shook his head with a heavy face. With the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it is unlikely to want to openly go to war with the two empires. It is said that the current strength of the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall is far higher than that of the two empires of Xiandao and Xingluo. Especially the strong men at the level of title Douluo occupy more than half of the Douluo continent. The military and political power is obviously insufficient. Obviously, it does not have the ability to lead a country. But the Spirit Hall's current actions have revealed their fangs. This time I invited everyone here just to ask if you have any good ideas. Yang Fan remained silent throughout the meeting. Not a word. It lasted until the end of the meeting when Ning Fengxi kept him. Xiao Fan, you are usually very eloquent. Why didn't you speak today? Yang Fan smiled slightly. But he did not express his opinion on the Spirit Hall's recruitment of spirit masters. Okay, Uncle Ning kept you here today for his own private matters. You also know that I only have Rangrang as my only daughter, so Uncle won't beat around the bush with you. Uncle Ning wants to ask if there are other ways to evolve the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower besides the Kilo tulip. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Ning Fengxi was going to wash Ning Rangrang, the unruly princess, and send her to his room. No. As far as I know now, there is only one possibility, Kilo tulip. He was still very glad that he saw Ning Fengxi eat Kilo tulip. If Ning Fengxi had confirmed the consequences before making a choice, he would probably have been fed to a dog. What about Yao Lao? Ning Fengxi knew that Yao Lao must be there and must be able to hear him. At this time, the air behind Yang Fan suddenly became distorted. Yao Lao appeared. He was floating in the meeting hall of Kibaoliuli sect like an immortal. Ning Fengxi and Shenzhen both showed their admiration for Yao Lao. Douluo Continent, the strong are respected. This kind of admiration from everyone is a manifestation of strong strength. He is not wrong. The evolution of martial soul is not a simple matter. Ordinary elixirs absolutely do not have this ability, unless sect mastering can find another Kilo tulip or a fairy herb with similar effects on Douluo Continent. Yao Lao did not lie. He really had no way to evolve the martial soul of Kibaoliuli Tower. Of course, it was also because he did not conduct detailed thinking. If this happened to Yang Fan, he might find a solution within a year or two. However, he really didn't have the energy to deal with outsiders' affairs. Thank you. Ning Fengxi smiled. It was just a helpless smile. Since he enjoyed the changes in his martial soul brought by the Kilo tulip, he mobilized the 7 treasures glazed tile sect on the Douluo Continent almost that night. The soul masters on the Douluo Continent didn't know what the Kilo tulip was. There was no way to find it. No way to find it. He had also thought of finding a medicine with similar efficacy, even if it could only make Ning Rangrang's martial soul evolve into the 8 treasures glazed tile tower. But such a long time had passed, and there was no news at all. In this despair and helplessness, Yao Lao's words just now were tantamount to sentencing Ning Rangrang's martial soul evolution history to death. Master Ning, you are too polite. If there is really a way in the future, I will come to tell you. Ning Fengxi bowed 90 degrees directly. If it can really solve the problem of Ning Rangrang or the entire family's martial spirit evolution, what does it matter if Ning Fengxi kneels down and kowtows? Yang Fan wanted to leave like this, but after thinking about it, he decided to speak out what he had just said. Uncle Ning, actually, I have an immature suggestion here. The spirit hall will distribute benefits to those low-level spirit masters every month, but if I understand correctly, the money should be provided by the two empires. Ning Fengzi is a smart man. As soon as this was said, he immediately understood what Yang Fan wanted to express. Yang Fan was right. The subsidy for spirit masters is 1 gold soul coin per month. The great spirit master is 10 gold soul coins per month, and the subsidy for reaching the soul master is 100 gold soul coins per month. There are actually the most spirit masters of these 3 levels on the Douluo Continent. For the 2 empires, it is a considerable expense every month. Uncle Ning, I hope the POE clan can participate in this matter. This is what Yang Fan meant. The 2 empires will take out a considerable amount of money every month, and the spirit hall will use the spirit branch halls distributed in various cities to distribute it. It is hard to say whether the spirit hall took kickbacks from it, but the favorability of the soul masters has indeed made a lot of money. If the 2 empires of Xiandao and Xingluo cut off the subsidies provided to the spirit hall every month at this time, and then choose other ways to subsidize the soul masters, he believes this operation will definitely change the views of some soul masters on the spirit hall from the root. There are only 2 ways for the spirit hall to respond. Either continue to issue gold soul coins with their own funds, or do not issue gold soul coins. Either result will affect the process of the expansion of the ambition of the spirit hall. You kid. Ning Fengzi raised an intriguing arc at the corner of his mouth. The method Yang Fan said is a good idea. He also understood what Yang Fan wanted to express, which is nothing more than wanting to replace the Xiandao Empire after it cuts off the funding for the spirit hall. It has to be said, if this good job really falls on the POE clan, it means that the POE clan has completely established a foothold in the Douluo Continent. This is not something that can be done so easily, but your suggestion is very mature. Uncle Ning will take your suggestion to discuss with His Majesty the Emperor tomorrow. Ning Fengzi agreed. Not for anything else. Just because Yao Lao promised to help the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect pay attention to the method of martial soul evolution. Yang Fan did not intend to reveal Qian Rinxu's undercover identity, because it was not the right time. With the strength of Yao Lao, Du Gubo and other titled Douluo, it is not difficult to keep Qian Rinxu as an undercover in the Xiandao Empire, but doing so will inevitably lead to a full-scale conflict with the Wuhun Hall. The wings of the POE clan are not yet full. Under such circumstances, it is obviously not the time to do this. To put it another way, no one knows how much power Qian Rinxu has developed in the Xiandao Empire. If you want to uncover them, ask of a fake prince. The first difficulty you face is those Xiandao nobles. Fengzi, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this kid? Ning Fengzi stared at the direction where Yang Fan left, thinking and puzzled. I feel that Yang Fan was very strange just now. The proposal he made just now is very good. It can be said to be a move to remove the firewood from the cauldron, but he didn't bring it up at the meeting just now. Ning Fengzi's face was full of confusion. Maybe he didn't think of it just now. Ning Fengzi shook his head. No, I feel that he is worried. Ning Fengzi looked at the tea bowls that had not been cleaned up in the conference room. It goes without saying, there must be someone here that Yang Fan doesn't trust. This kid is mature and steady, not like a child of this age at all. It doesn't seem strange that he is worried about a few people he hasn't met. Ning Fengzi thought for a while and nodded slightly. I hope he is overthinking. Night. Yang Fan packed up his things and prepared to leave. Yes. If he wants to improve his strength in the shortest time, he can't just sit there in the family. Although he can also improve his strength and level by summoning martial souls and practicing in meditation like ordinary soul masters. But it's too slow. After the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition, the family was officially established in Xiandao City. With the reputation gained in the competition and the support of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the POE clan's medicine refining business has been pushed to the peak. It is even more prosperous than when it was attached to the Haotian sect. Now the sect has Du Gubo, the Xiandao Huo family and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect as allies, and the intelligence support of the Minimum Yi clan. The Spirit Hall will definitely not attack Xiandao City for the time being. Yang Fan walked out of the door, his eyebrows slightly raised, and after glancing at the side, he revealed a slightly helpless expression. He silently recited in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Brother Yang Fan. Are you going to sneak out for training again? Take me with you. Bei Chengxiang jumped out of the backyard in a capable outfit. Obviously, Yang Fan knew from her appearance that this little girl seemed to have made up her mind to venture into the Douluo Continent with him. Since the minimum Yi clan joined, they have lived in the Pou clan's place. Few people, even if the entire family moved in, they still couldn't fill up the rooms of the Pou clan. And because the two families have always been on good terms, there is no need to worry about unnecessary friction. Who said I'm going out to train? I have something to go out for. You should go back to sleep. Bei Chengxiang showed the speed of a sharp-tailed swift spirit master at this time. A flash of light and shadow. With both hands spread out, she had blocked Yang Fan. Don't lie to me. I know you must be going out to train. Just take me with you. Bei Chengxiang also wanted to be a combat spirit master like Yang Fan. She dreamed about it. But the characteristics of the sharp-tailed swift martial spirit destined her to pursue speed. Freeze. Yang Fan slapped his palm forward. The strong spirit power directly suppressed Bei Chengxiang and made him unable to move, as if he was cast with a spell of immobilization. His current strength is different from before. Facing a little girl like Bei Chengxiang who only has the strength of a soul master, he can really do whatever he wants. You are very smart, but I can't take you with me. Take care of Grandpa Bei at home. You are more needed here. That's right. Don't tell anyone that I'm leaving. You are so smart that you should understand what I mean. Take Bei Chengxiang with you? It is impossible. The place he is going to next is very dangerous. He can't take care of it himself, so how can he take a girl with him? Yang Fan left. The reason why he chose to leave under the cover of night is that he didn't want others to know. Outside Xiandao City, Yang Fan took out the map of the Xingdao Great Forest, set the direction, then headed towards the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest. His current goal is very clear, to obtain his 8th soul ring. This is the most direct and effective way for him to improve his strength now. As for his 8th soul ring, he has actually thought about it a long time ago. He patted the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit soul bone in the storage soul guide. Hehe, the so-called trick is not new, as long as it works. The rabbit soul bone can attract the Titan giant ape, and it must be able to attract the sky blue bull python. According to his understanding, the azure bull python is a soul beast with thunder attribute, and soul beasts of this attribute can often provide thunder attacks for soul masters. Although this is different from his fire attribute, it can play a role of icing on the cake. The most important thing is that the azure bull python is a super soul beast, and its bloodline is completely incomparable to that of the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. This is why he can become the emperor of the forest. At the level of super soul beasts, bloodline is actually more important than attributes. Let's go. Once again preparing to enter the Stardao Great Forest, Yang Fan felt a different kind of beauty in his heart. Recalling the last time he targeted the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, he brought his grandfather Yang Wudi and Ugubo, two powerful men. In the end, he even used the extract of the Snow Swan Kiss. However, this time, even in the face of the more powerful azure bull python, he and Yao Lao are also capable of taking it down. Because both their master and apprentice have become stronger. 2 days. Yang Fan came to the 10,000-year soul beast area of the Stardao Great Forest. Based on his rich experience of living in the soul beast forest for 2 years, this area is the most active area for soul beasts of about 30,000 years. Going further, it will be 50,000 years. At this time, Yang Fan took out the only soul bone that Xiao Wu had left in this world. Although the area he is in now is still a certain distance away from the core area of the Stardao Great Forest, with the strength of the sky blue bull python, he will definitely be able to detect Xiao Wu's breath. To be on the safe side, he even dripped a drop of the Snow Swan Kiss extract that he had left on the soul bone. In an instant, a special smell of rabbit urine came to his nose, and Yang Fan frowned. It's stable. With the blessing of the smell of urine, the sky blue bull python will definitely appear. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. What he has to do now is to conserve his energy and wait for the appearance of the sky blue bull python. Chapter 153. This is Demigod. From sunrise to sunset, Yang Fan waited in the Soul Beast forest for a day. Except for a few dozen male rabbits attracted by the smell of urine, there were no other soul beasts. It was not that he had no gains. At least he realized the social status of the soft-bone rabbit in the soul beast forest. Yang Fan circulated his Dao Qi and delayed his cultivation during the long wait. In fact, he had never given up the cultivation of Dao Qi during the competition. Now he has been promoted from a 5-star Daoling to a 7-star Daoling. He is one step closer to Dao Wang. Dao Wang. It can be said to be the most important watershed in the Dao Master's cultivation system. Once you become a Dao Wang, you can transform your Dao Qi into wings and soar into the sky. This is what he wants to do in his dreams. He has also thought about the next plan. After obtaining the 8th soul ring, he will look for beast fire, strange fire and other flames that can quickly improve his strength. At the same time, in the process of improving himself, he can also collect medicinal materials for Yao Lao to reshape his body. At this time, Yao Lao, who was suspended 3 meters above the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Here it comes. Yao Lao's face was slightly solemn. It is not difficult to see. It must be an extremely powerful soul beast. After a few breaths, Yang Fan began to feel the sudden change of the air around him. The sticky air carried a strong pressure, making it difficult for him to move his chest. But the next second, a blue giant beast appeared silently in front of him, and its huge body slowly stood up. The huge snake body, which was several times thicker than a water tank, soared into the sky, at least 100 meters high, but this was only a part of its body. Yang Fan looked up. At the end of the snake body was a bull head with a diameter of more than 4 meters, and 2 thick bull horns extended outward for more than 8 meters. 2 large eyes like lanterns flashed a special light in the dark night. Yang Fan originally thought that the titan ape was already big enough, but in front of this giant beast, it was only a younger brother. Azure Bull Python. This forest emperor just stood here and exerted an extremely strong pressure on Yang Fan. This was the first time he saw the legendary forest emperor. If nothing unexpected happened, this might also be the last time the two met. Human. Did you kill Xiao Wu and Erming? The sky blue bull python didn't even open its mouth, and the buzzing sound resounded throughout the entire soul beast forest. It sounded a bit like his grandfather. The sky blue bull python's deep voice was not only mixed with endless anger, but also carried a strong mental attack. Not only that, from the sky blue bull python's clear speech, it can be seen that its strength is far stronger than that of the titan giant ape, who speaks human language in a babbling manner. It is more than just a little bit stronger. Damn human. Give me your life. The sky blue bull python was able to cultivate to this level, and its IQ is no less than any human. Even if Yang Fan didn't say it, it had already guessed it. When Erming first sensed Xiao Wu's breath, he thought it was Xiao Wu who returned. But he didn't expect that he brought back a half-incomplete corpse. However, the second time, Erming never came back. It regretted it. It regretted not following Erming out of the core area of the Stardao Great Forest at that time. But afterwards, it also understood. Erming's death was completely because the human soul master used Xiao Wu to fish like crazy here. Master, I want to try it. The strength of the Azure Bull Python is actually very close to that of a titled Douluo at level 99. This kind of opportunity to fight for life with a super strong person is not common in Douluo Continent, especially when there is a strong person guarding. Be careful. The IQ of this soul beast is not low at all. Although the two sides have not yet fought, Yao Lao has already felt the difference of the Azure Bull Python. This soul beast knows how to be patient. Knows how to use the darkness of the soul beast forest to play the advantages of soul beasts. This is something that the titan giant ape, that fool, can't compare with it. Well, Yang Fan's eyes were firm, and the soul-breaking spear had already been held in his hand without him knowing it. But there was no extra nonsense when the two sides met. After confirming each other's identity, they started fighting directly. Yang Fan wanted to obtain a powerful super soul ring for himself. The Azure Bull Python wanted to avenge Xiao Wu and Erming, two partners. They both had absolute reasons to kill each other. A powerful force burst out from the Azure Bull Python's body that covered the sky and the sun. Instantly, the entire soul beast forest became extremely heavy, and the gravity seemed to have increased by dozens of times at this moment. Yang Fan found that he had difficulty walking, even lifting his legs became difficult. Slow field! Exclamation mark. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Yang Fan had done some research on the Azure Bull Python, the Forest Emperor, before entering the Soul Beast Forest. Azure Bull Python released his exclusive field skill at this time. As the name suggests, under this powerful field skill, everything will become slow. Field. As if no one has it. The next second after Azure Bull Python released the field, Yang Fan also released the God of Killing field. Use magic to defeat magic. Although the God of Killing field cannot completely eliminate the effect of the slow field, it can make him feel better by strengthening himself and weakening the opponent. With the improvement of strength, the God of Killing field that Yang Fan possessed is no longer the original 10% increase and weakening, but has become 25%. This effect is more obvious when fighting against the strong. Roar! Azure Bull Python roared. The shock that resounded through the sky was mixed with a powerful mental attack. Instantly, the whole forest was filled with strong winds, and the ground was shaking. Although Yang Fan had been prepared for a long time, he was still dizzy when the Azure Bull Python launched its attack. At this moment, the Azure Bull Python's huge snake tail hidden in the dark suddenly swung. The snake tail was more than 3 meters in diameter, and it was covered with scales that looked like a blade. Although the Azure Bull Python's body was thick and the overall length reached nearly 200 meters, its speed was extremely terrifying. Under the cover of the night, it came to Yang Fan in a breath. Flame-devouring wave ruler. After he, a 7-star Dowling spirit, used the Earth level Dao skill, it was no less than the 9th soul skill of an ordinary titled Douluo. However, this powerful Earth level Dao skill did not hurt the Azure Bull Python at all. Not only that, the invincible huge snake tail instantly blew Yang Fan away 100 meters away, and the place where the Azure Bull Python's tail just swept was turned into a mess. Powerful. Shenzhen was right. The gap between the Super Douluo and the next level is an insurmountable gap. He had seen the true level of the 94th level Douluo when he opened his martial soul. Even if there were 5 Douluo in front of the Azure Bull Python, they would be beaten to a pulp. Moo! The Azure Bull Python roared again. It was obviously angry, because it was not able to kill Yang Fan with one tail. Along with the roar that resounded throughout the Soul Beast Forest, thunder rolled in the originally dark sky, and lightning as thick as a water tank appeared in the clouds. Another skill of the Azure Bull Python, the Thunder of Destruction. Hua chap, the thunder that resounded through the sky exploded in the sky, and a lightning as thick as a water tank penetrated the clouds and fell down. Yang Fan, who had been prepared for a long time, also pushed out the 3-color fire lotus that had been condensed at the same time. The fusion of the 2 kinds of fire was something that even a Super Douluo would not dare to take head on. Boom! The fusion of fire and thunder exploded in the sky of the Soul Beast Forest, and 2 completely different energy forms collided with each other in the sky. Flames rose, lightning thundered. The originally dark sky became as bright as day at this moment. The extremely domineering strange fire continued to burn the annihilation lightning in this mutual struggle, as if to devour it bit by bit. However, in the next second, the majestic power of thunder and lightning instantly rolled back, swept in with rolling thunder, and crashed into Yang Fan while constantly melting. Critical moment. Yang Fan used the Yuan Qi explosion due to instantly increase his strength, and at the same time, used the domineering flames of the strange fire to build a 360-degree all-round flame defense for himself. The terrifying annihilation thunder swept Yang Fan into the air and then smashed him down heavily. When Yang Fan stood up again, bright red blood had already flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he felt as if his internal organs were dislocated. Not an opponent. Yang Fan clearly realized the gap between his current strength and the super strong. Fortunately, there is a strange fire. Otherwise, the thunderbolt force would have crushed his entire body. It wasn't that the strange fire wasn't good, it was that his current strength was far from enough to compete with a super soul beast like the Azure Bull Python. At this moment, a white illusory figure soared into the sky like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was on top of the Azure Bull Python's huge head. Yao Lao's timing was just right, because if he was a second late, his beloved disciple might have been beaten to death by the Azure Bull Python. Yao Lao punched the Azure Bull Python's head with his virtual fist. Without seeing how hard Yao Lao used, he saw that the azure ball python's huge lantern-like eyes instantly became dull. Then, the body like a mountain softened, and it fell down under Yang Fan's eyes. Seconds. Yang Fan knew that the head was the most fatal part of any creature, but he didn't expect that Yao Lao's 8 extreme collapse would actually suffocate the azure ball python. Is this a demigod? Exclamation mark. Sure enough, the strength of a super strong man is really not something that can be easily touched. You little brat. What are you still standing here for? I don't want the soul ring anymore. Yao Lao's reminder made Yang Fan realize that the azure ball python was not dead, but was beaten to death by Yao Lao. Yang Fan leaped up and stood on the azure ball python's head with the soul-breaking spear in his hand. The spear fell. It pierced through the azure ball python's nostrils, and then stirred frantically, stirring the brain matter in its big head evenly. Yang Fan looked at the azure ball python's closed eyes, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Too strong. For him, it was not only the azure ball python that was strong, but more importantly, Yao Lao, who was at the level of a demigod. With this strength, even if he rushed to the spirit hall and gave Yao Lao 2 big slaps, no one would dare to fight back. A few minutes later, a blood-red soul ring slowly floated out of the azure ball python's body. The soul ring was very big. Not to mention a small body like him, even a house of 100 square meters could be covered. But when Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to guide the soul ring towards his body, it began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the soul ring had been reduced to a diameter of less than 2 meters, and then slowly fell under the guidance of his spirit. But the powerful soul impact made his head seem to be stretched open, and the soul force and fighting spirit in his body were seriously shaken. Concentrate. This is the impact of the soul in the sky blue ball python soul ring. Yao Lao's reminder appeared in time. At the same time, Yang Fan also felt that Yao Lao applied something very cool on his forehead. In an instant, he stabilized. He used his soul power to continuously fight against the soul shock of the sky blue ball python soul ring. Don't worry. The soul power stored in the soul ring is limited. You don't need to think about how to make it surrender. Time will be on your side. Yao Lao's reminder was very critical, because Yang Fan basically didn't encounter the trouble of soul impact since his martial soul awakened. Yang Fan followed the instructions given by Yao Lao and started the crazy pulling mode with the 100,000 year soul ring. The spirit ring produced by the azure ball python is not just a simple soul shock, but also carries the anger for him hunting Xiao Wu and the titan giant ape. From sunset to sunrise, and then from sunrise to sunset, 2 days and 3 nights. Yang Fan finally gained the upper hand in this tug-of-war. Just like Yao Lao said, time will be on his side. Success. How do you feel now? Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes, with a ball of fire mixed with thunder in his pupils. One word, cool. The 100,000 year spirit ring of the azure ball python directly allowed him to rush to the 86th level, which included the improvement brought by the 8th spirit ring that he had melted before. If he absorbs the spirit bone of the azure ball python at the 86th level, I wonder if he can reach the titled Douluo. Yang Fan's aunt's smile appeared on his face when he thought of this. The titled Douluo did not seem to be as far away from him as he imagined. After the fantasy, Yang Fan focused all his attention on the spirit skills. The 100,000 year azure ball python spirit ring provided him with 2 powerful 100,000 year spirit skills. The first 100,000 year soul skill, slow field. As the name suggests, this field skill has the same effect as the one performed by the azure ball python, and the effect of the slow field is closely related to the soul master's strength and mind control. The second 100,000 year soul skill, Thunder Flame Spear of Destruction. The fusion of fire and thunder, coupled with the extreme attack power of the soul breaking spear. Although it is the 8th soul skill, in a sense, it is already stronger than the 9th soul skill of many titled Douluo. Just as he guessed before, the thunder attribute of the azure ball python will definitely provide him with an extremely suitable and powerful skill. At this time, Yang Fan walked in front of the huge body of the azure ball python, holding the soul-breaking spear, and began to pierce down little by little. He was looking for soul bones. According to the mechanism of soul beasts producing soul bones, after he absorbed the soul bones of both arms, the soul beast would naturally produce a soul bone in a different position for the soul master. Yang Fan thought it must be the head soul bone, because pythons don't have limbs. But he was wrong. With a crisp clang, a piece of right leg bone was peeled off from the body of the Azure Bull Python. Chapter 154 Half Step to Title. Key clues provided by Yi Lingling. Level 89. After absorbing the 100,000-year-old right leg bone of the Azure Bull Python, Yang Fan has already raised his strength to level 89. He is just one step away from becoming a titled Douluo. Du Gubo once told him that it is very difficult for a soul Douluo to be promoted to a titled Douluo, mainly because of the breakthrough from level 89 to level 90. To break through, you need to have a certain level of strength and a bit of luck. Take Du Gubo for example. It took him 5 years to break through from level 89 to level 90, and in the end, he used a head soul bone to successfully promote him to a titled Douluo. And the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yansan, who has disappeared from the Douluo Continent, was stuck at the bottleneck for his entire life, and he was unable to fulfill his wish until the moment of his death. Yang Fan calmed down. He was not worried that he would not be able to break through to become a titled Douluo. At worst, he could just follow Du Gubo's example. At this time, he focused all his attention on the right leg soul bone. This soul bone allowed him to successfully obtain 2 powerful 100,000-year soul bone skills, Azure Flame God Thunder and Azure Destruction Dragon Soul. Both are strong attack spirit skills. One is a strong attack spirit skill combined with his fire attribute, and the other is a spirit bone skill dominated by the spirit beast attribute of the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python. Not only that, the spirit ring and spirit bone of the Azure Bull Python have once again enhanced his physique. If Du Gubo is used as a benchmark, he feels that his current physique is no weaker than any super Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Strong. Now Yang Fan feels that he has entered this ranks. After absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone, Yang Fan looked at the behemoth lying on the ground. He sighed helplessly. There is a very important medicinal ingredient in the prescription for refining the bone melting blood pill. The essence and blood of the 7th level magic beast. Converted into a soul beast, it has already entered the ranks of fierce beasts. Obviously, the Azure Bull Python in front of him, which is dead and can no longer be seen, does not meet the requirements for refining the bone melting blood pill. And he needs more than that. He had already collected most of the 77 kinds of medicinal materials for refining the bone melting blood pill. But in addition to the blood essence of the 7th level monster, there were 3 more important medicinal materials. Dragon blood Ganoderma, bone spirit fruit, and Xuantian green ivy. Although dragon blood Ganoderma is precious, there are still traces of it on the Douluo Continent. With the rapid rise of the Po Yi clan on the Douluo Continent and the intelligence work of the Minimum Yi clan, it is not a very difficult thing to find a plant. As for the last 2 plants, Yang Fan had never heard of them. He could confirm that there was probably no such treasure on the Douluo Continent. As for the replacement, I'm afraid we can only know what can replace them when Yao Lao sees them. At this time, Yang Fan's eyebrows suddenly raised, and his ears trembled quickly. Someone. After Yang Fan's strength increased, his soul power also rose. For him now, he didn't need to deliberately sense it at all to be able to perceive the situation 1,000 meters away. A team of soul masters was running quickly in his direction. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to reach his current position within a minute. Yang Fan slowly stood up and took a last look at the corpse of the Azure Bull Python. Let this giant beast stay and give this team of soul masters a surprise. He smiled slightly. The next second, he began to move quickly towards the opposite hill. The 500-meter high hill was stepped on by Yang Fan in the blink of an eye. This is the embodiment of strength. When he first stepped into the Soul Beast Forest with the Xuantian ruler on his back, he could not conquer a 100-meter mound. Yang Fan stood on the hill and did not rush to leave. After a few seconds, a team of soul masters wearing various clothes appeared in his field of vision. He felt so familiar when he saw this temporary team of soul masters. Isn't this the old him? Recalling the past and looking at the present, he has already stood on the top of the mountain. Look. The little girl in the team. Yang Fan's expression changed immediately, and then he looked at Yao Lao beside him. Master, you only know how to look at little girls, old and frivolous. But he also saw a girl who looked about 20 years old in the team. She was wearing a long white dress and her long blue hair was swaying in the wind. Although her face was not clearly seen, she looked very beautiful. You little brat. Is the master so disrespectful? Yao Lao slapped Yang Fan on the back of his head and pointed in the direction of the team. Does that girl look familiar? That's clearly the girl who gave us the Millennium Soul returning grass before. Yang Fan looked closely, and it was indeed her. As expected, the eyes of the elderly are more useful. The girl in the white dress in the middle of the Soul Master team who was walking towards them was Yi Lingling. Yang Fan was quite surprised. Yi Lingling was a Xian Dao noble, and because she was an outstanding student of the Royal Dao team, after the Soul Master competition, she would definitely be absorbed by the Xian Dao Empire. Why did she need to join such a temporary Soul Master team? At this time, the Soul Master team below the hill was in turmoil, and some were even scared to sit on the ground. They kept shouting, "What is this? Why is it so big?" It's normal to be surprised. When he first saw the Azure Bull Python, he was so shocked that he almost forgot to breathe. You must be shocked. Yang Fan looked down from above and felt inexplicably funny looking at the panicked Soul Masters. But soon, the corners of his mouth began to slowly disappear, and he was replaced by a serious face. The powerful soul power told him that there were soul beasts approaching the current direction 500 meters away. Not just one, but a group. Although they were all hidden in the bushes of the Soul Beast forest, it was certain that there were at least 50 or 60 of them. The target of these soul beasts was obviously not him and Yao Lao, but the Soul Master team below. It's the demon blood hyena. When the first soul beast showed its mouth from the bushes, Yang Fan recognized it at a glance. The demon blood hyena has a very big and bad reputation in both the Soul Master world and the Soul Beast circle. The demon blood hyena is a very famous social animal. Small groups have a few or a dozen. Large groups can even reach hundreds. It is also for this reason that the demon blood hyena, a soul beast, can gain a foothold in the 10,000-year soul beast area, even if it is a 1,000-year group. Their main food sources are often the cubs of various 10,000-year soul beasts, soul beast eggs, soul beasts that can be attacked by them in groups, and even soul beast fesses when they are extremely hungry. They can eat meat, and they can eat shit even more. As for the notorious point in the Soul Master world, it is even simpler. As the Douluo Continent has developed to this day, countless predecessors have summed up a conclusion after continuous attempts. This kind of meat and shit stuff cannot bring useful soul skills to Soul Masters. Soul Masters have no appetite at all when they encounter this kind of social animal in the Soul Beast forest, but the magic blood hyenas are salivating over Soul Masters. After a while, Soul Masters want to vomit when they encounter this kind of thing in the Soul Beast forest. This group of people is dangerous. At this time, dozens of magic blood hyenas have surrounded a group of 7 or 8 Soul Masters under the hill. It is obvious that they are ready to eat this group of people as shit. The Soul Masters who can enter the 10,000-year Soul Beast area of the Stardao Great Forest are obviously not vegetarians. The leader is a middle-aged 6-ring Soul Emperor. From the standard soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black on his body, it is not difficult to see that he also received help from noble people when he was young. From the soul power emanating from his whole body, it is not difficult to see that his strength should be around level 65. Among the remaining people, there are 4 soul kings and 3 soul lords including Yi Lingling. Such a soul master Linup can indeed walk in the 10,000-year soul beast area. But at this time, 4 10,000-year level soul masters appeared in the group of magic blood hyenas, plus dozens of small magic blood hyenas ranging from hundreds to thousands of years old. The soul master group is obviously the weaker party in the soul beast forest. With the magic blood hyena king, made a strange sound that sounded like a dog, but not a wolf. Then the whole group launched an inhumane attack on Yi Lingling and others. Yang Fan thought that this temporary Soul Master team would be smashed by the magic blood hyena group in an instant. He was wrong. The defensive formation of this group of Soul Masters is quite methodical, and it is obviously not comparable to the temporary team outside the Xingdao Great Forest. Master, shall we save them? This group of people have some skills but not much. It can be seen that their fighting style is very clear, and they have fought against the demon blood hyena group. But if this continues, they will still be beaten by the dog brothers with better physical fitness. You ask me, isn't this your own business? Yang Fan thought for a moment. Save. If this is a group of unfamiliar soul masters, Yang Fan will definitely not choose to be a living bodhisattva. However, Yi Lingling has helped him before. Not only did she give him 1,000-year soul returning grass, but she also told him to beware of Ning Rangrang's tricks at the beginning of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition. Although he didn't care, it was also the girl's good intentions. Light and shadow flickered. Yang Fan saw the middle of this group of soul masters in the blink of an eye. The powerful soul power swept out instantly with himself as the center, and all the dog brothers were shocked wherever they passed. On the other hand, the Soul Master group stood there unscathed under the precise identification of his soul power. Awoo, the demon blood hyena king howled to the sky and began to run in the opposite direction with the hyenas that could still move. Yang Fan. It's really you. The moment Yi Lingling saw him, it was like seeing a long lost relative. She almost pounced on him. Yang Fan. So you are brother Yang Fan. My name is Lei Zhen. Thank you for saving me this time. Since the end of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition, Yang Fan has become famous in the entire Douluo Continent. Even those who have never seen him know the name Yang Fan. Correspondingly, Yao Lao's name also began to resound throughout the Douluo Continent. The appearance of the real master not only made the Soul Masters present take a second look at Yang Fan. The entire Douluo Continent said that Yang Fan was very strong. But when they actually saw him, they knew how strong he was. Repelling dozens of demon blood hyenas in an instant is not something that ordinary soul masters can do. You're welcome. It's only natural for soul masters to help each other. Yang Fan's words instantly made the soul masters present like him soar. When asked about the Azure Bull Python, Yang Fan quickly denied it. It's not me. I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Fan wanted to leave, but the words he said just now were too beautiful, so he couldn't resist the hospitality of this group of people at all. Night fell. The brief exchange also gave Yang Fan a simple understanding of this group of soul masters. They are indeed not the kind of soul masters who form a temporary team outside the Soul Beast Forest. The leading soul emperor is called Lei Zhen. He used to be an excellent teacher at Thunder Academy. Because he was tired of life and the system, he gathered a group of like-minded friends to become idol soul masters on the Douluo Continent. And because they helped Yi Lingling obtain soul rings before this trip to the Stardao Great Forest called this top healing auxiliary soul master. Beside the campfire, hello, brothers. Have you heard of the two medicinal herbs, Bone Spirit Fruit and Xuantian King Teng? I'm free anyway. Yang Fan hoped that this group of soul masters who often walked on the Douluo Continent could provide him with some clues. And he also showed everyone the Bone Spirit Fruit and Xuantian King Teng drawings that he had drawn under the guidance of Yao Lao. Bone Spirit Fruit? Xuantian King Teng? What is this? Old third, you usually like flowers and plants. Have you seen this kind of thing? Never heard of it. Yang Fan could really feel that this group of soul masters who met for the first time were trying to help him, but their abilities were limited. Well, at this time, Yi Lingling made a voice different from ordinary people. You know, at this moment, Yang Fan seemed to see the dawn on Yi Lingling's handsome face. I don't know what Xuantian King Teng is, but I have seen the Bone Spirit Fruit you drew above at this time. Other people also followed and surrounded him. Everyone's expression was full of curiosity and doubts about Yi Lingling. The little girl is good. She also knows things that these middle-aged uncles have never heard of. I have never seen a real Bone Spirit Fruit. But I have seen the same fruit in the ancient books of my family. But the ancient books of my family say it is Ice Heart Fruit. So I can't guarantee whether these two are talking about the same thing. Yang Fan couldn't care less. Do you have this kind of fruit? Yi Lingling showed a helpless smile on her face. How is it possible? These are all things that exist in the ancient books of my family. Even my mother once questioned the authenticity of the ancient books handed down from my family. If it weren't for seeing the works of Yang Fan, the soul painter, she would probably have forgotten that there was such a thing that might not exist in her ancient books. How much do you know about the Bone Spirit Fruit? Yang Fan couldn't care less. As long as there was a little clue, he would never let it go. I know very little. The ancient books said that an ancestor of the 9-heart begonia soul master once got an ice heart fruit in the frozen forest. After taking it, he was successfully promoted from the 89th level soul Douluo to the title Douluo. Frozen forest. Yang Fan extracted the most important information about the bone spirit fruit from Yilingling's words. However, the frozen forest was freezing cold, and the snow was probably more than 10 meters thick in some places, and even more unpredictable in some places. Could medicinal herbs really grow in that broken place? Chapter 155. Frozen Forest beats Tang Heio. Night. Yang Fan sat on the ground under a big tree not far from the campfire. The sky is the quilt, the ground is the bed. This is the simplest and most rustic life of a soul master in the soul beast forest. Master, do you think what Yilingling said is reliable? After breaking through the soul Douluo, Yang Fan's soul power has been greatly strengthened. He now feels that he has the opportunity to start trying the 6th grade elixir. At this level, he can also use soul power to communicate with Yao Lao on a spiritual level. This process does not require speaking at all. Bone spirit fruit is indeed a medicinal herb that grows in cold areas. Yang Fan understood. Go. He came out this time to make himself stronger through experience, so it doesn't matter where he goes. What's important is the process of experience. However, he knows very little about the frozen forest. Except for soul masters with icy attributes, normal soul masters will not go to such a cold place to obtain soul rings. At this time, Yilingling came over with 2 baked cakes from the team. Here, after completing the task of delivering the noodles, Yilingling did not intend to leave, but chose to squat beside Yang Fan. The corners of her mouth were raised in the evening breeze, and her smile seemed to have a healing effect. Are you going to the frozen forest? No. Yang Fan did not reveal his next itinerary, because it would not be good for them. 7 days later, Yang Fan was already in the northernmost part of Douluo Continent. Frozen forest. The coniferous forests that grow here are suitable for the growth of the cold zone. Few people go there. The temperature has reached more than 50 degrees below zero. Fortunately, Yang Fan is an explosive fire attribute soul master. The 2 balls of strange fire in his body can keep the cold air 3 meters away from him, otherwise the chicken would be frozen hard now. Master, how do I find this? His knowledge of the precious herb bone spirit fruit is limited to his own soul paintings. There is nothing else. But he thinks that his paintings are still very good, otherwise Yilingling would not recognize it the moment he saw it. Find a mountain. The steep mountain wall is the most likely place. It's not that precious herbs like to grow in special places to show their nobility, but because they can live longer when they grow in places where soul masters and soul beasts are unwilling to go. For half a month, Yang Fan climbed several hills in the frozen forest and unknowingly entered the depths of the frozen forest. To no avail. Such a result was not surprising to him. So many experienced soul masters on the Douluo Continent don't know about the bone spirit fruit, which is enough to prove how rare this thing is. For this reason, he also made psychological preparations for a long-term battle. Keep searching during cultivation. He first covered the 2 balls of hellfire and ice-fire dragon flame in his body with Dao Qi, so as not to let the heat of the different fires fight against the cold of the frozen forest. Let the outside air of the frozen forest constantly consume the Dao Qi in his body, and then let the Dao Qi balls continue to be produced. In this process of growth and consumption, the flow of Dao Qi is accelerated to increase his cultivation speed. Now he only hopes that he can reach Dao Wang as soon as possible. Fighting spirit turns into wings. At least it can make him look less stupid when he climbs the snow mountain. Wait a minute. Yao Lao's serious voice made Yang Fan's steps just suspended in the air. The next second, his soul power began to release. With the cold wind as the cover, it began to spread to the surroundings. Not long after, the soul power had given him the most detailed feedback. Feel it? Yang Fan nodded. A fierce fight was taking place on the snow mountain a few thousand meters away from him. From the degree of distortion of the air and the fluctuation of the breath, it can be judged that the people on the opposite snow mountain are definitely not weak. Go and have a look. Yang Fan made a decision, based on the principle of the bold will die. He was free anyway. Maybe he could pick up some leaks when he went over. If there were soul bones or something, wouldn't it be a fortune? A distance of several thousand meters was just a few breaths for him now. When he arrived at the foot of the snow mountain, the sound of fighting above had become particularly clear. It can be judged that it was a battle between a soul master and a soul beast. Titled Douluo, the soul power in the air made him smell something unusual. The level is not low. It can be seen that he must be a well-known figure in Douluo Continent. Do it as soon as you say it. Yang Fan showed the strength of a quasi-titled Douluo and moved quickly towards the top of the snow mountain. He wanted to see who this guy who appeared on the snow mountain was. He was not panicking at all now. After his strength was raised to level 89, he dared to fight against titled Douluo head on. It doesn't matter if he can't fight. There was also a semi-god level Yao Lao behind him to back him up. He came to the top of the mountain and saw a scholar hammer through the fluttering snow, and then a bearded guy was gnawing on the raw meat of soul beasts. Tang Heo! Exclamation mark. The same kind that appeared in the deep frozen forest, where few people go, is really not someone else. Yang Fan frowned slightly. He had heard Ning Fengzi say that the spirit hall was looking for the whereabouts of Tang Heo and his son. But even so, this guy wouldn't be so ugly after not seeing him for a few days. Yang Fan couldn't care less. He had already released the soul-breaking spear silently. Go to hell. Thinking back to the time when Tang Heo, this grandson, went to Blazing Academy to cause trouble for Tang San after he was hammered. Now, things have changed over time. It's time to get everything back from Tang Heo. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, blowing all the snow on the top of the mountain into the air. Yang Fan used the cover of the heavy snow to move quickly towards Tang Heo. When the distance between the two was less than 30 meters, the sixth soul ring under his feet suddenly flickered. Tang Heo, who was eating a soul beast alive, noticed something unusual and raised his head to the sky and hammered. It was magnificent. The collision between the hammer and the gun burst out countless sparks in the air, which were as dazzling as fireworks in the snowy sky. Amid the piercing explosion, Tang Heo's body slid on the snow for dozens of meters before barely stopping. It's you? Tang Heo was very surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet Yang Fan in the depths of the frozen forest. I didn't expect it. Yang Fan's cold expression was a little puzzled. Where is Tang San? The strange fires in the slaughter city have been drained by him and have lost their original function of obtaining the killing god domain. Logically speaking, the father and son should be together when being hunted by the spirit hall. Yang Fan guessed that Tang San might have been hidden by Tang Heo, otherwise the father would not have taken his son to eat raw meat. But now he couldn't guess where Tang Heo hid Tang San. You want to kill me? Tang Heo asked coldly. Shouldn't you die? When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. No matter from which level, he is determined to kill Tang Heo. Today, only one of them is destined to survive. When enemies meet, no need to say more. Tang Heo's turbid eyes suddenly brightened, and he took a step forward. The scholared god of killing domain instantly began to spread forward. Tang Heo has developed the habit of releasing the domain before the battle. But he seems to have forgotten that Yang Fan also has the god of killing domain. The same scholared god of killing domain burst out from Yang Fan's body. The difference is that Yang Fan's god of killing domain was obtained after absorbing the strange fire, while Tang Heo's god of killing domain was obtained normally through the Hell Road. Both of them had their killing god domains evolved, but Tang Heo's killing god domain was a 20% increase and a 20% weakening of the opponent. Yang Fan's was 30%. This meant that Yang Fan had one more initial killing god domain effect than Tang Heo. Tang Heo was depressed, because this was the first time he felt the killing god domain had a negative effect on him after passing the Hell Road. Old dog, look at the gun. Yang Fan shot at Tang Heo with the force of thunder, and his left arm burst out with infinite power in an instant. Although Tang Heo released his first soul skill, he was still shot hundreds of meters away by Yang Fan. The tiger's mouth hurt. Both hands holding the clear sky hammer trembled slightly. Soulbone. The ease on Tang Heo's face just now completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He couldn't figure it out. The last time he saw Yang Fan was in the elimination stage of the Soul Master competition, which was only more than 3 months ago. Why did this kid become so strong? You want to keep me with this little ability? Tang Heo snorted coldly. The huge clear sky hammer in his hand began to swing in an extremely exaggerated way. Although Yang Fan had never seen it before, he knew that this was the unique secret book of the Clear Sky sect. Chaos Cloak Hammer Technique. Yang Fan took a step forward, and the 8th soul ring on his body began to flash a dazzling red light. The first 100,000 year soul skill of the Azure Bull Python Soul Ring, Slow Field. This skill has only one effect. Everything within a certain range will become slow. The whistling cold wind slowed down, and the falling snowflakes seemed to stop in midair. The most obvious thing was that Tang Heo's speed of swinging the clear sky hammer became visible to the naked eye. Then Yang Fan used the second 100,000 year soul skill of the 8th soul ring, the Destruction Thunder Flame Spear. Flames rose from the black soul breaking spear body, mixed with thunder roars. The heat of fire, the explosion of thunder. Even Tang Heo, who was already a super Douluo, couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Chaos Cloak, an attack method that continuously increases its own momentum through superposition, relies most on its own speed. However, under the effect of the slow field, Yang Fan's lightning attack forced Tang Heo to give up the superposition of the chaotic cloak hammer method. He turned around suddenly. Using the power of his waist and abdomen, he threw the huge clear sky hammer out. At the same time, the first 3 soul rings under Tang Heo's feet exploded in an instant, and the clear sky hammer burst out with an extremely powerful and terrifying force. Ding dong, the collision of the gun and the hammer set off a mountain-like airwave on the snow-capped mountain. At this moment, the snowflakes suspended in the air seemed to have been removed from the effect of the slow field. The wind was dancing wildly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Qin Shi Huang steps on the electric wire and wins. There is a reason why the clear sky hammer is known as the #1 weapon spirit in Douluo Continent. Combined with the unique secret book of the Clear Sky sect, the Ring Blast, Yang Fan was instantly knocked hundreds of meters away. Of course, Tang Heo did not gain any advantage under the terrifying power of the 100,000 year spirit skill, the Thunder Flame Spear of Destruction. Yang Fan was serious. The first 5 spirit rings on his body suddenly flashed at this moment. Penetrate, break, flash, explode, and cut. With the blessing of the first 4 amplification skills, he chopped at Tang Heo on the snowy mountain from 100 meters away. The fiery red spirit power condensed into a huge spear that was tens of meters long. The unstoppable momentum showed the attack characteristics of the soul-breaking spear. Tang Heo's response was very domineering. The huge clear sky hammer smashed to the ground, and then with a weird force method, hammered one hammer after another on the giant soul-breaking spear condensed by the spirit power. In this process, Tang Heo's body also flew backwards quickly, always keeping a certain distance from the giant soul-breaking spear. Clear Sky 9 Absolutes. At this time, Tang Heo used another unique secret book of Haoshan Sect. This is the real secret of Haoshan Sect. It is a powerful ability that can be truly applied in actual combat. Even in Haoshan Sect, only the most outstanding direct disciples are qualified to learn it. Compared with it, the chaotic cloak hammer method can only be described as chicken ribs. Boom. 9 different unique force generating methods made Tang Heo's huge hammer play with great vigor. After the last hammer fell, the giant soul-breaking spear condensed in the air also shattered with a bang. Although Yang Fan's attack was resolved again, Tang Heo's face at this time was heavier than ever before. Originally thought that Yang Fan's strength could not hurt him at all, let alone leave him on the snowy mountain in the frozen forest. But now this idea is not as strong as before. Although Yang Fan is the same age as his son, his performance just now is already that of a super strong man. Who will live, and who will die, is not easy to say now. At this time, the originally snow-white sky suddenly appeared like a spectacle of fire clouds, and a thunder cloud then quietly appeared in the sky above his head. Thunder rumbles, lightning strikes. Look carefully. The soul power surging rapidly on Yang Fan's right leg exploded in an instant. Under the control of his soul, or thunderbolt fell from the dark clouds with the force of thunder. Wow, a lightning bolt as thick as a water tank crashed down. Even Tang Heo, who was strong at this moment, had to activate his martial soul body to resist this thunderbolt. In an instant, the clear sky hammer in Tang Heo's hand expanded to about 10 meters in the state of the martial soul body, and the handle of the hammer required Tang Heo's strong arms to barely hold it. Thunderbolt hammer. Tang Heo was numbed by the electricity. His hair stood up, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He said solemnly, 100,000 year soul bone skills? As Tang Heo has a total of 6 soul bones on his body, he is very clear about the power of soul bone skills. There is only one possibility for Yang Fan, to be able to perform skills that are not inferior to those of title Douluo at his current level. The thunderbolt just now is a 100,000 year soul bone skill. Tang Heo guessed it right. Yang Fan used the 100,000 year right leg soul bone skill, provided by the Azure Bull Python, Azure Flame Thunder. This was also the first time he used this powerful soul bone skill. Tang Heo, it's over. In his eyes, Tang Heo had now become a dead man. But there was no emotion in his eyes. When the Puyi clan moved away like a stray dog, he really wanted to pick up a knife and chop down the Haitian sect in the Wuhan Hall. After so many years, the Puyi clan is no longer the broken small sect that was suppressed everywhere, and he is no longer the child who trained his body in the back mountain of Yunluo City and waited for the awakening of his spirit. The improvement of his strength did not mean that he let go of this hatred, but that he was no longer as impetuous as before. Heh, do you think you can kill me like this? Although Tang Heo looked calm, the old injuries in his body had already been affected. He knew it himself. If he continued to waste time like this, once the old injuries recurred, he would probably really die in the frozen forest. Isn't it? There has always been an invisible law on the Douluo Continent. The one who opens the martial spirit first must be at a disadvantage. If it was a level 97 Tang Heo who was reborn, after breaking his arm, and recovering from his old illness in the original work, he really didn't dare to say that he could take this guy away with his own strength. But this is not the case. Yang Fan suddenly pointed the soul-breaking spear in his hand forward, and a red light emanated from his body. It was the 7th soul ring that lit up. Yang Fan is now obviously the one who has an absolute advantage, but he is not careless at all. 2 years of survival experience in the Soul Beast Forest told him, even if you encounter a 100-year Soul Beast, you must be prepared to fight for your life. This is you, Aryan. Why do you smell like Aryan? Speak. Do you know the whereabouts of Aryan? Suddenly, the atmosphere on the snowy mountain took a sharp turn for the worse. Yang Fan didn't understand why Tang Heo suddenly said that he smelled the scent of the Blue Silver Emperor from him, and even deliberately smelled his clothes. It's the Blue Silver Soul Bone Pill. Yao Lao's voice suddenly sounded, and then gave the answer to the question. When refining the Blue Silver Soul Bone Pill, a small pill thunder was inadvertently attracted because of the spirit of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. From this, we can see the quality of the Blue Silver Soul Bone Pill. The effect of the Blue Silver Soul Bone Pill is to speed up the recovery of fighting spirit, soul power and injuries, and at the same time, increase his cultivation speed. The 89th level Soul Douluo, who is less than 15 years old, has proved this. Yao Lao also said that the effect of the Blue Silver Soul Bone Pill will run through his Soul Master career, and this effect has exploded after he has a martial soul body. So when he opens the martial soul body, he will have the smell of the Blue Silver Emperor. As for him, he can't smell it because he has long been accustomed to it. Yes, I dug it out of the cave and refined it into a pill. Yang Fan is a kind-hearted person. Before he died, he decided to let this old man know the whereabouts of the Blue Silver Emperor, so that he could live out his miserable life peacefully. What? What did you say? Refining pills. These two words kept echoing in Tang Heo's head. After so many years, he actually thought that Aryan might have been completely killed, but he never dared to think about this terrible fact. It was not until he sent Tang San to the Haitian sect that he went to the Soul Beast Forest where Aryan lived alone. He was completely desperate when he saw that the Blue Silver King had become the Blue Silver Emperor. Arsehole, I'm going to kill you. Tang Heo, who learned the truth, burst into tears. The only 6 rings left on his body exploded, and he held the huge Haitian hammer and smashed towards Yang Fan. The air squeezed by the huge hammerhead made bursts of breaking sounds, and the distorted air swept up the snowflakes. The ice surface under Tang Heo's feet crackled and began to appear fist-wide cracks, spreading around like a spider web. Be careful. He wants to die with you. Yang Fan could see that Tang Heo didn't want to live without Yao Lao's reminder. At this time, he carried forward the essence of the soul-breaking spear soul master. Instead of retreating, he advanced, quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. On the top of the mountain covered with dancing snow, a residual shadow quickly moved towards Tang Heo. Under the effect of the slow domain, he avoided all possible damage to him, and came to Tang Heo in the blink of an eye. An inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. The close distance made the Haoshan hammer in Tang Heo's hand, which was several meters long, lose its original power instantly. At this moment, Yang Fan withdrew all his soul power in a way that Tang Heo could not expect, and replaced it with the fighting spirit that Tang Heo had never seen before. Blowing fire palm. The hellfire and the killing god domain are of the same origin. The combination of the two made Tang Heo feel the burning effect of the flames, that were hundreds and thousands of times stronger than the hell road. Even though Tang Heo dodged in time, half of his face was still burned by the strange fire. Yang Fan did not give Tang Heo any chance to breathe. Fighting spirit surged. Seizing the opportunity when Tang Heo was confused, he punched dozens of times in the chest. Every punch hit the flesh. Every punch carried the dark power effect of the 8 extreme collapse. After the sudden increase in strength, Yang Fan was no longer the young man carrying the Xuantian ruler. The damage caused by this punch on Tang Heo was much greater than that caused by the punch on Tang San. In an instant, the 8-fold dark energy triggered the messy old injuries in Tang Heo's body. The 8 meridians burst. A mouthful of black blood formed a sharp contrast on the white snow. Tang Heo knelt on the ground, and the mist that kept coming out of his mouth gradually disappeared, and finally his head was stuck in the snow. Immortal? Are you still talking nonsense now? Obviously. Tang Heo no longer had the ability to answer his question. Yang Fan sat on the snow, and took a breath, and then used the sharp soul-breaking spear to start the work of separating flesh and bones. Don't say it. The coldness of the frozen forest is not blown. He just farted, and Tang Heo's body had become icy cold. Even so, it could not resist the sharpness of the soul-breaking spear in his hand, and all the soul bones on Tang Heo's body were removed in a few seconds. No more, no less, a total of 6 pieces. The best ones are the right arm bone and left leg bone that have been passed down by the Haoshan sect for many years, and the remaining 4 soul bones are also about 30,000 years old. Make a fortune. Make a fortune. This is how many soul bones he has obtained at one time. Although the quality of these soul bones will not allow him to absorb them, if the inherited soul bones of the Haoshan sect are absorbed by his grandfather, it makes people happy just thinking about it. The hatred of the Haoshan sect sweeping out the Puyi clan can be regarded as a temporary appeasement for the clan members of the sect. The only bad thing is that Tang San was not found. Otherwise, take this opportunity to kill that kid, and the rest only needs to consider cleaning up the Haoshan sect and the spirit hall. Why did this guy Tang Heo come to the frozen forest? Yang Fan really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this dead bastard thought that the Blue Silver Emperor would come to such a place where he would be frozen even when peeing? Don't think about it. What he has to do now is to take the soul bones and leave, and then look for the bone spirit fruit during cultivation. The days in the frozen forest are undoubtedly long, boring, and uninteresting. Yang Fan thought that his training in the Star Forest was boring enough until he came to the frozen forest. In the past, when he was in the Star Forest, he and Yao Lao could still watch the animals mate with great interest. The master and apprentice could watch for an hour without saying a word. But now, the freezing cold weather has caused the animal's sexual desire to drop to the freezing point. Master, does the bone spirit fruit really live in cold areas? Yang Fan is not a person who likes to give up easily, but he has been numb to the wind in the frozen forest for nearly 2 months. The snow is so damn heavy. When squatting on the ground to take a shit, you can be piled into a snowman by the flying snowflakes. It should be right. Although Yao Lao is a top alchemist, he rarely looks for medicinal materials by himself. After he became famous, in the Douluo Continent. Others kneeled down to beg him. My guess it should be that the environment in the frozen forest is not cold enough. Yao Lao couldn't be sure because this was completely his experience. There is an unwritten rule for refining medicine on the Douluo Continent. Under normal circumstances, alchemists will never ask about the source of other people's medicinal materials. Not cold enough. Although this is Yao Lao's guess, it has given Yang Fan a clear direction. If you ask where is the coldest place on the Douluo Continent, the answer, the far north. But that place is no joke. Not to mention ordinary soul masters, even titled Douluo, may not be able to crawl back after entering. The extremely cold temperature is not difficult for him who has the strange fire, but there are many powerful giant soul beasts in the far north. The most representative of them are the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. These 3 are different from the fierce beasts that are eating the Xian Meng ice silkworm in the Stardao Great Forest. They are active. Go. Master, let's go all the way north to the far north. Young and energetic. Can the far north still scare him? Didn't you say that there will be powerful fierce beasts if you go further north? Isn't it you, Master? The fierce beasts are indeed powerful, but they are obviously not enough in front of Yao Lao, who has reached the semi-god level. You little brat. You're asking the teacher to help you solve the problem before you even encounter any danger. How can you become a truly powerful person? You can go, but the master won't help you this time. Yao Lao's mouth corners lifted up, a malicious smile. Well then, let's go back to the town outside the frozen forest to prepare. Prepare for a rainy day. It's obviously not a bad thing for him to prepare some trump cards before going in. For him, what he wants to prepare is very pure. Pills. At this time, only pills can become the trump card that he trusts most besides Yao Lao. After so many years of accumulation, his storage soul guide already has a variety of medicinal materials in reserve. Even temporarily refining a few pills is not a difficult task for the master and apprentice. Master, can I try the 6th grade pill now? Yao Lao smiled. He was very satisfied with Yang Fan's enthusiasm for refining pills. You can try it. Chapter 157. Yang Fan is your husband? Frozen forest, extreme cold zone. The temperature has caused the towns outside the frozen forest to become sparsely populated. The streets that were once bustling in the towns outside the Stardao Great Forest are now deserted here. Correspondingly, it is precisely because of this reason that the prices in this desolate town that accommodates hundreds of people are extremely high. One room costs 5 gold soul coins. It reflects the fact that it is too expensive to die vividly. But there is a reason for the high price. This small hotel with only 10 guest rooms has sufficient charcoal fire. When you step into the room, you will feel a sense of warmth, which can save half the life of those soul masters who do not have the protection of strange fire. Yang Fan. Is it really you? I thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect you to come to the frozen forest. Is this our fate? Yang Fan stared at the stranger he met in the only small hotel in the town. Who are you, sister? This woman standing in front of him dressed like a bear is completely unknown. Okay. He admitted that he became a celebrity after the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition, but this was not a reason for him to know everyone. You heartless person, I have liked you for so long. Me, Shujua from Xianshu Academy. As she spoke, the woman took off her bear, revealing her true face under the thick cotton hat and scarf. A face less than 20 years old, ice blue eyes, and light blue shoulder-length wavy hair. Do you remember? Yang Fan had some impression now. Although he had not played against Xianshu Academy during the competition, he had met them several times, because Xianshu and Chihuo belonged to the Xiandao competition area. It's not his fault. It's mainly because he was wearing too many clothes, and didn't recognize them. Old classmate. Isn't your martial soul a mutated flame soul breaking gun? Why did you come to a place like the frozen forest? It must be said that Shichua's ability to get along with others is really strong. In a few words, the two of them seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. At this time, another group of people wearing thick cotton clothes came down from the second floor of the small hotel. The leader was Shubinga, the captain of the Xianshu team, and the 4 or 5 people behind him were all familiar faces. Yang Fan. The others looked puzzled when they saw Yang Fan, and they didn't understand why he was here. The inertial thinking of the soul masters of Douluo Continent is that only soul masters with ice attributes will step into this extremely cold land. It's not wrong to think so. If he hadn't been looking for the bone spirit fruit that would help Yao Lao reshape his body, he might never have gone all the way north in his life. Sisters, do you think this is fate? We actually met the champion here. Yang Fan discovered something interesting. Since he won the championship in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition, there have been more and more good people around him. Of course, he knew very well that the biggest reason for this was the popularity that Yao Lao had gained by beating the 5 great priests in front of the Pope's palace. Otherwise, it would not be more good people, but murderous intentions everywhere. During the chat, Xuantian took the initiative to invite him to dinner. He didn't have any outstanding characteristics, but he was not very persuasive. However, he had to admit that he had his own personal purpose for having dinner with the big girls of Xianshu Academy. Xianshu, Chihuo, Shenfeng, Leiting. At present, these 4 colleges are all affiliated with the Xiandao competition area and are closer to the Xiandao Empire. At this time, it is beneficial to smooth the relationship between the two sides. Maybe it will be used one day. Even a strong man like Yao Lao cannot predict the future trajectory. After dinner, the relationship between Yang Fan and several girls also shortened by a few centimeters. During the chat, Yang Fan learned that Xuantian and others were civilian soul masters, and they had graduated after the competition. But they did not leave Xianshu College because of this, but continued to stay and became a people's teacher to teach. For civilian soul masters, this is also one of the best destinations. Of course, soul masters of their level are too tender to be teachers in the advanced soul master college. The purpose of Xianshu College is nothing more than to keep the best soul masters of this class. Start with teaching assistant 7th sister. Don't you have something to ask Yang Fan? 7th sister is exactly what Xuantian calls her among the others. The order of Xianshu College is not based on age, but on absolute strength. Although Xuantian always called Xuantian a big sister, she is actually 1.5 years older than Xuantian. Of course, she is only older than Xuantian, but Xuantian is older than her in every other way. Right. You haven't told me what you are doing in the frozen forest yet? Under the teasing of everyone, Xuantian became the vanguard of Xianshu College. Because they were all curious about why a soul master with fire attributes would come to the frozen forest in the cold weather. Even if it was to find a simulated training environment, they should look for volcanoes, magma, etc. I came to the frozen forest to find a kind of fruit. Have you seen it? While talking, Yang Fan took out his soul painting again for everyone to appreciate. What is this? Did you draw it? I didn't expect you to have a talent for painting. Everyone passed it around, but obviously they all focused on Yang Fan's soul painting and ignored the question itself. At this time, a short-haired girl slammed the table and stood up. Okay, I'm here to show you this kind of fruit, not to let you study the painting. These words undoubtedly touched Yang Fan's heart. Although he didn't know the name of this girl, her already good-looking face undoubtedly increased by 3 points at this moment. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either. It looks like a pine cone. Ask the big sister. She reads a lot of books and naturally knows more than us. When everyone turned their eyes to Xuantian, they were surprised to find that the big sister was already in a state of wondering. I don't know what she is fantasizing about. Xuantian suddenly woke up after hearing everyone's shouting and shook her head with an embarrassed expression. Their big sister, who was omnipotent before, was as simple as a blank sheet of paper at this time. These people have never seen or even heard of the existence of such a thing as bone spirit fruit in Douluo Continent. I know. A voice on the second floor of the hotel attracted Yang Fan to look over. An old lady in her 70s or 80s. From her dress, it is not difficult to tell that she should be a senior teacher of Xianshu College. Dinbing. Everyone stood up and looked at the old lady standing in the stairwell with great respect. Only then did Yang Fan know that the old lady was the dean of Xianshu College. Everyone called her Dinbing. Dinbing. Young man Yang Fan. Please tell me the whereabouts of the bone spirit fruit. Yang Fan bowed slightly. The respect of a junior to a senior was fully raised at this time. I know you. The Blazing Academy got lucky and found a super genius. Dean Bing was obviously dissatisfied with Blazing Academy, but there was no malice in his expression towards Yang Fan. Instead, there was admiration in his eyes. Blazing Academy did win the championship of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy this time, but she did not think that Yang Fan was trained by Blazing Academy. It was all luck. At this time, Dean Bing put away his emotions and looked at Yang Fan's soul painting. His hands began to tremble. He kept repeating in an excited tone, "Yes, yes." She had seen this kind of thing in the past. Dean Bing slowly raised his head and turned his eyes away from the painting. A sigh. Suddenly, it seemed to take her back to decades ago. "If I hadn't seen this painting of yours, I would have forgotten what happened back then. When I was still the captain of the Xianshu College team, I followed my teacher into the frozen forest to obtain spirit rings. At that time, we experienced a once-in-a-century heavy snowfall and got lost and mistakenly entered the far north. That's where I saw this thing you drew." Dean Bing's memory stopped here. Perhaps because of fear, she didn't want to continue recalling what happened next. "Child, I don't know why you went through so much trouble to come to the frozen forest to find this fruit. But as an elder, I have to say one more thing. Douluo Continent has never seen a super genius spirit master like you. Don't enter the far north and bury your life in vain." Yang Fan bowed 90 degrees to thank him, not only because he provided him with information about the bone spirit fruit. Although it was just a very vague experience decades ago, it also confirmed Yao Lao's guess from the side. The far north. Now at least it can be confirmed that there is hope to find the bone spirit fruit in the far north. He thanked Dean Bing for another reason. As a stranger, being able to sincerely advise him not to die was enough to make him bow his head in gratitude. Night. Seventh sister. Didn't you always tell us that Yang Fan is your husband? Your husband is next door now. Why don't you go over to serve him? Go to hell. I think you want to go over to serve him. Hey, don't label me as an info. You kept saying Yang Fan was your husband during the Soul Master competition. In another room, Yao Lao was leaning against the wall, listening to the fantasies of his beloved disciple in the next room, and he was already smiling. "Master, it's shameful to eavesdrop on other people's conversations." Yang Fan heard it too. With his current strength, he didn't even need to deliberately perceive it to be able to hear the conversation in the next room clearly. "Stinky boy. Master, this is not for you. The girls in the next room are now vying to come over to serve him." Yao Lao's smile has not been as bright as it is now for a long time. Since ancient times, beauty's love heroes. Now it has been shown that his beloved disciple has become a strong man who is loved by everyone. "Master, don't distort the facts. It's not like he didn't hear that Shujua was the only one who wanted to come to sleep with him. Unfortunately, she didn't come in the end." After the joke, Yang Fan and Yao Lao also started their business. "Master, shouldn't you teach me the recipe for the 6th grade elixir?" Yang Fan rubbed his hands. His eyes were eager for the 6th grade elixir, and his emotions were impatient to try it. "Take it." Yao Lao waved his hand, and dozens of elixir recipes fell on the table in the room in an instant. After doing all this, Yao Lao lazily ran into his body again. Obviously, he still hopes that Yang Fan can get the 6th grade elixir with his own strength. 7 core pill, Po evil pill, earth spirit pill, Shangling pill, Pohang pill, King Hun pill. Yang Fan's attention was suddenly focused on the recipe of Shangling pill. Because he is now a 7-star fighting spirit. Spirit Ascension pill. After a Dowling takes it, it can rise 1 star without any risk. Refining materials, blood python branch. Kingsim fruit, blood essence of a rank 6 magical beast, a rank 5 magical core. Note, the Spirit Ascension pill can only be taken once in a lifetime. Yang Fan looked at the more than 10 kinds of medicinal materials on the recipe and suddenly became happy. He had all these medicinal materials. The blood essence of a rank 6 magical beast could be completely replaced by the blood essence he took from the Azure Bull Python. The rank 5 magical core was roughly equivalent to the soul bone produced by a soul beast over 90,000 years old. He actually had this. It was the 100,000 year soul bone produced by killing Xiao Wu. Yao Lao said, "The rank of the magical core can be higher, but not less. So the soul bone of a 100,000 year old soft bone rabbit is completely enough." If the spirit ascension pill can be refined at this time, he can directly reach the 8-star Dowling. Wouldn't it be one step closer to Daohuang? In addition to these recipes, Yang Fan also saw several recipes for refining fire attribute pills at the bottom. All of them are elixirs with unexpected effects against enemies with cold attributes. It can be seen that these are all prepared for him by Yao Lao before. Just do it. Yang Fan decided to refine the Shengling pill first to increase his strength to 8 stars, and then continue with the fire attribute pill. But before that, he needed to confirm his own strength, and whether he had the strength to refine a 6th grade pill. So he first chose a pill called Qingming Shaodan to refine. The reason is very simple. The formula of this pill does not require the blood of a 6th level monster, nor does it require the magic core of a 5th level monster. Only 3 kinds of medicinal materials are needed: Qingming fruit, black turtle juice, and Xuantian Gong. Qingming fruit has the effect of prolonging life. As for the latter two, there is no need to say. The lifespan of turtles is famously long, and the Xuantian Gong is even more evergreen in all seasons. Qingming Shaodan, 6th grade pill. Taking it can increase lifespan by 10 years. Note, it can only be taken once in a lifetime. This pill does not increase strength, but it goes without saying that it can become a 6th grade pill. 10 years of life. This is a temptation that no one can resist. He dared to say that if such a pill was taken to the Xiandao auction house, it would probably be sold for 10 million gold soul coins. After all, no one can resist the temptation of longevity. Yang Fan first prepared all the medicinal materials for refining the Qingming Shaodan, and then took out the red flame furnace that old Master Huo had given him. After a quick look at the pill formula, Yang Fan said it was not difficult at all. The soul realm of Dupo is the mortal realm, the spiritual realm, the heavenly realm, and the emperor realm in order. Each realm is divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and great perfection. The soul realm required to refine the 6th grade pill is the advanced mortal realm, and he now meets all the requirements for refining the 6th grade pill. Chapter 158 An unexpected surprise. Yang Fan was already sweating. He hadn't expected that a small 6th grade Qingming Shaodan would be so difficult. He had been refining it all night without success. In the past, he could always sum up his experience from failure, but this time, he only accumulated frustration. Because no matter how he tried to refine it, he couldn't enter the process of condensing the pill. This meant that he was still a long way from refining the Qingming Shaodan. Was it because he couldn't do it? According to reason, his soul level had already entered the advanced level of the mortal realm, and his soul power fully met the conditions for refining 6th grade pills. But he just couldn't find the rhythm of refining pills in the past. At this time, the air in the room twisted slightly. Yao Lao was floating in the air, stretched his waist, and yawned. What's going on? Yao Lao lazily glanced at the pill recipe that Yang Fan had placed on the table, and then looked at the situation in the red flame furnace. Instantly, he was full of energy. Stinky boy. Who asked you to refine this thing? After all, Yao Lao and Yang Fan had been inseparable for more than 10 years, and after saying that, he actually understood the intention of his beloved disciple. Silly boy. Do you know why some pills of the same grade require magic cores and extremely precious medicinal materials, while some pills require ordinary herbs? Yang Fan thought for a moment. Different effects. The pills that use magic cores often improve the cultivators more. Yao Lao nodded slightly at this statement. Yes and no. The Shengling pill recipe on the table is for improving the level, and the Qingming Shao pill recipe is for extending life. You can't say which of these 2 pills improves the cultivators more. In addition to the magic core, the Shengling pill also uses the blood of the 6th level monster. In comparison, the medicinal materials of the Qingming Shao pill seem too ordinary, but they are all 6th level pills. When Yang Fan said this, he suddenly realized it. It's because of the difficulty of refining. It's very simple to make high-end ingredients into delicacies, but it's not so easy to make shit into delicacies for people to eat. Now you understand? Yao Lao saw Yang Fan's sudden look and understood. So, let's put the refining of this Qingming Shaodan on hold for now. This is a 6th grade high level elixir, and it's not suitable for you now. Yao Lao didn't take the recipe back. In his eyes, everything he had could be shared with Yang Fan, including his soul. You made a good choice for this Shengling pill. After it's refined, it can make you an 8-star Dowling immediately. Yao Lao's intention was very clear. Just refine this. Hit it hard with the soul bone. Yang Fan picked up the recipe of Shengling pill and took another look at the herbs needed on it. The pressure was full. After all, refining Shengling pill required him to take out a 100,000 year soul bone. If such a 100,000 year soul bone was directly absorbed, it could at least upgrade it by 2 levels and gain 2 powerful skills. However, the soul bone properties of the 100,000 year soft bone rabbit were not suitable for the soul breaking spear soul master. More importantly, there are only 6 positions on the soul master that can absorb soul bones. Xiao Wu's left arm soul bone has conflicted with the Titan giant ape soul bone he has absorbed now. Therefore, the only use of such a precious 100,000 year soul bone for him is to make pills. This is a good thing. An ordinary soul master can only enjoy the blessing of 6 soul bones in his lifetime, but he can use soul bones unlimitedly through the way of refining mortals. While thinking, Yang Fan has prepared all the materials for refining the ascending spirit pill. Blood python branch, Kingsim fruit, and the blood of the sky blue bull python. Raise the fire, preheat. A group of 2 color strange fire ice and fire dragon flames rose in Yang Fan's palm. The probability of successfully refining pills is not only affected by the quality of the alchemy furnace, but also by the flame. Yang Fan calculated before that he could increase the probability of refining the 5th grade pill by at least 20% with strange fire. However, this probability is provided by the ice and fire dragon flame. After many attempts, he found that the hellfire with too strong killing aura is not suitable for refining pills. At this time, Yang Fan had put all the medicinal materials for refining the ascending spirit pill into the red flame furnace one after another. The only thing left was a pink 100,000 year soul bone in his hand. Goodbye, rabbit. The remaining soul bone of Xiao Wu has played its full value. The death of Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape has made an indelible contribution. And now, this is the burning of the final value of Xiao Wu's soul bone. Yang Fan seized the opportunity of refining the elixir and threw the 100,000 year soul bone into the red flame furnace. Perhaps because he had failed many times before, even throwing the 100,000 year soul bone into the alchemy furnace did not cause too much fluctuation in his heart. His heart was as calm as water. It was just like when he was refining ordinary elixirs. Concentrate. You must now divide a part of your soul power to control this 100,000 year soul bone. This is because the soul bones produced by high quality soul beasts will hide the emotions of the soul beasts before their death. This kind of hostility can be hidden in the soul bones for many years, and once it is burned by the flames, it will explode. Yao Lao finally took action. If it was an ordinary elixir that failed, it would be fine, but if the 100,000 year soul bone was broken, he couldn't afford it. Yang Fan took the time to nod. Fortunately, there is Yao Lao. If Yao Lao hadn't reminded him at this time, he might have continued to refine the pills as he did before. Time passed by. Yang Fan thought that he had only accumulated irritability when refining Kingming Shaodan. But he was wrong. The accumulation of experience is always subtle. When he really started to refine Xinglingdan, he found that the failure of Kingming Shaodan had paved the way for him. Very good. Just keep it like this. Now we have passed the most difficult step of melting the core. Next, we just need to extract the essence of several medicinal materials. With Yao Lao guiding him step by step, Yang Fan felt that he could act as a machine. The refining process was surprisingly smooth. After an unknown amount of time, the alchemy finally came to the last stage, pill condensation. This is the last stage, and also the most important one. As long as the pill condensation is successful, it means the success of pill refining. Don't control it deliberately. The effect of naturally condensed pills will only be better for practitioners. In an instant, a strong pill energy broke through the furnace and rushed out of the entire room. Pill condensation is completed. Yang Fan removed the lid of the alchemy furnace, and suddenly a strong elixir gas hit him. Just smelling this elixir gas with a special fragrance made Yang Fan feel that the fighting spirit in his body was surging. 6th grade alchemist. Yang Fan looked at the brown-based elixir in his palm with pink special patterns on it. A smile appeared on his face. What are you dreaming about? Wait until you can independently complete the refining of 6th grade elixir before you say you are a 6th grade alchemist. Yao Lao admitted that Yang Fan was gifted, but he really couldn't be considered a 6th grade alchemist now. A normal 6th grade alchemist can at least reach a probability of more than 50% when refining 6th grade elixir. Yang Fan obviously hasn't reached it yet. What he needs to do is to refine more 6th grade elixir. Half step to 6th grade. Yang Fan laughed, very satisfied with this self-proclaimed title. What is the next step after the elixir is successfully refined? Of course, take it. Yang Fan took advantage of his full energy and stuffed the 6th grade Shengling pill into his mouth. Instantly, he felt a warm current bursting from his mouth and then flowed down his throat. The Dao Qi in his body began to stir after sensing this warm current. Like a volcanic eruption, Dao Qi flowed in his body at a nearly terrifying speed under the stimulation of Shengling pill. Dao Qi was also undergoing drastic changes at a speed that the body could sense. It is difficult to refine pills, but it is easy to take pills. In just an hour or so, Yang Fan had melted all the medicinal effects of the 6th grade Shengling pill. Hey, master, I'm a fucking 9-star Dowling. Yang Fan couldn't believe his eyes, but he actually became a 9-star Dowling. This is a fucking surprise, isn't it? Exclamation mark. However, Yao Lao, who had experienced many storms, was unusually calm at this time. Normal, you have been a 7-star Dowling for several months, and this time you are using a 100,000-year-old bone to refine Shengling pill, although this is the case. But it is also a big surprise for Yang Fan. This means that he is just one step away from transforming his Dao Qi into wings. Not bad. You will soon become Dao Wang. But it is not as easy as you think to be promoted from Dowling to Dao Wang. Yao Lao saw through Yang Fan's inner thoughts at this time. Dao Wang. This is the most important watershed in the entire Daoshi cultivation system. It is like the Soul Saint in the Soul Master cultivation system, but it is more important than the Soul Saint. Master, please tell me in detail. Yang Fan really likes to listen to Yao Lao telling him those unknown things about Daoshi cultivation. This is not only interesting, but also a crucial experience for him in cultivation. Actually, there is nothing much to say. Actually, it is the same as you condensed the Dao Qi cyclone before, but condensing the Dao Qi cyclone is to become a real Daoshi, and being promoted to Dao Wang is the first step to becoming a strong man. Many Daoshi in the Douluo Continent cannot soar high in the sky in their lifetime. The pill can indeed increase your chance of being promoted to Dao Wang, but it is also more important that you need to find the opportunity for that final step. Yao Lao stopped talking here for the time being. After all, although he was only one step away from becoming a Dao Wang, it would take at least several months to kick it out. Dao Qi turns into wings. Dao Qi turns into wings. Yang Fan felt inexplicably excited when he thought about being able to fly over the Douluo Continent next. This excitement was even happier than when he became a Soul Douluo. After all, Soul Douluo can't fly, but after becoming a Dao Wang, he can. After the excitement, Yang Fan realized that his stomach had been cursing since he didn't know when. He opened the door. The hotel owner, the servants, and the soul masters living here all stared at him. It was obvious. The Dan Qi that burst out after the Dan was condensed attracted the attention of these colleagues, but because they didn't know the situation inside, they didn't dare to go in to find out. Are you okay? The person who came over was Dean Bing of Xianshu College. The surrounding soul masters didn't dare to move because of Xianshu College. Although Xianshu College is not a first-class force, it is also well known in Douluo Continent. Especially since the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition had just ended, and the heat had not completely passed. Seeing that Xianshu Academy was watching outside, everyone naturally did not want to be the first to stand out. Thank you for your concern, senior. I'm fine. Dean Bing did not ask any more questions. Her usual purpose in teaching students is to watch less and ask less, so that they can live longer on Douluo Continent. Although the other soul masters were curious, no one came up to find out. The town outside the Soul Beast Forest is an extremely sensitive place. The saying not daring to cause trouble is mediocre does not work here at all. The old hands who have been in the town outside for many years have to save their lives first. Here, Yang Fan had just sat down and asked the hotel owner for some hot food to fill his stomach, and Shuchua from Xianshu Academy sat next to him quietly. "Boss, add another portion of beef for my old classmate. I'll treat you." Shuchua stared at Yang Fan closely, and lightning seemed to burst out of her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned forward, approached Yang Fan, and whispered, "Were you refining the elixir in there just now?" Dean Bing guessed this when the elixir energy burst out just now, so she wanted to verify it. Yes, there is nothing to deny. The entire Douluo Continent knows that the Poyi clan is engaged in alchemy. Amazing. I didn't expect that you not only have the strength beyond your peers, but also have such a high level of alchemy. Shuchua's face showed envy. It was really envious. If it weren't for the help of Shubinga and other sisters, her cultivation would not be able to reach the level of her peers. "You haven't left yet? It's snowing. Their Dingbing has a rule, never enter the frozen forest during a snowstorm." She didn't understand it very well before, but after listening to Dingbing telling Yang Fan about the bone spirit fruit yesterday, she had some guesses. "Hey, how about I be your girlfriend?" "Very good." Yang Fan's expression suddenly became complicated, and his brain was working fast. Not sincere at all. If he said okay at this time, Shuchua would definitely tease him on the spot. "You want me to take you to the frozen forest to hunt for spirit rings, right? Isn't that what you, as a boyfriend, should do?" Sure enough, the witty man saw through Shuchua's plan at a glance. "How many people have you said this to? You're saying this too much. I'm very loyal." Yang Fan laughed. "Damn it. The night before refining the elixir, she said she would go to his room to sleep with him, but he ended up waiting for more than half an hour. Forget it. I know there's no chance for us, but I still want to remind you that the far north is very dangerous, and no spirit master dares to set foot in that place." Shuchua was very serious when she said the last sentence. For those spirit masters who have never been to the frozen forest, they may not have any idea, but for them, it is a forbidden place for humans. However, after a second of seriousness, Shuchua became naughty again. "I'll tell you another secret. Our eldest sister has always had a crush on you." Yang Fan didn't know whether Shuchua was here to promote herself or to help Shubinga find a spouse. Anyway, he was confused. Chapter 159. Fighting spirit turns into wings. I'm the king. The far north, a restricted area for humans. Danger, danger, danger. The eye-catching warning signs made this barren land even colder. After living in a small town outside the frozen forest for half a month, Yang Fan finally arrived at the northernmost part of Douluo Continent. During this period, he refined several 6th grade elixirs to fight against the icy zone, and successfully turned himself into a serious 6th grade alchemist. Bad luck. Bad luck. Bad luck. At this time, a snow-white giant beast was chasing him relentlessly. Titan Snow Demon. It is said that this race is a hybrid of the ancient ice god and the Titan giant. As long as they are gathered together, they will be the most powerful species in the far north. Titan snow demons are born more than 10 meters tall, and the height of adult Titan snow demons will exceed 50 meters. Yang Fan is no longer interested in studying why the ancient ice god mates with the Titan giant, because the giant beast less than a kilometer away from him is already more than 100 meters tall. There is only one possibility for a Titan snow demon of this size, the Titan Snow Demon King, known as one of the 3 great kings of the far north. I'm dying. I'm dying. Master, are you really not going to do anything? Yang Fan felt that he was extremely unlucky. He had only been in the far north for a few days when he had a battle with the Titan Snow Demon King. This thing is not easy to mess with. In Douluo II, it was said that it had broken through the 200,000 year limit. Reversely, it is now a blue giant beast that has lived on Douluo Continent for 190,000 years. The strength of 190,000 years is not something that ordinary soul masters can easily touch. The terrifying pressure created by the Titan Snow Demon King made him feel that his steps were obviously heavy, even though he was thousands of meters away. You are not dead yet. Yao Lao looked relaxed, and his tone seemed to still dislike the Titan Snow Demon King for being useless. Yang Fan knew that, unless the Titan Snow Demon King beat the shit out of him this time, he would never help. At this time, he suddenly stopped. Before entering the far north, he did one thing: compress all his soul power into the soul power ball. Therefore, he used the 6th grade fire heart pill he refined to resist the severe cold in the far north. There was only one purpose for doing this: to preserve strength. To prevent the almost abnormal cold in the far north from over-consuming his fighting spirit and soul power. However, at this time, he released all the soul power compressed in his body. In other words, a short stagnation has brought the Titan Snow Demon King, who is over 100 meters tall, closer to less than 200 meters. The Titan Snow Demon King took a step of more than 30 meters, and each footprint was 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. If you were stepped on, you would be half dead. At this time, Yang Fan's soul power began to surge, and the gravity control field and the slow field were released by him at the same time. The strength of these two field skills depends entirely on Yang Fan's own control. At this time, he was not polite. He fully demonstrated his strength as a quasi-titled Douluo. At this time, the disadvantages of the Titan Snow Demon's weight were revealed. The sudden increase in gravity caused the body of this huge beast to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and cracks appeared one after another on the hard ice surface due to the compression. Not only that, with the blessing of the slow field, it is now extremely difficult for the Titan Snow Demon King to take even one step forward. Roar! The Titan Snow Demon King roared to the sky. He raised his fists high above his head and then smashed them down heavily. In an instant, an invisible and powerful energy aura burst out from his huge body, and the cold air became sticky. Under his manipulation, he forcibly pushed away all the broken ice and snow under his feet. The Titan Snow Demon King was able to survive in the far north for 190,000 years, so he naturally had his own means. Ice and Snow Divine Power. This is the unique skill of the 190,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon King. In the Titan Snow Demon race, only after breaking through 100,000 years can you gradually begin to comprehend this skill. With the blessing of the Ice and Snow Divine Power, the Titan Snow Demon King's strength suddenly soared, and the gravity control field and slow field that originally acted on him instantly failed. Then, the Titan Snow Demon King roared again, and the whole sky was shaking. In the roar, an invisible force enveloped everything around Yang Fan. Domain. Yang Fan judged it immediately. The Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, who are 100,000 years old, both have domain skills, not to mention the Titan Snow Demon King, who is now 190,000 years old. The difference is, the Titan Snow Demon King's domain skills are obviously more than one level stronger than the Azure Bull Python. The wind swept up the snow and the temperature dropped sharply, the hurricane roared, and the pressure doubled. The sudden change in weather buried Yang Fan's body in the ice and snow in the blink of an eye. Damn. Yang Fan was surprised to find that his legs seemed to have merged with the ice. He couldn't move. The Titan Snow Demon King's domain skills can not only mobilize the surrounding ice and snow weather, but also freeze the ice, which is the most terrifying effect of this domain skill. Before Yang Fan had time to respond, the sky suddenly became gloomy. You know, it was summer, and the entire far north was in the midst of the polar day. It was the Titan Snow Demon King's big feat. Yang Fan had just reacted when he was enjoying the Titan Snow Demon King's exclusive back massage. At this moment, Yang Fan felt that the whole world was on his shoulders. Under this pressure, the speed of his internal fighting spirit was even more terrifying than the speed of taking the Zhesheng Lingdan before. Heavy. To heavy. The ice under Yang Fan's feet had completely shattered, and his entire body below the neck was stepped into the ice. The Titan Snow Demon King not only had no intention of stopping, but even tried harder to get rid of him directly. At this time, Yang Fan burst out with all his strength and made a strong move. It was this move that allowed Yang Fan to find a chance of survival in an instant. The strange fire appeared. Yang Fan's palm came into close contact with the sole of the Titan Snow Demon King's foot. The Titan Snow Demon King's strength was strong enough, but no matter how strong the flesh and blood was, it could not withstand the tyranny of the King of Fire. It hurt so much that it made a dog bark. Even under the burning of the strange fire, the air was already filled with a faint smell of burnt meat. The horror of the strange fire forced the Titan Snow Demon King to retract his big feet. When his soles once again touched the freezing ice surface of the far north, The cold and hot instantly made the huge body of the blue beast retreat 100 meters away. The raw splashed with saliva, and the pungent stench filled the ice and snow. The Titan Snow Demon King was angry. It has lived in the far north for so many tens of thousands of years. Obviously, there is no other person besides the other two kings who can make it so frustrated. He leaned over and roared at Yangfan, who was 100 meters away. His fists, which were several times larger than a water tank, were raised high above his head and then instantly smashed to the ground. The terrifying energy aura poured into the broken ice surface, and Yangfan felt that this energy aura was like lightning and moving close to the ground. The next second, there was a boom. Invisible energy exploded under Yangfan's feet, and it rushed up from under the ice like a blowout. Even though Yangfan had made preparations, he was still affected by the powerful shock wave with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and was rushed into the sky hundreds of meters high in the blink of an eye. Then the Titan Snow Demon King opened his bloody mouth, waiting for Yangfan to fall freely into his mouth. Obviously, the Titan Snow Demon King, who has survived for 190,000 years, has used this trick more than once. This is probably the hunting method that the Titan Snow Demon King enjoys the most. But this time Yangfan did not do as he wished. Dao Qi surged. A small amount of energy from the outside space could also be mobilized by him. Then, his back, which was suspended in the air, showed obvious burning, and with a bang, there was an obvious change. A pair of fiery red wings grew on his back. Dao Qi turned into wings. The symbol of a strong man finally appeared on Yangfan at this moment. Flying high, just one flap has allowed him to successfully soar to a height of 1,000 meters. Yes, he has now completely become a Dao Wang. Under the kick of the Titan Snow Demon King just now, the Dao Qi group in his body evolved due to the pressure, resulting in a situation where he was only one step away from becoming a Dao King. Yao Lao said, Dao Masters often need opportunities or chances when they break through to a higher level. This opportunity can be big or small, and the momentum created by the Titan Snow Demon King's iceberg hammer just now became his best opportunity. Cool. So cool. Ever since the first time he used Yao Lao's strength to transform his Dao Qi into wings, he has always hoped that one day he will be able to fly in the sky with his own strength. This wish finally came true on this day. Asshole. Come back. Yangfan felt even better when he heard the Titan Snow Demon King cursing below. Titan Snow Demon King probably never dreamed that the ultimate move he just used, the iceberg hammer, would actually help a human soul master escape. Not bad. Not bad. You kid has lived up to your teacher's good intentions. Yao Lao is really happy now, because he didn't expect Yangfan's opportunity to come so quickly. Originally, he thought that it would take at least 3 to 5 months for Yangfan to break through Dao Wang, but he didn't expect that he would usher in the transformation of a strong man in just 1.5 months. Stinky boy, isn't it great to fly in the sky? Yangfan laughed. Needless to say, countless Dao Masters have devoted their entire lives and risked their lives to practice, not just to complete the transformation of a strong man. He has done it now. But now he finally understands why Dao Wang is a watershed of the strong. It is definitely not because of Dao Qi turning into wings. It is because, after becoming a Dao Wang, a small amount of external space energy can be mobilized. It is also because of the ability to mobilize a small amount of surrounding space energy that one can soar in the sky. The first time Dao Qi turned into wings, Yangfan kept flying in the sky in the extreme north, trying to conquer the entire sky, still wanting more. Now looking back at the Daoling period, he looked like a dog taking one step at a time. When he landed, half a day had passed. As for his location, Yangfan was completely confused, and the only thing he could tell was the direction. After the excitement, Yangfan also began to gradually focus on the business. He first took out a fire heart pill from the storage soul guide and took it. The effect of the fire heart pill is very simple. After taking it, it can make him resist the coldness of the far north, so as to ensure that the fighting spirit and soul power will not be lost too quickly in this extremely cold environment. After taking it, the effect of the medicine can last for a month. After all, the far north is not as safe as the frozen forest. He can no longer use the extremely cold weather to help the fighting spirit and soul power. to quickly consume and regenerate. Yang Fan looked at the fire heart pill in his palm and suddenly realized. He found that he had been in the far north for a month. In this month, he encountered several soul beasts, but there was no news about the bone spirit fruit he wanted to find. Are you discouraged? Yao Lao noticed Yang Fan's sudden change in mood. At this time, he walked to his beloved disciple and said meaningfully, the most important thing for an alchemist is to have enough patience. This is not as simple as saying it. There are many alchemists on the Daoqi road who can run around for months or even years to find medicinal materials for refining pills. No way. I'm still relatively stable. I'm not worried that master will be anxious. He will never be discouraged. Even if Yao Lao gives up from the bottom of his heart, he will choose to continue looking. Master has been waiting for so many years. Is he still anxious at this moment? Yao Lao suddenly laughed. When he was first swept into the Douluo Continent by the turbulence of time and space, he did think about returning to the Douluo Continent. He dreamed about it. But after so many years, he found that there was actually no one on the Douluo Continent that made him worry too much. Now his heart has gradually been relieved. Sometimes he still thinks that staying in the Douluo Continent to watch Yang Fan grow up step by step and witness the deification that this brat has always talked about seems to be nothing bad. Master, let's go. When he was stunned, he found that Yang Fan had walked hundreds of meters away. The direction is unknown. However, after the wind and snow weakened, a snow mountain at least 2,000 meters high suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Fan looked at the hazy snow mountain that appeared in his field of vision. I hope that the bone spirit fruit he wants to find can appear on this snow mountain. Yang Fan took a deep breath, then flapped his wings and flew. With one flap, he soared 100 meters above the ground. This is the benefit of Daoqi turning into wings. If a non-flying title Douluo came, he would need to glide for a while before he could fly at low altitude. As the saying goes, a dead horse will die if you run to the mountain. Although the snow mountain was right in front of him, it took him more than 10 minutes to reach it at his current Daoqi turning wings flying speed. Coming closer, Yang Fan felt even colder for some reason. Even with the protective effect of the 6th grade fire heart pill, he still felt a bit of chill. Yes, this snow mountain is really colder than other places. It gave him a feeling that the cold breath of the far north was emitted by this snow mountain. Could it be that this is the core area of the far north? Chapter 160 Demigod Yang Fan. The clouds are floating like jade, and the white hair is towering like a blue sky. Standing on the top of the snowy mountain, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh again at the wonders of Daoqi turning into wings. In the past, even if it was the strength of a quasi-titled Douluo, it would take at least half a minute to climb to the top of the snowy mountain, but after growing a pair of wings, it was just a blink of an eye. Master, there shouldn't be any soul beasts visiting this snowy mountain. According to Yao Lao, the more difficult the terrain is, the easier it is to grow precious herbs. There is no other reason. It's just because animals can't reach it. For example, yin yang of ice and fire. The reason why there are so many immortal herbs in that place is not only because of the protection of Dugubo snake venom, but also because the hot springs of yin yang of ice and fire exude an aura that makes soul beasts daunt. That's not necessarily true. You are not the only one who can fly in this extreme north. Yang Fan nodded slightly. This is true. There are still some soul beasts in the extreme north that can soar in the sky. According to this theory, only those natural dangers where soul beasts cannot stand, or areas like the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that make soul beasts timid meet this requirement. Stinky boy. It seems a bit cold here. Although Yao Lao is in the state of soul, it does not mean that he has lost all senses. Master, did you just realize it? Yang Fan said that he had taken 2 fire heart pills after coming to this snowy mountain. Even so, this snowy mountain still brought a chill to Yang Fan. Fortunately, he had the strange fire. Otherwise, even if he was wearing 2 big cotton padded jackets now, he might not be able to withstand the coldness of the far north. No, there may be something strange on this snowy mountain. Yao Lao's half-god strength is not something that can be easily touched in any weather. Since entering the far north, he has been standing in the ice and snow in a thin robe and still looks relaxed and comfortable. However, at this time, Standing on the top of the snowy mountain, he actually felt a little cool. Master, what you said makes sense. Although Yang Fan had lost his exact location in the far north, he guessed that he was most likely in the core area. You know, at present, the core area of the far north is more dangerous than the Stardao Great Forest. Despite this, Yang Fan still did not give up the opportunity to find the bone spirit fruit. This is his ultimate goal of entering the far north. The master and the apprentice talked as they walked. As they continued to go deeper into the snowy mountains, the air around them began to become colder. This made Yang Fan started out his life. The 6th grade fire heart bill. Not to mention on the Douluo Continent, even on the Dalki Continent, people would fight for it. Why can't it withstand the severe cold of the far north? This made him wonder if there was something wrong with his medicine refining process. Wait a minute. At this time, Yao Lao suddenly stopped, and his expression began to become solemn. Master, what's wrong? The change in his mood made Yang Fan nervous, looking around. But he didn't find anything abnormal. Silly boy. If master is not wrong, your chance may come. As soon as these words came out, Yang Fan instantly became excited. Master, what are you saying? Yao Lao's words couldn't be clearer. There is something good on this snowy mountain. His chance. In other words, this so-called good thing can't be the bone spirit fruit. This made him excited, but not that excited. Yes, if master is not wrong, there must be a strange fire hidden somewhere in this snowy mountain. Yao Lao had this guess from the beginning. It's very simple. There is only one explanation for the situation, where he can feel the obvious cold change even with the blessing of the bone spirit cold fire. If not, then this snowy mountain must also hide some treasure with the same power as the strange fire. Strange fire. This is the first time that Yang Fan has been so excited since entering the far north. His eyes sparkled. Strange fire. If Yao Lao's guess is correct, then he has the third strange fire in his life. At the same time, it also meets the harsh condition that 3 kinds of strange fire are needed to refine the Daozang body. It was also a great leap forward for his strength and Yao Lao's body reconstruction. Of course, all this depends on Yao Lao's accurate guess and his ability to successfully absorb the strange fire. Master, is there really a strange fire in this icy and snowy environment? At this time, Yao Lao made his bone spirit cold fire appear in his palm. There are many ways for strange fire to exist. No one stipulates that fire must be hot and explosive. It can also be as cold as the bone spirit cold fire. An important reason why Yao Lao guessed that this snowy mountain has strange fire is the environment. The environment on the snowy mountain is somewhat similar to the meteorite ice field where he obtained the bone spirit cold fire. However, in comparison, the environment in the far north is far less cruel than the meteorite ice field. So he guessed that if there is really a strange fire in the far north, then the attribute should be the same as the bone spirit cold fire, an extreme cold fire. This can also explain why the temperature on this snowy mountain is so cold. Master, where is the strange fire now? Yang Fan now completely understood, and even now he is already impatient. This is a rare opportunity to obtain the strange fire. Any hesitation for a second is a blasphemy to the King of Fire. Silly boy. Do you really think that master can tell everything? Yao Lao smiled and shook his head. The excited and solemn atmosphere was also relieved by Yao Lao's words. But, although master doesn't know the exact location of the strange fire, he knows how to find it. At this time, Yao Lao stretched out his index finger with a meaningful smile and pointed at the snow under his feet. According to his experience in finding strange fires, most of the strange fires are buried deep underground. This snow mountain is naturally no exception. If there is really a strange fire, there is no other possibility except under the snow mountain. Master, you are not kidding. He also knew that strange fires could not grow on trees. But with his current strength, he really couldn't split this snow mountain that stretched for several kilometers. Do you think master is kidding you? If you really want to verify whether there is any strange fire in this snow mountain, the only way is to enter the snow mountain and find out. Obtaining strange fire is never smooth sailing. For example, when he obtained the bone spirit cold fire, it was the price of blood and tears. At this time, Yang Fan was studying the ice surface on the top of the snow mountain. Stinky boy. Master only told you to enter the snow mountain, but not to go in like this. There are still a few holes in the human body, not to mention such a big snow mountain. Old people talk nonsense. What Yao Lao said is very reasonable. Since the frontal confrontation is not possible, then he will go around to the back to find an opportunity to insert. Well, let's do it. After making up his mind, Yang Fan's goal became clearer. At this time, a dark green spot suddenly appeared in front of him. Light and shadow flashed, and the dark green spot suddenly multiplied dozens of times in front of him, revealing her true appearance. It's a person. A woman who looks like she may be only about 20 years old. The charming white face, skin as white as ice and snow, and a transparent texture. There was a faint green light flowing under the skin. The dark green spots he saw just now were the beautiful long hair scattered on both sides of the shoulders, swaying in the wind, silky and unbelievable. The face was even more cold and beautiful than Yu Xiaogang. This was the first time Yang Fan saw a human after entering the far north. Not to mention the appearance of this woman. Even if she was a man now, Yang Fan wanted to go up and get warm with her. He took a step and then immediately retracted it. No. This woman can't be a human at all. Even a strong man like Yao Lao felt the coldness of the world in the far north. The woman standing not far in front of him was actually wearing a dark green skirt. At this time, Yang Fan had already guessed the identity of the dark green woman. Ice Emperor. That is, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion ranked 2nd in the far north, and also the 7th ranked beast in Douluo Continent. If his guess is correct, then the woman standing in front of him is a 380,000-year-old super soul beast. You know, in his past experiences, he had never encountered a soul beast of this level. Gurgle Yang Fan's throat could not help but move. The woman who could bring warmth to his kidneys in this cold land was actually extremely cold at this time. Suddenly, the woman's beautiful eyes suddenly changed into two colors. The left eye turned into the color of ice, and the right eye turned into a green. Then, an extremely cold breath rushed into Yang Fan's brain through his nasal cavity. It lifted his spirits. It was at this time that the woman moved. A flash of green light. Tens of thousands of ice blades appeared in the air. As the woman's slender jade hand suddenly fell, the ice blades also shot out like lightning under control. At this time, Yang Fan's rich combat experience allowed him to take out the white Xuantian ruler and carry it on his body. At the same time, he used his fighting spirit to form a defensive barrier to protect himself. Ding 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 ding. A series of dense collisions exploded in front of Yang Fan. In the blink of an eye, the defensive barrier condensed by Yang Fan's fighting spirit was instantly pierced. Fortunately, the Xuantian ruler was made of yan and black iron, and it was very strong enough to withstand the dense ice blade attacks. His body was also pushed back hundreds of meters in this confrontation. Ice Emperor. It was Ice Emperor. A simple fight allowed Yang Fan to confirm the identity of the woman. It was the super soul beast Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. The far north is not a place where despicable soul beasts like you can set foot. The voice of the Ice Emperor was as cold as the weather in the far north. She had practiced for 380,000 years and once thought that humans were small and despicable. This cognition was not groundless. In the past 380,000 years, countless soul masters died in her hands. It was for this reason that she once thought that there were no strong soul masters. But at this time, her cold heart had a slight fluctuation. No other reason. It was because Yang Fan survived her fatal attack. Even so, the Ice Emperor did not give Yang Fan any chance to breathe. The ice and green colors in her eyes suddenly flashed, and then the surrounding area of several thousand meters seemed to be still. The Everfreeze realm. This is a special domain skill of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. With 380,000 years of cultivation, she can instantly freeze a range of tens of thousands of meters. However, there is no need for her to do this against a small soul master. At this time, Yang Fan not only felt that the effect of the fire heart pill in his body was weakening, but also that his movement speed, fighting spirit, and soul power began to slow down. Faced with this situation, Yang Fan felt that he was being suppressed. Although breaking through the Daowang level is already entering the realm of the strong, he knows that he is not yet a real strong. At least with his current strength, he cannot fight against the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which ranks 7th in the Fierce Beast ranking list. Master, I want to get her. Yang Fan's eyes revealed desire. He not only wanted to feel the strength of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which ranks 7th among the fierce beasts, but more importantly, he wanted to experience the pleasure of fighting at the demigod level. Okay, Master will satisfy you. The moment Yang Fan relaxed, extremely powerful energy poured into his body. He had never experienced such a wonderful and powerful power in his life. At this moment, he already felt that he had stepped on the whole world. How could this happen? Bing Di began to be alarmed by the changes in Yang Fan. It was then that she really noticed that the old soul beside Yang Fan had disappeared. At the moment of disappearance, the energy fluctuations on Yang Fan's body began to surge, and even surged to the point that she had to look at it squarely. Now it's my turn. Yang Fan flapped his wings and soared, and in an instant he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Daoqi fluctuations. The palm of his hand slightly exerted force to absorb the Xuantian ruler into his palm. The Xuantian ruler slashed downward with force, and a majestic Daoqi burst out. At this moment, the sky above the far north has been completely rendered in a fiery red, and the hot Daoqi made the accumulated blood that had been deposited for millions or even tens of millions of years begin to melt, shocking the sky and weeping ghosts. Half of the far north began to tremble because of the semi-god level flame devouring wave ruler. Strong. The semi-god level attack made Yang Fan so excited that he couldn't help himself, and he felt that Daowang and the like instantly became unappealing. Looking down again, a gully about several thousand meters long, tens of meters wide, and hundreds of meters deep appeared in the far north. The strong wind blew up one ice and snow tornado after another, which continued to ravage the far north. At this time, the dark green figure that he really cared about appeared, but it was no longer the beauty that made people salivate before. An ice scorpion with a body length of only about 1.5 meters. The same two colors appeared on her body as her eyes, half ice and half green. There are 4 layers on the front of the body, and the length of each layer is slightly more than half a foot. The head grows on the front layer, with a silvery white mouthparts and a hexagonal protrusion on the front half of the 4 layers. In addition to the color, the general shape is actually 80% similar to that of an ordinary scorpion. Chapter 161. Pull out your teeth. 1.5 meters long. Such a body would be inconspicuous in any soul beast forest. But this is the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which has cultivated for 380,000 years. It can dominate any soul beast forest. Some soul beasts are like this. The later they cultivate, the smaller and stronger they become. Hiss. The Ice Emperor, who transformed into a beast, let out a series of hisses. The 2 small front claws on her body suddenly seemed to be inlaid with dense diamond particles, and the surface of her body was also covered with a layer of ice crystal defense. The other 2 skills of the Ice Emperor Claw, and Ice Emperor Body Protection. It was precisely because of these 2 soul beasts' own innate defensive skills that she escaped Yang Fan's fierce attack just now. At this time, the Ice Emperor once again showed her strength as one of the 3 kings of the far north. With a sharp and piercing cry, the air above the far north was mobilized by her. The extreme cold seemed to freeze the whole sky. The temperature raised by the fiery fighting spirit began to drop, and the melted snow water quickly froze. The wind was howling. Yang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. At this time, he had launched his second attack from a height of 10,000 meters. The Xuantian ruler was thrown down heavily from his hand, and then the fighting spirit burst out from his fist, and he swooped down with an unstoppable momentum under the sudden flapping of his wings. He just wanted to ask the Ice Emperor, "Have you ever seen this kind of boxing from the sky?" Hiss. The Ice Emperor hissed again. She originally thought that soul masters were small and despicable creatures, and originally thought that dealing with soul masters was like killing a squirrel. But she didn't expect that she had survived on the Douluo Continent for 380,000 years, but this was the first time she encountered such a powerful soul master. At this time, the Ice Emperor chose to launch the last of his 4 soul skills, which was also the most powerful one among the 4 soul skills. The Wrath of the Ice Emperor. In an instant, the super strong freezing ability once again covered the range of tens of thousands of meters in the far north, and at the same time, the originally cold atmosphere in the far north dropped sharply again. At the same time, under the cover of the Ice Emperor's wrath, the extreme ice had begun to form in the air. Under the control of the Ice Emperor, the strong wind drove the hard and cold ice blade to meet the swooping Yangfan. The Xuantian ruler took the lead. It broke the ice one after another like a broken bamboo. The energy is ultimately limited. The swooping Xuantian ruler was completely frozen when it was less than 300 meters from the ground. The extreme ice froze the Xuantian ruler and then jumped to Yangfan behind. Facing the attack of the extreme ice, Yangfan's response was also very simple. If there is something in this world that is the best to deal with the extreme ice, and he still has it, then there is only one: strange fire. Yangfan punched hard, and the strong fist wind shook away the extreme ice that attacked him, and then summoned all the hellfire and ice and fire dragon flames. It quickly merged into a group of 3-color lotus at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The reason why the strange fire was so domineering was that it took thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the flame to slowly form. This flame was full of wildness. After being swallowed, this wildness would also be slowly assimilated by the fighting spirit. At this time, the power of the strange fire was actually not as domineering as before it was subdued. But, although the strange fire lost its wildness after being subdued, it also had a lot of room for growth and plasticity. These two characteristics depend entirely on the strength and creativity of the cultivator. For example, now, Yangfan, who temporarily possessed the strength of a demigod, released the Buddha's wrath lotus again. Even the ultimate ice that dominated the Douluo Continent could not compete with it. Wherever the strange fire went, the ultimate ice that the Ice Emperor had worked so hard to create was beginning to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within 100 meters, no ice remained. Yangfan came on fire, passed through the ice, and pressed his fist in front of the Ice Emperor. However, Yangfan did not continue to punch. I want to ask you something. Do you know where there are bone spirit fruits in the far north? This is why Yangfan did not continue to punch. Bingdi has lived in this soul beast forest for 380,000 years. With her strength, there must be no place in the far north that she cannot go. In this case, if it is about understanding the far north, even if he lives for another few decades, his understanding of the far north is probably not as good as the tip of the iceberg of Bingdi. Yangfan even took into account the cultural differences between humans and beasts, and took out his soul painting from the storage soul guide again. At this time, Bingdi has changed from a 1.5 meter scorpion to a girl wearing a dark green long skirt. Yangfan could really see Bingdi's true appearance when he got closer. She is about 1.65 meters tall, with a delicate and cold face. There are 4 special green magic patterns on both sides of her face, and the last magic pattern looks extremely light. The magic pattern on the face originally gave people a sense of ferocity and ferocity, but under the background of Bingdi's face, it is a kind of icy beauty. Damn human. Do you think I will tell you this? Although Bingdi was defeated, her tone was still as cold and arrogant as before. The arrogance of one of the 3 kings of the far north was fully displayed at this time. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. She would never obey Yangfan. Don't tell? Then I will pull out your teeth. Yangfan is now the one who is not in a hurry. Are you kidding? It has been nearly 3 months since he entered the frozen forest, and now he has not even found the hair of the bone spirit fruit. He also knows that, if he keeps looking like this, unless he is extremely lucky, it will probably be unknown within 3 to 5 years. It doesn't matter if Bingdi doesn't say it. With Yao Lao's current strength, is it difficult to control a scorpion? He can stay by his side and torture him slowly, so why is he afraid that Bingdi won't speak? Pull out my teeth? That depends on whether you have the ability at this time. Bingdi, who has fallen into prisoner, has not given up the pride of the 3 kings of the far north. Even when Yangfan said he would pull out her teeth, she still had an obvious sneer on her face. The next second, she gave a perfect answer to this confidence. Ice color flashed. At the moment, when Yangfan was in a trance, Bingdi's body suddenly disappeared. He only then discovered that a bottomless hole with a diameter of less than half a meter suddenly appeared on the ice surface that was already in ruins. Bingdi escaped. As a soul beast that has lived on this land for 380,000 years, the far north is her home. As long as she is not fatally injured, Yang Fan will never leave her behind. Fuck. Yang Fan's scalp tingled. Chase her. A hole with a diameter of less than half a meter made him dare not go deep. Don't chase her. Just letting the prey escape like this. Yang Fan felt depressed, no matter how he thought about it. The main reason was that he didn't get any information about the bone spirit fruit from Bingdi. The beauty who got it slipped away. Yao Lao was not disappointed, and even gloated. His apprentice had done enough for him, and he couldn't bring pressure to Yang Fan at this time. Although running away may mean that they may lose an opportunity to obtain the whereabouts of the bone spirit fruit, but it is not a bad thing for Yang Fan. This kid's cultivation career is too smooth. Every failure makes you wiser. Next time you encounter such a situation, you will not be so careless. Don't worry, I will catch her again. Where can this woman run to, no matter how powerful she is? It's nothing more than the core area of the far north. As long as the Ice Emperor is still alive, he really doesn't worry about not being able to catch this woman. Good, you have ambition. Master is waiting for this day. After the Ice Emperor ran away, Yang Fan's mood gradually returned to calm from annoyance. Although the Ice Emperor ran away, it was not a complete gain for him. Because of the battle just now, the originally hard ice surface cracked into a crack about 10,000 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide. The crack is bottomless. Even with Yang Fan's current soul power, he can't fully see the situation below. When he stood in front of the crack, the cold air blowing in his face was particularly obvious. Obviously, the source of the cold on the snowy mountain has appeared in front of him. Master, what's going on down there? After his semi-god level strength was taken back, Yang Fan could only place his hope on Yao Lao. Let's go down and take a look. Although Yao Lao's strength has reached the peak of Douluo Continent, he has not yet reached the point of crossing the plain. The mystery of nature still needs them to explore in person. Okay. This decision did not make Yang Fan hesitate too much. Different fire illuminates, soul opens the way. Yang Fan vibrates his wings and continues to explore downwards through the cracks created. With the continuous deepening, the temperature below also continues to drop. Not only that, this bone-chilling coldness is like a sharp blade constantly attacking his skin. Shujua is so right. The far north is really not a place for people to come. If it were an ordinary soul master, he would probably have died suddenly because of the coldness of the far north. Master, do you think there are soul beasts or something like that down there? At this time, Yang Fan thought of his situation below the yin yang of ice and fire, and thought of the scene of looking for hellfire below the hell road. Each time, there is a corresponding soul beast to guard it. It shouldn't be. This crack is not formed naturally, and creatures like soul beasts can't have a living space below. After saying this, Yao Lao immediately raised his voice to wake Yang Fan up. Stinky boy. Don't be careless, just because there may be no soul beasts in this place. The far north is full of dangers. Maybe there are unexpected dangers inside the snow mountain that our master and I can't imagine. Yao Lao's words were not meant to scare Yang Fan. Things that are born out of nature will have spiritual intelligence after a certain number of years or strength or opportunities. And those creatures that have spiritual intelligence are often more terrifying than any other life form. For example, the bone spirit cold fire on his body became difficult to subdue because it had spiritual intelligence. Of course, once it has spiritual intelligence, it means that the quality of this thing has been completely transformed. But it is also a great opportunity for practitioners. After more than 10 minutes of careful exploration, Yang Fan reached the bottom. He didn't know how deep he had gone from the ice surface on the top of the snow mountain. It's very cold here. It was so cold that Yang Fan couldn't describe it. If the weather outside the far north was likened to a hot summer day, then the place he was in was an ice cave. Yang Fan even had to use his fighting spirit to dissolve the coldness of the ice under his feet every time he took a step forward. Otherwise this ice cave would probably leave his shoes here forever. Master, what is this? The inside of the snow mountain was not as dim as Yang Fan imagined. Quite the opposite. Because of the ice, an ice crystal-like object with its own light source appeared inside the snow mountain. This is what Yang Fan asked Yao Lao about. Cold marrow. Yao Lao, such a knowledgeable person, had a slight tremor in his voice at this time. He was fortunate enough to get a piece when he helped others refine ice-attributed pills. But the piece he got before was pitifully small, only the size of a fist, barely enough to refine a 5th grade pill. But now they were surrounded by cold marrow. Everywhere they looked. Cold marrow? 10,000-year cold marrow? Seeing Yao Lao nodded slightly, Yang Fan's thoughts began to turn. Speaking of 10,000-year cold marrow, he thought of a soul beast that was close to 1,000,000 years old. Qianmeng Ice Silkworm. This thing has been sucking 10,000-year cold marrow to develop to the level of nearly 1,000,000 years. The sucker will eventually be sucked. Because this thing sucked too much, it was used as a power bank by other fierce beasts in the Soul Beast Forest. After going to the Xingdao Great Forest, he had thought about catching Qianmeng Ice Silkworm, a super spiritual soul beast, and giving it to Yao Lao to replenish it. But he is not strong enough. If nothing unexpected happens, the current Qianmeng Ice Silkworm should still be sucked as a power bank in the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest. Not to mention his previous strength, even if he takes Yao Lao, who is at the level of a demigod, to poke this hornet's nest, he still has to think twice. Fighting for Qianmeng Ice Silkworm is a small matter, but if it arouses the anger of the fierce beasts and causes a beast tide, it will not be fun. That's not right. Could it be that the great opportunity below is not the strange fire, but the 10,000-year cold marrow? If you really want to say it, the 10,000-year cold marrow is also a great opportunity. After all, soft goods like Qianmeng Ice Silkworm can become a soul beast close to 1,000,000 years old by absorbing the 10,000-year cold marrow. However, the 10,000-year cold marrow is used on ice attribute soul masters, which runs counter to fire attribute soul masters like him. It doesn't look like it. The 10,000-year cold marrow may just be an appearance. There should be treasures here that are hundreds or thousands of times more precious than the 10,000-year cold marrow. Yao Lao made a quick judgment. It is unlikely to change the overall temperature of a snow mountain with only the 10,000-year cold marrow. Yao Lao is now very sure. There must be strange fire somewhere inside this snow mountain, and it is not far from them. Chapter 162 Swallowing Strange Fire. 10,000 years of cold marrow. If Yang Fan was just an ordinary fire attribute soul master, then this 10,000 years of cold marrow would be of no use to him. But he is not. In addition to being a soul master, he is also a fighting master and a 6th grade alchemist who has successfully advanced. Yao Lao just said that the 10,000 years of cold marrow can replace a variety of medicinal materials to refine ice attribute pills. Facing the mountain of 10,000 years of cold marrow, he has no need to hesitate. Enough. Silly boy. Are you trying to empty this mountain? Yao Lao's reminder did not make Yang Fan have any idea of stopping. Fill up the storage soul guide first. If there is something more important than the 10,000 years of cold marrow in the future, just throw it. Anyway, it is loaded into the storage soul guide. It is easy and convenient. Master, do you think that my grandfather and the tribesmen can use these 10,000 years of cold marrow to shine and heat after taking them back? Yao Lao suddenly laughed. He knew that Yang Fan was thinking of this trick, otherwise he would not choose to fill the entire storage soul guide. Let's talk about it later. Master, please study it carefully after you go back. Teaching Yang Wudi to make pills is much more difficult than teaching Yang Fan. After all, his beloved disciple is a real 6th grade alchemist, while Yang Wudi can be said to have not even stepped into the threshold. Although there are a lot of 10,000 year cold marrow, it is not cheap. If you want to bring out the true value of 10,000 year cold marrow on Yang Wudi, it is really not an easy thing. Master, since there are already 10,000 year cold marrow here, will there be strange fire? Yang Fan expressed great doubts. Because he has not felt any strange fire from the beginning to now. Why is there no fire? Master's bone spirit cold fire was obtained from the meteorite god ice field, and the climate there is much worse than the current far north. Yao Lao didn't want to recall too much about the old things about the meteorite god ice field. Yang Fan also understood. Yao Lao didn't say it, so he naturally wouldn't chase him and ask. Master, I can tell you one more thing now. The 10,000-year-cold marrow you see now is very likely to have been transformed from solid ice under the influence of the strange fire for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As soon as these words came out, Yang Fan's spirit was lifted, and then his brain suddenly became clear. The top beast fire in the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King formed the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, and grew immortal herbs. The killing city formed by the Hellfire can pass the Hell Road, and obtain the killing God Realm. 10,000-year-cold marrow is very likely. Master, do you think this strange fire is inside the 10,000-year-cold marrow? Yao Lao nodded. The boy is teachable. The goal is clear. A ball of strange fire appeared in Yang Fan's left and right palms. The essence of the 10,000-year-cold marrow is still solid ice. And the best way to deal with solid ice is to use the King of Fire to cure it. Master, help you. At this time, Yao Lao's semi-god level strength came to Yang Fan again. A palm slapped out. The tyranny of the strange fire instantly opened a deep hole with a diameter of about 2 meters on the 10,000-year-cold marrow. In an instant, the earth shook. The powerful energy impact tore cracks of varying sizes on the steep ice wall. The cracks continued to extend upwards towards the top of the snow mountain. Be careful. If you collapse this snow mountain, it will be difficult for you to get the strange fire again. This is really no joke. The difference between snow mountains and ordinary mountains is that a slight noise may cause rifts, collapses, avalanches, etc. Okay. I'm not familiar with the strength of the demigod level. After all, it is impossible to master it perfectly if it is not your own strength. If it was not the first time to log into the Yao Lao level account, Bing Di would not be able to escape, and he could beat the ice scorpion into urinary incontinence in a minute. At this time, Yang Fan began to re-examine the big hole in front of him. The detection of soul power made him estimate that the depth of this palm was at least 500 meters. With a flash of light and shadow, Yang Fan came directly to the end of the deep hole, and then added another palm. With Yao Lao's reminder, Yang Fan's strength became much more restrained. With each palm strike, he tried to control his forward speed within 100 meters to prevent the occurrence of the worst situation of collapse and avalanche. After dozens of palm strikes, Yang Fan could not help but feel frightened. The area of the 10,000-year-cold marrow was too large. He suspected that the 10,000-year-cold marrow sucked by the Xianmeng ice silkworm was probably just the tip of the iceberg. The more 10,000-year-cold marrow there was, the more powerful the strange fire might be. At this moment, Yang Fan's heart began to become excited. Stop. Yao Lao called a halt in time before Yang Fan's palm strike again. Then a soul in a long robe appeared, and the semi-god power in Yang Fan's body was completely drained. Cold, without Yao Lao's protection, Yang Fan instantly felt his nose sour, and a cold air hit the back of his head directly. The difference in strength was reflected vividly in the senses. No wonder Yao Lao called him to stop. At this time, the temperature here was several times lower than that outside the cave entrance, and it was completely incomparable to the outside of the far north. At this time, the effect of the fire heart pill was already minimal. He had reached the point where he needed to use a strange fire to resist the extreme cold around him. Master, are we there yet? Yao Lao's soul suddenly shook. In an instant, the broken ice on the cave wall was completely cleared, and the entire ice cave instantly became as clear as glass. At this time, ice flowers appeared on the ice in front of him, white and gorgeous. This was a spectacle that Yang Fan had never seen outside, and behind the ice flowers he saw something like a flame. The atmosphere in the ice cave also suddenly rose at this moment. Strange fire. This is strange fire. While talking, Yang Fan summoned the soul-breaking spear and was about to poke the strange fire behind the ice flowers. Wait a minute. Yao Lao used his soul power to block Yang Fan's sharp shot. Master? Yang Fan looked over in confusion and found that Yao Lao's expression had completely changed. Solemn, nervous. There was even some relief after surviving a disaster. What happened? Yao Lao's sudden change of mood made Yang Fan dare not speak louder. Could it be that this strange fire is of extraordinary quality, so that even his current strength as a quasi-titled Douluo cannot absorb it? This is not a strange fire. Yao Lao's words undoubtedly brought Yang Fan to the abyss. Ups and downs. Yang Fan, who was just fantasizing about having his third strange fire, suddenly felt like he was drenched in a basin of cold urine. This was the first time Yang Fan saw Yao Lao make a mistake in judgment, and this mistake caused a great psychological blow to him. Are you discouraged? Although this is not a strange fire, I didn't say that there is no strange fire in this world. Yang Fan was numb. He looked at Yao Lao, and Yao Lao's eyes were all on the ice and fire behind the ice wall. His face was solemn. Master said before that strange fire also has levels, and strange fire that reaches a certain level will have spiritual intelligence. You should still remember this, right? Yang Fan suddenly realized. Master, are you saying that the strange fire that exists here has already developed spiritual intelligence? Yao Lao was silent for a moment and shook his head. The alien fire that can have spiritual intelligence is at least at the level of bone spirit cold fire, and the alien fire in the world of Douluo Continent obviously cannot reach that level. Although the alien fire here has no spiritual intelligence, it has set a trap for us. If I guess correctly, the white flames we see behind the ice wall now should be condensed by the fire poison deposited by the alien fire for tens of thousands of years. If you rashly poke the ice wall just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Yao Lao still has some lingering fears when he thinks back now. The fire poison that has been deposited for tens of thousands of years cannot guarantee that Yang Fan can be safe, even if he is present. Master, what about the alien fire? Yao Lao smiled slightly. It's behind it. He has encountered this situation before in the Douluo Continent. The fire poison is the disguise of the alien fire, and it is also a means for it to save its life. It is to prevent the reckless soul master like Yang Fan just now. If Yang Fan really poked the ice wall behind him with a shot just now, the first thing to deal with is the fire cold poison that has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Yang Fan's thinking paused for a moment. Sure enough, obtaining any kind of beast fire or strange fire is not as easy as imagined. Master, can this thing restrain fire poison? Yang Fan took out a light pink leafless flower from the storage soul guide. It was the Xuantian Gong immortal product. Once upon a time, Yang Fan thought that the most useful ones were the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, but the later Kilo tulip, Snow Swan Kiss, and Xuantian Gong immortal product all refreshed his cognition. As for the Xuantian Gong immortal product in his hand now, it has made great contributions to his hunting of soul rings. The young man is teachable. The first thing Yao Lao thought of was the Xuantian Gong immortal product. A fairy herb may not be able to resist the fire and cold poison that has been dormant for tens of thousands of years, but the situation is completely different after adding the Snow Swan Kiss. At this time, Yang Fan had taken out the Snow Swan Kiss, and then a drop of colorless transparent liquid was dripped on the pink pastille. The faint flower fragrance was magnified hundreds and thousands of times in an instant. The fragrance of flowers is overflowing. But it didn't give people a pungent smell, but made Yang Fan feel an unprecedented refreshing feeling. When the flower fragrance of Xuantian Gong's iron pink completely filled the ice cave, Yang Fan knew it was time. A shot was stabbed out. Although he no longer had the semi-god strength bestowed by Yao Lao, he still pierced the hard ice surface with a shot. In an instant, the white flame behind the ice surface attacked instantly. Although it was fire, it was accompanied by a terrifying coldness. The cold air rushed into Yang Fan's brain along his nasal cavity, violently and continuously hitting his top of the head. A strong sense of dizziness hit him instantly. This was just the fire and cold poison purified by Xuantian Gong's iron pin. Without the help of the immortal herbs, Yang Fan dared not imagine how great the impact of the fire poison that had been deposited for 10,000 years would be. With the release of the fire and cold poison, the white flame that had just appeared behind the ice surface disappeared. A different spectacle appeared in front of Yang Fan's eyes. A hexagonal ice flower appeared behind the disappeared white flame. The ice flower is dynamic. It's like a flower swaying in the wind. It was white, but it was not the white that could be seen in ordinary days. The extremely cold temperature made this ice flower look extremely white. Even standing 10 meters away, Yang Fan felt that no one was allowed to enter. Is this the strange fire? Yao Lao said that there are many forms of strange fire, but this flower-like one really made Yang Fan feel like he was scratching his butt with a knife. Yes, This is the strange fire. Yao Lao's tone was firm and certain. Although the aura was not as overbearing as a bone spirit cold fire, it was already up to the standard of strange fire. Silly boy. How many fire heart pills do you have now? Yang Fan counted carefully. 5 more. Before entering the far north, he had already prepared for a protracted war. A total of 10 fire heart pills. He originally planned to wander in the far north for half a year, but he didn't expect that he had made half of them before 2 months had passed. Eat them all. Facing the critical moment of swallowing the strange fire, they could no longer hold any trump cards. 5 fire heart pills were enough to temporarily protect Yang Fan's heart veins for a short period of time in front of the strange fire. Yang Fan did not hesitate. He always trusted Yao Lao's orders unconditionally. The fire heart pill went down his throat. The warm energy instantly melted into every vein in his body. Remember, this ball of strange fire is a very pure and extreme ice fire. Although it is not as domineering as the bone spirit cold fire, its quality is better than the hellfire you swallowed. So after swallowing it, you have to use the other 2 balls of strange fire in your body to contain it. I think you should have experience in the rest of the things. Yang Fan nodded. He understood. Swallowing the strange fire is only the first step. But this first step is also the most dangerous step, because if you are not careful, you may be swallowed by the strange fire and turned into ashes. And after swallowing it, what he needs to do is to use the burning decision to refine the strange fire. Yang Fan took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his physical state to the best state. Fighting spirit burst out. He walked slowly to the front of the strange fire. It was getting closer. He found that there were many tiny white flames on the hexagonal ice flower. Fuck. Yang Fan roared, and then grabbed the strange fire with lightning speed, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Since it is domineering, let the strange fire dominate his body. The strange fire swallowed the cold air that was thousands and tens of thousands times colder than the extreme north and directly hit his internal organs. The defense formed by the ice-fired dragon flame and hellfire in his body collapsed instantly in front of this more powerful strange fire. Damn. His blood was frozen. If this continues, his heart will stop beating, and the result at that time is naturally needless to say. At this time, a powerful force poured into his body, and wherever it passed, it was like a glacier melting. It was Yao Lao. Yao Lao once again saved him at the most critical moment. Don't be distracted. Use the power of the fire heart pill to protect your heart meridian, and the ice-fire dragon flame and hellfire are responsible for restraining and guiding. The fire attribute fighting spirit in your body must be kept unobstructed. Yao Lao is a qualified commander. Under his guidance, he quickly found his own rhythm in the tug-of-war with the strange fire. As time goes by, he can use the burning technique to launch a slow attack on the strange fire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Two Emperors of Ice and Snow. Spring comes when the east goes. The temperature in the far north is not affected by climate change at all. It is still so cold. Time flies. Half a year has passed unknowingly. Half a year has made the heat of Yang Fan's victory fade away like a tide, and the discussion about Yang Fan has gradually decreased. Even the far north seems to have forgotten the existence of a human soul master here. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes. Half a year has completely sealed the ice cave he opened up before, and there is only a space with a diameter of less than 2 meters around his body. And this small space was created for him by Yao Lao using his powerful fighting spirit. Success. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth, and found that ice chips were falling out of his mouth. Little guy. Don't move. You are now frozen into an ice stick, and your body is the most fragile. It's really fragile. If he moves his body too much at this time, he may let his limbs fall off like an iceman. Yang Fan calmed down, and first mobilized the fire attribute fighting spirit in his body to slowly clear the 8 extraordinary meridians that had been eroded by the cold breath. Once the tendons and veins were unblocked, he only needed to force out the cold air in his body, and the ice on the outside of his skin would naturally begin to melt. Yang Fan estimated that this time would definitely not be less than 3 days. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Fan, who had just woken up from absorbing the strange fire, was not idle. Since the body could not move, then let the mind move. He adjusted his internal breath, concentrated his mind, and looked inward to spy on the changes in his body after absorbing the strange fire. Suddenly, the breath in his body jumped violently, and the frozen body made a sound like ice cracking. Titled Douluo! Exclamation mark. Yang Fan confirmed his current soul power changes again. Yes. After successfully absorbing the third group of strange fire, he completed the breakthrough of the last barrier belonging to the Soul Master, and his strength soared to the level of titled Douluo. Titled Douluo. He finally became what all Soul Masters in Douluo Continent dreamed of. With Yao Lao, a semi-god level master, by his side, he can now completely consider which unlucky guy to use his 9th soul ring on. But the current situation is obviously not the time to think about this. His improvement was far more than just the level of soul power. It also brought about changes in the Dao Qi group. 3-star Dao Wang. This was the true level of his current Dao Qi training system. Yang Fan opened his mouth slightly. A cloud of white frost mist was slowly exhaled from his mouth. He did this to calm himself down, because what he had to do next was to use his spiritual introspection to feel the changes in the cultivation method of the burning art. For him, the improvement of the cultivation method was the real top priority. Yao Lao had said more than once, the level of the cultivation method chosen by a Daoshi largely determined the upper limit of a Daoshi. Looking at the Dao Qi continent, all the strong men who could reach the Dao Zun level and above chose the cultivation method of the earth level. This meant that, if he wanted to become a strong man, he had to upgrade the burning art to the earth level, or even the intermediate level or above. Earth level, earth level, earth level. Yang Fan kept repeating in his heart. His requirements were not high. The absorption of the strange fire only required his burning art to be upgraded to the earth level. With this excitement, Yang Fan slowly began to operate his own cultivation method. Well done. Just as he expected, the burning art has become the ground level technique he wanted. Even if it is only a low level ground level technique now, it is enough to excite him. Yang Fan tried to practice the burning art. The high level Zuan level and the low level ground level may seem to be one level apart, but they are definitely not the same species. After the burning art was promoted to the ground level technique, the speed of the Dao Qi in the body was more than twice as fast as when it was at the Zuan level. The speed of the Dao Qi is closely related to the cultivation speed of the Dao Master. In other words, his cultivation speed is more than twice as fast as before. For him, who has just been promoted to a 3-star Dao King, the improvement of the burning art level is the most beautiful flower on the icing on the cake. If it weren't for his body being completely frozen now, he would have to do a few hollow somersaults naked in this piece of ice and snow. Half a year seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, but the last half day was extremely long for Yang Fan. It was like he had endured a whole semester in school and was counting down to the last half day of vacation. Every day felt like a year. After 3 days of hard work, Yang Fan used Yao Lao's semi-god level strength to tear a crack from the inside of the snow mountain. Flying high, he let out a sharp long cry in the air and ran wildly in the ice and snow like a wild monkey. The 6-month prison life was finally over, and Yang Fan also got the third strange fire he had always dreamed of. Wait. Yang Fan suddenly realized a very serious problem. He had not yet named his third strange fire. Master, what do you think of calling this strange fire I just subdued the Arctic ice flame? Yao Lao pursed his lips and said, it's not too bad, just be happy. Yang Fan gave Yao Lao a thumbs up. Okay. From now on, his third strange fire will be called the Arctic ice flame. Just like Yao Lao said, as long as he is happy, everything is fine. After the excitement, Yang Fan's mood became a lot heavier. No other. The Arctic ice flame that he accidentally obtained was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. But the real goal of his coming to the far north, the bone spirit fruit, has not been found from the beginning to now. 8 months have passed since he set foot in the far north. Excluding the half year of absorbing the strange fire, he climbed over at least dozens of mountains in the first half year. However, he got nothing. Sometimes he wanted to ask Yao Lao a question. Does the land of Douluo Continent really have bone spirit fruit? But he didn't dare to ask. Such a question is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Yao Lao, who has always been eager to reshape his body. Stinky boy. Our trouble is coming. As soon as Yao Lao finished speaking, two women appeared in their sight. One of the teams was not unfamiliar to Yang Fan. Ice Emperor. They had fought half a year ago, and the result was that Ice Emperor ran away with his tail between his legs, ending the farce. The other one looked a little more beautiful than Ice Emperor. Her long white hair was vertical from the back of her head to her feet, and her sky blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if she could see through everything in this world. Her slender body was flawless. Although she was wearing a white dress without any decoration, it made her look so noble and stunning. Yang Fan swore that it was the first time he had seen such a clean woman, as if she had walked out of the world of ice and snow. No need to guess. There is only one person who can stand here with the momentum and beauty that can suppress the Ice Emperor. No, it should be said that there is only one beast. The Ice Snow Girl. That is the Snow Emperor, who ranks first in the far north and third in the fierce beast list. Not simple. It's really not simple. I didn't expect to see such a wonder in Douluo Continent. Silly boy. Do you remember what I told you before about those things that can generate spiritual intelligence? The knowledgeable Yao Lao has already used his eyes that can see through everything to spy on the secrets of the Snow Emperor. Born and raised by nature, this woman in white was completely bred by the special environment of the far north after tens of thousands of years. Not to mention in Douluo Continent, even in Douluo Continent, it is a wonder that is rarely seen in 100 years. Master, does that mean that after we capture the Snow Girl, we can refine high quality elixirs with intelligence? Yao Lao's face suddenly changed. Silly boy. Such a beautiful woman. Do you only know how to use her to refine elixirs? You should know how to appreciate her, don't you know? Yang Fan nodded seriously. Got it. So can the Snow Girl be used to refine elixirs with intelligence? Yao Lao said helplessly. You don't understand romance. However, he still gave an answer to Yang Fan's question. Of course, this kind of creature that is born and raised with intelligence can be used to refine elixirs. But she is already a treasure with intelligence. Why do you choose to refine her? Yang Fan and Yao Lao's conversation seemed calm and relaxed on the surface. In fact, he had already put in 120% of his energy in his heart. This is the Snow Emperor, a super fierce beast that has cultivated for 70 years. No one dares to provoke in the entire far north. He doesn't believe that such a Snow Emperor is a vegetarian woman. On the other side, it's them. Snow Empress' voice was as cold as Ice Empress's, but a hint of tenderness could be heard in the cold and emotionless voice. Half a year ago, Ice Empress came back after escaping, but she brought Ice Empress with her. The far north was invaded by powerful soul masters of unknown identities. As the kings of the far north, the two sisters had to drive the invaders out of this pure land. However, when they returned to this land, Yang Fan and Yao Lao were no longer there. They had judged that the two had left the far north. Now it seems that this judgment was wrong from the beginning, and it was very wrong. The two did not leave the snow mountain from beginning to end, but used their spiritual power to block their tracking detection. Yes, it's them. I was defeated by that hateful human last time. Seeing Yang Fan again, the domineering aura of Vice Empress was gone. Douluo Continent, the strong are respected. This sentence is not only applicable to the Soul Master world, but also reflected in the Soul Beast world. There may be other Soul Masters like Ning Fengzi who rely on their brains, but in the Soul Beast world, people always win people over with virtue. The virtue of martial virtue. After the first escape, Yang Fan's strength had already forced the Ice Emperor to start paying attention to him. Damn human. I didn't expect you two to be still alive. Although the domineering attitude of the Ice Emperor had disappeared, the hatred in his eyes for human soul masters had not diminished at all. This was the hundreds of thousands of years of hatred between human soul masters and soul beasts, which could never be erased. In an instant, the place where Yang Fan's soul power detected was instantly covered by a layer of invisible energy. The temperature in the far north was instantly reduced to the extreme. The huge change in temperature caused the ice surface and steep ice walls under his feet to shatter. The falling snowflakes fell on Yang Fan's body and instantly cut a hole. The Snow Emperor is completely different from the Ice Emperor. She was born at the right time and could control the climate change within a diameter of 10,000 meters in the far north without even making any movements. If Yang Fan guessed correctly, the Snow Emperor just used Emperor Hanshin, one of the 3 great skills. It is also a domain type skill. It is said that after releasing this domain type skill, a range of 10,000 meters can be turned into a forbidden area. No soul master or soul beast can survive in the domain of Emperor Hanshin. How could it be? Snow Empress frowned slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her cold face. Such an expression has not appeared on her face for hundreds of thousands of years. Snow Empress has now begun to believe that what Ice Empress said before is true. Being able to be safe and sound under the domain attack of Emperor Hanshin, the strength of these 2 humans is indeed not to be underestimated. If it was Yang Fan half a year ago, of course he could not resist the domain attack of Snow Empress, but he has undergone a complete transformation in the past 6 months. Ice Empress's domain skills are very powerful, but under the premise of controlling the range of 10,000 meters, it is still not comparable to the Arctic Ice Flame. Snow Empress, don't be soft-hearted. Hundreds of thousands of years of friendship let Ice Empress know that this is not the true strength of Snow Empress. At this time, Snow Empress's icy white right hand slowly raised. The amplitude and speed were not fast, as if a kind-hearted and gentle girl was stroking the snowflakes drifting in winter. In an instant, the snowflakes floating in the air emitted an extremely dazzling light, the intensity of which was as dazzling as the sun. The full name of the domain skill of the Snow Emperor is Emperor Hanshin Snow Dance Shining Sun. The first part uses temperature to deal with the opponent, and the second part uses extremely shining light. Yang Fan covered his face with his hands. He was surprised to find that the most dazzling thing was not the dazzling light emitted by the snowflakes, but the powerful soul impact contained in it. Yang Fan thought that his soul power was already at the top level in Douluo Continent. It was only when he was under the domain of Emperor Hanshin that he realized the terrifying mental impact of the 700,000-year-old soul beast. Don't you take me seriously? This time, Yao Lao did not choose to lend his strength to Yang Fan, but chose to do it himself. The powerful soul storm instantly rolled back, tearing the domain attack created by the Snow Emperor in an instant into pieces. The impact of the 2 powerful soul powers collided with each other, causing the fake far north to roll up a 10,000-foot ice and snowstorm. The sky above the far north was completely filled with ice and snow. Although Yang Fan was between heaven and earth, he seemed to be frozen in ice and snow. Chapter 164 I'll go with you. After the first soul power confrontation, the gap between Zudi and Yao Lao was immediately reflected. After all, a soul beast of 700,000 years could not stand up to Yao Lao, who was at the demigod level. Even so, Zudi still did not give up resistance. The icy white light kept jumping on Zudi's body, and her white long skirt swayed continuously in the cold wind. In an instant, Zudi, who was hundreds of meters away, had arrived in front of Yao Lao. This speed, Yang Fan even felt that his thoughts were half a beat slower than Zudi's speed. At this time, Zudi's icy white jade hand slapped Yao Lao at lightning speed. This was Zudi's second unique skill. Emperor Palm, Great Cold and No Snow. Zudi's Emperor Palm is legendary, and it is said that no creature can be immune to this palm attack. Of course, the Emperor Palm itself is extremely powerful, but it also makes this skill very obviously limited. That is, the opponent must be hit by Zudi's body to exert the power of this palm, which is why Zudi chose to fight in close combat after being suppressed by Yao Lao. There's something here. Yao Lao also saw the power of the Snow Emperor's palm. If he didn't have hundreds of thousands of years of skills, he really couldn't have made this palm. Yao Lao took a step back and pulled a distance of hundreds of meters between him and the Snow Emperor, and then quickly turned sideways to avoid the aftermath of the Emperor's palm. Go. Under the control of Yao Lao's soul power, the rising white flames formed a ball of fire and shot directly at the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor's expression suddenly changed. She had lived in the far north for 700,000 years and had never seen such a strong extreme cold fire. At this time, a solemnity appeared on her face that should not belong to the king of the far north. The Snow Emperor bent her arms slightly, with her forearms and body in a completely vertical state. A football-sized white ice ball appeared between her palms. Then it turned into an ice sword at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ice sword shot out. It collided with the bone spirit cold fire with the force of thunder. In an instant, the sky above the entire far north was already surging, and the entire snow-capped mountain, where they were located, was already collapsing. Fortunately, this is in the far north. If it were placed in Xiandao City, Xingluo City, and Wuhan City, even the probability of a titled Douluo surviving would probably be less than 30%, not to mention those ordinary soul masters and Douluo natives. When the strength reaches Yao Lao's level, it is no longer a low-level battle of I grab your hair and you bite my ear. It's all about hard power. Especially in the case of such energy collision between the two sides, there is no fighting skills to speak of. In the blink of an eye, the explosion of the bone spirit cold fire completely suppressed the Snow Emperor, and the energy storm swept, forcing the Snow Emperor to retreat thousands of meters. Snow Emperor. Even you. The Ice Emperor originally thought that there was no soul master in the world who could defeat them, and always believed that humans were despicable and insignificant. Today, she finally realized her superficiality and realized that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. It's okay for her to lose. Unexpectedly, the Snow Emperor, who has 700,000 years of cultivation, is still no match for human soul masters. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together. Martial ethics are no longer so important now. The top priority. It was the two of them who joined forces to take down the two soul masters who had trespassed into the far north. Okay, let's use that trick. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor looked at each other. The tacit understanding cultivated over tens of thousands of years had allowed them to read each other's mind. The pride of the two Ice and Snow Emperors. This was the fusion skill of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. To be honest, this was a strange phenomenon. According to reason, soul beasts and soul masters are still essentially different. In particular, soul beasts of different qualities are even more incompatible, not to mention being able to live together in harmony. But the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor did it. Not only that, the two sisters even created a fusion skill belonging to soul beasts in this harmonious life. This is no less outrageous than cross-species hybridization and the birth of the next generation. At this time, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor gathered all their strength in one palm, forming a huge storm whirlwind that blended white and green. Under the rendering of the storm, snowflakes like sharp blades began to float in the sky of the far north, and a thick layer of ice flowers formed on the smooth ice surface. Retreat. Facing the fusion skills of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, Yao Lao did not choose to confront them head on this time. Master, are you not even a match for me? Yang Fan, who has rich combat experience, is no longer a child. He can see that the fusion skills of the Ice and Snow Emperors are very powerful, but it shouldn't be so bad that Yao Lao, who is at the demigod level, should avoid them, right? It's not that I can't do it, it's that you can't do it. With his strength, it is not a problem to deal with the ice storm whirlwind created by the two super beasts. But Yang Fan's small body may not be able to withstand the terrifying storm. There is a possibility of being torn to pieces. As they were talking, the master and the apprentice had retreated 10,000 meters away. Looking at the gradually weakening ice storm whirlwind, the two of them laughed crazily at the same time. Kill them back. Since they have the strength, it is impossible for the Ice and Snow Emperors to spend this beautiful day so comfortably. They are serious about making trouble for them. Wait for me here. Master will go over and take these two goblins. As soon as the voice fell, Yao Lao rushed into the ice and snowstorm at lightning speed. Lightning flashes, thunderbolts and thunder. Yang Fan only saw bursts of roars coming from the ice and snowstorm, and then Yao Lao defeated the Ice and Snow Emperors on the spot with his own strength. Master, you are awesome. Yang Fan gave Yao Lao a thumbs up. It's a pity that the person who captured the Ice and Snow Emperors was not him, so he didn't have that thrilling sense of participation. Otherwise, it would be even more exciting. At this time, Yang Fan's eyes were all on the Snow Emperor. Peerless beauty, graceful figure. The spring night is short and the sun rises high, and the king will not attend the court early from now on. The beauty that overwhelms the country should be such a beautiful face. Possessing spiritual intelligence. It is really hard to imagine what the structure of the Snow Emperor is like, and why nature can produce such a creature with spiritual intelligence. If it weren't for his limited strength, he would have taken this woman back to study it carefully. Don't kill her. I know where the ice fruit you have been looking for is. The Ice Emperor thought that he and Yao Lao were going to kill the Snow Emperor on the spot, but in fact, he and Yao Lao had not yet had the intention to kill the Snow Emperor. At least not at that moment. But the final result was a pleasant surprise for the master and the apprentice. Tell me, where is it? It has been 8 months since entering the far north, and finally a breakthrough has been made in the soul beast. Yang Fan thought he had been calm enough, but his fluctuating emotions were still noticed by the Ice and Snow Emperors. It doesn't matter. Now he is the one who takes the initiative, and is not worried that the Ice Emperor will play tricks on him. Do you think I'm stupid? If you want to get the ice fruit, let the Snow Emperor go first, otherwise you will never get it in this life. 300,000 years have made the Ice Emperor fully realize the dirty face of human soul masters. Not trustworthy. If she tells the whereabouts of the ice fruit now, then the lives of her and the Snow Emperor will end in the next second. Don't give me that. There is no possibility of negotiating conditions with me. The winner is the king. Could he, Yang Fan, still be controlled by the 2 female captives? Then kill me. If you don't let the Ice Emperor go first, I will never tell you the whereabouts of that ice fruit. The female fairy who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years seems to understand the psychological warfare between humans. Live to die. Yang Fan saw the determination of steel in her eyes. Okay. If you can't even fart after I let her go, don't blame yourself for having a miserable life. Snow Girl in exchange for a bone spirit fruit. The value between the two is completely unequal. But for Yang Fan, the value of the bone spirit fruit cannot be replaced by the 700,000-year-old Snow Emperor. I won't leave. We will never bow to human soul masters even if we die. Soul beasts have their own pride after 10,000 years, let alone a super fierce beast that has survived for 700,000 years. Snow Emperor, listen to me, I won't leave. We can't both die here today. The far north still needs us to protect it. Yao Lao slapped his forehead, and his soul state was hit unprecedentedly. What a pity. There seems to be something between two such beautiful women. Yao Lao sighed and seemed to understand why. There are no outstanding male soul beasts in the far north. This led to the 2 outstanding women huddling together for warmth. Yang Fan didn't know what Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor whispered to each other. In the end, Snow Emperor chose to leave. The escape of the 700,000-year-old soul beast was just a blink of an eye. However, with the previous experience, it is unlikely that Ice Emperor will repeat the glorious moment of half a year ago. Okay, now you can take us to find the bone spirit fruit. Yang Fan's thinking is very clear. If Ice Emperor dares to play tricks on him, then he will stab this woman to death. It is not too bad for him to get a 300,000-year-old soul bone. We soul beasts are not like you soul masters. My Ice Emperor keeps his word. I will definitely take you to find that kind of soul breaking fruit. Yang Fan could tell that there was no lie in Bingda's expression. That's right. Soul beasts that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years are often so proud. Along the way, humans, souls, and soul beasts, the 3 different organisms in the world, said nothing. The long journey seemed particularly boring. In the end, it was Yang Fan who spoke first to break the calm. Where are you taking us? Bingdi glanced at him, and then said, just follow me. Don't worry. I won't lead you to a dead end. Yang Fan smiled faintly. This is really not a problem he is worried about. With Yao Lao's current powerful soul power, he is not really worried about encountering any ambushes. You should usually eat raw meat. What about Zudi? Yang Fan was quite curious whether the natural-born Snow Girl needed to eat. Do you think I will be fooled? I'll die if I die, but don't expect to get anything about Zudi from me. He could see that the Snow Girl was the Ice Emperor's Achilles heel. You don't have to keep saying that. As long as you can help me find the bone spirit fruit, it won't be a problem for you to live another 10,000 years with your strength. The Ice Emperor smiled coldly. Do you think I will believe you? As long as I take you to find the bone spirit fruit, you will choose to kill me. The Ice Emperor thought she was dead from the moment she made the decision. She decided to exchange her life for the Snow Emperor's life. Okay. You are really good at provoking me. Although he is not a good person. But if the Ice Emperor can really take him to find the bone spirit fruit, he will still choose to be grateful. The Ice Emperor smiled coldly again. Will you give up a 300,000-year-old soul bone? Even if she didn't remind him, Yang Fan would never forget it. That is a 300,000-year-old soul bone. There can't be more than 10 of them in the entire Douluo Continent, and it is the only one in the Soul Master world. What a shame. When Bingdi thought of herself as the first beast, to have her soul bone taken away, she instantly felt ashamed to face the dead folks in the far north. It is estimated that after her death, she will be laughed at by other soul beasts for tens of thousands of years. What's the matter with you? Bingdi finally couldn't help it. She had lived for 300,000 years, but this was the first time she saw a person continue to survive in the state of soul after death. You have already seen it. Half dead. Yao Lao opened his hands and laughed at himself and then shook his head helplessly. That's great. That's great, isn't it? Wouldn't you be able to live forever in the state of soul? Bingdi said it very seriously, without any intention of joking. Unlike them, soul beasts, they have to go through the tribulation every 100,000 years. In another 10,000 years, she will need to face her own 300,000-year tribulation, and it will be difficult for her to break through again with her strength. It would be great if I could really live forever in the state of soul. The soul is like a candle. There will always be a day when the oil runs out. Yao Lao estimated that his soul state can survive for 100 years at most in this state. Of course, this is the condition that Yang Fan is alive. If Yang Fan he didn't know which direction this wisp of soul in Douluo Continent would drift to. So what kind of fruit do you think can work? She had seen the bone spirit fruit mentioned by Yang Fan. That's all. She didn't think it would have any effect on a living body in the state of soul. Give it a try. What if it succeeds? If you have any good way to repair the soul, you can also tell us. I can exchange precious elixirs with you. Yang Fan is sincere. Although Bingdi has never seen an old man like Yao Lao who survives in the world in the form of a soul, it does not mean that they, the soul beasts, have no way to repair their souls. Maybe Yao Lao has broken through to Daozang at some point. Even if there is, I won't tell you. Chapter 165. The current situation of the Puyi clan. After a day and night of traveling, Bingdi led him and Yao Lao to a forest with scattered plants. The whole forest had no green background, and all the plants were icy white, blending in with the icy and snowy environment of the entire far north. The area of this forest was so large that he could see the end at a glance. Even so, Yang Fan was still shocked when he came here. It had been 8 months since he entered the far north, and this was the first time Yang Fan had seen plants in the far north. It was hard for him to imagine that plants could grow in such a harsh and cold environment in the far north. Is this the bone spirit fruit? Yang Fan looked at a pine cone that Bingdi had brought him to find that looked like it was wrapped in ice. It was ordinary. Even if he used his spiritual power to detect it, he couldn't feel anything special. Hey, this is something you found yourself, and you don't even know if it's true or not. Do you understand it or not? Yang Fan was despised. But Bingdi was right about this, and this was the first time he had seen something like the bone spirit fruit. If it weren't for Yao Lao, he might never have come to this icy and snowy environment in his life. Master, is that so? Yang Fan looked at Yao Lao, expecting his teacher to nod. However, Yao Lao shook his head and said with a little disappointment on his face, "It's this thing." "Why are you so disappointed?" The old man scared him. If he came to the far north for 8 months and finally found out that he had found the wrong one after all the hard work, then his tight string might really be broken. Yes and no. This is indeed the bone spirit fruit I told you about, but it didn't achieve the effect we wanted. Oranges grown in the south of the Hui River are oranges, and oranges grown in the north of the Hui River are bitter oranges. It's very simple. The soil of Douluo Continent is not suitable for nurturing precious herbs such as bone spirit fruit, which caused it to grow crooked in the far north. Is it because the temperature is not low enough? Yang Fan once heard Yao Lao say that the growth environment of bone spirit fruit is a cold human forbidden area. Maybe this question is not important to them now. The important thing is that the bone spirit fruit did not achieve the effect they expected, which resulted in it not being able to become an important ingredient in refining the bone growing and blood melting pill. What? You said the far north is not cold enough. Is there a place colder than the far north on Douluo Continent? Emperor couldn't stand others saying that the far north was bad. Master, is there still a chance? Yang Fan didn't have the heart to pay attention to Emperor's complaints at all. Now they were facing a crucial moment. If the bone spirit fruit could not achieve the alchemy effect they wanted, then could Yao Lao continue to reshape his body? Don't be so pessimistic. Although it didn't achieve the effect we wanted, its essence is still the bone spirit fruit. If I can find more than 3, maybe I can find a way. At this time, Yao Lao and Yang Fan looked at Emperor at the same time. This important task still needed to be placed on this 300,000-year-old old sister. What are you looking at me for? I've already taken you to find the bone spirit fruit. Yang Fan smiled slightly. I asked you to lead us to find the bone spirit fruit, but I didn't tell you to lead us to find several. I'll let you go if you help us find 2 more bone spirit fruits. If Bingdi can find 1, then he can definitely find the second and third. Go back on your word. Soul Masters are really not good people. Kill me. From now on, I won't help you do anything, and you don't want to get any information from me. Along the way, Bingdi thought that Yang Fan was different from other Soul Masters. Unexpectedly, his heart was more sinister than the Soul Masters she had seen before. If you don't lead us to find it, I will beat you to death. Then take off your clothes and hang your body high in the far north, so that all the soul beasts here will know how you died. With the temperature in the far north, how long do you think your body can hang here if no one collects it? Bingdi's face was originally with a faint green glow. After listening to Yang Fan's description and imagining the naked scene, his face became even greener. Despicable. Zudi will definitely avenge me. Bingdi was still scared. Such a death can be said to have trampled on her dignity of 300,000 years. There is no need for her to seek revenge. As long as you lead us to find 2 more bone spirit fruits, we will let you go. After a lot of arguing, Bingdi finally bowed to reality. It was too ugly for her to die naked in the far north. Keep going forward. If you are lucky, you can find the broken fruit you want in less than half a month. Bingdi's words are still very trustworthy. After walking together for the 8th day, they really found 2 more shriveled bone spirit fruits. This also shows that bone spirit fruits are not very rare and rare. It can only be said that they did not find the right place before. Of course, if it weren't for Bingdi leading the way, it would not be easy to find such a small forest with plants in the vast far north. Yang Fan looked at the 3 bone spirit fruits in his hand that had nothing special and couldn't imagine whether they could shine in the hands of Yao Lao. Okay, you go. Yang Fan did what he said. Even if these 3 bone spirit fruits that did not mature in the far north have no effect, it means that Bingdi has fulfilled his promise. Really? Are you sure you want to let me go? Bingdi was a little unbelievable. Since the moment Yang Fan went back on his word, she didn't think her life could continue. The reason why she chose to compromise was just to die in a decent way. What's the matter? Are you still in love with me? If you don't want to leave, stay. It just so happens that I still need a 9th spirit ring. Bingdi slowly retreated and chose to disappear on the spot after reaching a safe distance. The 300,000-year-old Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had completely wiped out her aura in the far north when it disappeared. Impolite. He didn't even know how to say goodbye. At least he should be praised as a noble spirit master who was not tempted by the 300,000-year-old spirit bones and spirit rings. Master, what should we do now? Yao Lao looked at the 3 shrunken bone spirit fruits in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, let's go back first. Master still needs to study how to use these 3 bone spirit fruits. Yang Fan had just that in mind. He had spent enough time in the far north for the past 8 months. When he was practicing in the Xingdao Great Forest, he could drink a sip of sweet spring water when he was thirsty, eat a few pieces of fat beast meat with the holy fire when he was hungry, and sit with Yao Lao to watch the mating of soul beasts when he was bored. In the far north, there was nothing but ice and snow. Yang Fan had been here for 8 months and he almost didn't recognize any other colors in the world except white. It's good to go back. In this way, he can bring the soul bone taken from Tang Hao to his grandfather. If the old man saw it, he would probably be so happy that he would faint. Thinking of this, Yang Fan became excited first, and his pace of returning became faster. Xiandao City. In the past year, the entire Xiandao City has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is the issue of Soul Master welfare. After Ning Feng's his lobbying, the two empires of Xiandao and Xingluo finally reached an agreement. The two empires cut off the benefits that the Spirit Hall provided to the Soul Masters, and instead distributed them by the two empires. The natural choice for the Heaven Dao Empire's Emperor Zhu Yi was the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. But he did not give the entire cake to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Instead, he divided the entire cake into multiple portions. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect alone took 50%. The Fire family and the Feng family of the Heaven Dao each took 10%, and the remaining 30% fell on the head of the Puyi clan. It was unexpected that the Puyi clan could occupy 30% of the share. After all, the Fire family and the Feng family of the Heaven Dao had made great contributions to the entire empire, and cultivated many excellent soul masters for the entire empire. As for the Puyi clan's ability to occupy 30% of the share, it was naturally inseparable from Ning Feng's behind-the-scenes promotion. Smart people understand why the Heaven Dao Empire cut this cake into multiple portions. It's nothing more than not wanting to see another spirit hall standing on the Douluo Continent. The Crossing Luo Empire was on the verge of a coup because of Davis' death. Now they have no time to care about the welfare of soul masters. After seeing the method of the Xiandao Empire, they chose to imitate it. On the Xingluo Empire, the distribution is more fragmented. The Xingluo Zhu family, which accounts for the largest proportion, accounts for 20%. Although the death of Dame Yubei and Davis broke the marriage between the royal family and the Zhu family, it was not enough for the Xingluo Empire to abandon the Zhu family. On the contrary, Davis's death put the Xingluo royal family on the verge of a coup. At this time, the Xingluo Emperor needed the Zhu family the most. The Wuhan Hall did not sit idly by and wait for the conspiracy of the two empires. Since the two empires did not allocate funds to them, they would provide welfare for soul masters themselves. The welfare of soul masters may seem small, but it has suddenly made the situation of the entire Douluo Continent tense. Anyone with no intellectual barriers can see that the Wuhan Hall has been confronting the two empires. At this time, no matter which side you go to receive the welfare of soul masters, it means standing in line. Some people choose the Wuhan Hall, some choose the Xiandao Empire, and some choose the Xingluo Empire. Of course, more soul masters still choose to wait and see. After all, no one wants to be cannon fodder in a war when the situation is unclear. The most outrageous are those hooligans who shamelessly eat the benefits of three parties. It can be said to be shameless. Yang Fan stood at the gate of Xiandao City and took a deep breath of the air of the world. 8 months of harsh life and the cold and freezing weather made him understand the preciousness of the human world. Along the way, he had a general understanding of what happened recently in Douluo Continent. It was expected that the Spirit Hall would continue to provide benefits to soul masters. If he was Bibidang, he would never miss this opportunity to win people's hearts. Even so, it also greatly weakened the cohesion of the Spirit Hall on the soul masters of Douluo Continent. More importantly, it will allow the Spirit Hall to take out a large amount of funds every year to invest in soul master benefits. This will inevitably slow down the progress of the Spirit Hall in establishing the Spirit Empire and slow down the pace of the Spirit Hall in flattening Douluo Continent. It is also because of this incident that the status of the Puyi clan in Douluo Continent has risen. Many people say that the strength of the Puyi clan is now able to rank among the 7 major sects. Some even said that they could already step on the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This statement is not groundless. Dugubo used to be secretive, but now everyone knows that this dreaded poison Douluo is the elder of the Puyi clan. Coupled with the mysterious Yao Lao, the soul masters are no weaker than any other sect. What they lack is nothing more than the overall soul master strength and the financial resources of the sect. Let's go. Yang Fan's mood now stands out as a refreshed one. When he left Xiandao City, he was still a quasi-soul Douluo who had not obtained the 8th soul ring, but 8 months later he has become a quasi-titled Douluo. Not only that, he also got his third kind of strange fire. When he goes back, he will definitely scare the old man to jump 3 feet high. Master, do you feel that Xiandao City has changed? Yao Lao smiled. You kid is here to test the master now? No. I just want to confirm whether my judgment is correct. Xiandao City has indeed changed. This change is not a change in the city visible to the naked eye, but a deeper change in the atmosphere. He didn't need to deliberately mobilize his soul power to develop multiple soul masters hidden in the dark. These people watched the entire Xiandao City from all angles. It was hard to tell which side's forces it was. And in the originally magnificent and solemn Wuhan temple in Xiandao City, few people came out at this time. It exuded a kind of coldness from the inside out. The situation in Xiandao City is now a microcosm of the entire Douluo Continent. This is more tense than Yang Fan imagined. At the same time, it also means that the war between the Wuhan temple and the two empires will break out one day. And the deeper the backlog is now, the more serious the conflict will be. POE clan. In the past year, the entire clan has been completely established in Xiandao City. Second elder. How is our batch of blood coagulation powder now? It was all shipped out yesterday, and now the 7 treasures glazed tile sect has begun to take charge of sales. Great. Yang Wudi now looks relaxed. The sect is now completely on the right track, and he, the clan leader, no longer needs to do everything himself. Especially in the matter of refining blood coagulation powder, the whole sect has received the true teachings. Okay, you guys keep an eye on it first. I'll go back and take a rest. He said he was going to take a rest, but in fact he went back to his room and rolled up his hands secretly. What Yang Wudi wanted most now was to become a titled Douluo as soon as possible. The outside world now said that the POE clan had the power to rank among the top 3 sects. But the more this was the case, the more ashamed he, the clan leader, felt. Looking at the top 3 sects of the 7 major sects, except for Ningfengzi, the sect masters were all titled Douluo. But he couldn't compare with Ningfengzi. Ningfengzi was an auxiliary spirit master, and he was a combat spirit master. Besides, he didn't have the same huge overall view as Ningfengzi. Chapter 166. Are 6 soul bones enough? Today is a good day. It's a good day. After Yang Wudi closed the door alone, he was so proud that he didn't look like a clan leader in front of others at all. There was no way. Who made the POE clan now on the right track? Anyone who came here would sing a few lines about this matter. Grandpa, what are you so happy about? Yang Wudi's head buzzed, and a mysterious force rushed straight to his head. Xiao Fan, when did you come back, you little brat? Yang Wudi's old face turned red. I'm going to die on the spot, okay? Exclamation mark. Just arrived. He originally planned to give his grandfather a surprise. Unexpectedly, his grandfather actually sang a great song for him. Little brat, your strength has improved again, right? He was able to sneak into the POE clan quietly without being discovered, and even after he entered the room, he couldn't detect Yang Fan's existence at the first time. His strength is beyond doubt. It's just so. It's just that I barely broke through the bottleneck of the title Douluo. Yang Wudi nodded nonchalantly. Just barely broke through the title Douluo. Yang Wudi was so shocked that he almost blurted out, and after calming down, he asked his grandson again to confirm. Wow, you little brat really have become a title Douluo? Yang Fan didn't say anything. He used practical actions to show his strength to his grandfather. 8 soul rings. The newly added 8th soul ring is flashing a dazzling red light. Although there are 8 soul rings, the fluctuation of his soul power is absolutely impossible to escape the eyes of his grandfather. The title is indeed a title Douluo. What dangerous things did you do in the past 6 months? You know, more than 99% of the soul masters on the Douluo continent cannot reach the level of soul Douluo, and most of the soul masters who enter this level will never be able to touch the bottleneck of the title Douluo in their entire lives, let alone break through. Yang Fan, this kid, seems to upgrade as easily as having diarrhea. Grandpa, you should know that too. I was practicing for a period of time after I broke through the soul Douluo, and later I got the soul ring and soul bone of the Azure Bull Python with the help of my master. His level was fast, but it was all reasonable. Your 8th ring is the Azure Bull Python? Wow. Yang Wudi was shocked again. The Azure Bull Python has always been a legendary soul beast in the Soul Master world. He even thought that the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python were blown up by Soul Masters with ulterior motives at the wine table. Until he really met the Titan Giant Ape good. We finally have a titled Douluo in the PoE clan now. Finally, there is a titled Douluo. Although the first titled Douluo of the PoE clan is not him, it is more exciting than if it were him. At this moment, the curse of the PoE clan that has existed for 1,000 years has been completely broken. In the future, he can boldly tell the young men in the family that the upper limit of the soul-breaking spear Soul Master is not the Soul Douluo of level 89. They can become titled Douluo and stand at the top of the Douluo Continent. Okay, Grandpa will have someone make you something delicious now. Let's sit down and have a good drink today. Yang Wudi's ability to change the topic is still strong. Silently, the awkward moment of singing just now has disappeared in this reunion. Grandpa, don't worry. I have prepared a surprise for you here. After saying that, Yang Fan took out an exquisite wooden box from the storage soul guide. The wooden box is very big. It is about 2 meters long and half a meter wide. The moment it was opened, Yang Wudi's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Fuck. Where did you get so many soul bones? Yang Wudi counted them carefully. No more, no less, exactly 6. These 6 soul bones are in different positions, which is a complete set of soul bones. If such a complete set of soul bones appeared in the Douluo Continent, it would surely set off a bloody storm. I killed Tang Heo. As soon as these words came out, Yang Wudi's goatee began to shake violently. Tang Heo is dead. This result was too sudden for him. He felt that he had gotten away with it by not being able to finish off the bastard with his own hands. Yang Wudi stared at the 6 soul bones left by Tang Heo. He said that he felt that 2 of them were so familiar. He witnessed with his own eyes when the Haoshan sect gave the sect's inherited soul bones to Tang Heo. The old leader of the Haoshan sect also raised Tang Heo's hand and announced loudly, Tang Heo is the future of the Haoshan sect and will lead the Haoshan sect to greater glory. Bullshit. If Tang Heo had stepped out like a man and taken on all this, the Haoshan sect would not have ended up like this. He believed if Tang Heo had really stood up to pay for his life, the entire Haoshan sect would have chosen to support Tang San. That's not right. That bastard Tang Heo actually has 6 soul bones? This is something Yang Wudi had never expected. You know, when Tang Heo said he wanted to go down the mountain to train, he only had 2 soul bones inherited from the sect. These are what he got when he was training. But now they are yours, Grandpa. Yang Fan took out these 6 soul bones because he wanted his grandfather to reach the level of titled Douluo as soon as possible. He is now a quasi-titled Douluo. Grandpa Yang Wudi will reach the level of titled Douluo again. 2 Douluos in one family. The entire Douluo continent can no longer ignore the existence of their PoE clan. At that time, the PoE clan can truly be considered among the top 3. Xiao Fan Yang Wudi's old face blushed. He felt guilty. Others are grandfathers who provide their grandsons with training resources to improve their strength, but he has to be taken care of by his grandson instead. That's enough. Forget about those sentimental words. The most urgent thing is to raise your strength to level 89 first, and then find a way to deal with your extra spirit ring. I just don't know if you can learn to fuse the rings. This is a point that Yang Fan is more worried about. If Grandpa Yang Wudi can't learn to fuse the rings, then he can only forcibly kill the extra spirit ring. However, although that would allow his grandfather to become a titled Douluo, it would inevitably have a certain impact on his spirit power. Do you look down on Grandpa? Give him a taste of his own medicine. Yang Wudi also used actions to prove to his grandson that he has the strength to become a titled Douluo. Under his control, the 9 spirit rings were fused and driven like an arm, even more fancy than Huo Wu's. Grandpa, you. Yang Wudi laughed and then told him about the changes in the past 8 months. After Yang Fan left, he took the time to let the girl from the Huo family teach him the skills of fusing the rings. You don't know until you learn, and you'll be shocked when you learn. In just half a month, this old man has easily mastered the skills of ring fusion. He himself did not expect to have such talent. When he was young, he was influenced by his family elders and focused on cultivation. In his spare time, he followed his father to learn the methods of refining medicine in the alchemy room. It is indeed a natural skill. Who would have thought that an old man over 70 years old could have such attainments in martial arts? Rice growing in dryland, unexpected. Grandpa, then you should absorb the soul bone directly now, so that you can directly enter the realm of titled Douluo. His grandfather had absorbed a piece of Davis' left leg bone before. Absorbing 5 more pieces, becoming a titled Douluo is a foregone conclusion. Okay, Yang Wudi knew that this was not the time to be humble. Becoming a titled Douluo and leading the Puyi clan to fight a real comeback is the top priority. Brother, who are you talking to? At this time, an old voice suddenly appeared outside the door. The voice was very strange. Yang Fan was sure that this person was definitely not from the Puyi clan, but the tone of his voice was obviously directed at his grandfather. Who was it? Yang Fan's heart suddenly became alert. Yang Wuxiang was not killed by the spirit hall, but was arrested by the spirit hall after being injured in the battle. He even chose to surrender because he could not withstand the tyranny of the spirit hall. The traitor has returned. This is not good news for Yang Fan, or even for the entire Puyi clan. Yang Fan. So you are Yang Fan. Second grandfather has heard many legends about you. Young genius. You are now the pride of our entire Puyi clan. What to do? He has no evidence to prove that Yang Wuxiang is the eye sent by the spirit hall. If he exposes the truth at this time, will grandpa believe it? After all, he is grandpa's long lost brother. Second grandfather. Aren't you dead? Yang Wuxiang did not expect such a straightforward question. After a brief moment of confusion, he burst into laughter. My second grandfather didn't die at that time, but he was seriously injured and fled to a remote village. I stayed in bed for 2 whole years to recover from my injuries. Because I didn't know the situation on Douluo Continent, I didn't dare to act rashly, so I lived in the village as a farmer for nearly 10 years. Later, I mustered up the courage to leave the village to find the sect. But because of the power of the spirit hall, I didn't dare to make it too public, so I could only search blindly alone. I can return to the sect today thanks to you. If you hadn't won the championship in the All Continent Spirit Master Academy Elite competition, I would never have known that our Puyi clan had already established itself in Xiandao City. Yang Wuxiang's words seemed flawless, but after careful consideration, they were full of loopholes. He didn't believe it. But looking at his grandfather Yang Wudi's expression, he didn't seem to doubt it too much. Okay, let's sit together and have a good drink tonight. Yang Fan was very happy at first because he returned to the Puyi clan and reunited with his grandfather, but now the appearance of a traitor has ruined his good mood. Cheers. Yang Fan was just forcing a smile at the table. He was now thinking about how to make Yang Wuxiang reveal his true colors so that his grandfather Yang Wudi could see the true face of this traitor. Xiao Fan, you won't leave after you come back this time, right? I think you should stay at home this time. You are now a real strong man. Let my elder brother teach you some skills in managing the sect. You will be the patriarch of our Puyi clan in the future. These words looked like the heartfelt words of an elder caring about the younger generation from any angle. If it was true, Yang Fan would be very happy. Let's talk about it later. I don't know where to go next. Halfway through the meal, Yang Fan left the table because he was too drunk. Only the Yang Wudi brothers were left at the table. Master, have you ever made the kind of truth water that makes people speak the truth in your life of refining medicine? This is what Yang Fan thinks is the most direct and effective method. Whose girl has such high standards? Does my beloved disciple need to use such despicable means to succeed? Yao Lao is very confused now. He and Yang Fan can be said to be inseparable. How could his master not know that this boy has fallen in love? Master, stop it. Now there is really a more difficult matter. Yang Fan can choose not to tell his grandfather about this matter, but he has no reason to hide it from Yao Lao. You did the right thing. You must not tell your grandfather about this matter until it is clarified. Yao Lao trusts Yang Fan's words unconditionally. Yang Wudi is different. On one side is his most doted grandson, and on the other side is his long-lost brother. Once the matter is exposed, before it is clarified, Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Poe clan, will be in a dilemma. It can be said that no matter what he does, it will be wrong. So master, do you have it? I don't have the truth water, but I have aphrodisiac. What do I need that thing for? Give Yang Washan drugs to make him horny? Don't be in a hurry about this matter. Since Yang Washan dares to come back at this time, we must make him pay with blood. Yao Lao said that what he hated most in his life was traitors. Kill one if you see one. Chapter 167 Yang Wudi absorbs the soul bone. Yang Fan refines the elixir. Outside the Xiandao Palace. This is the most solemn place in the entire Xiandao city and even the entire Xiandao Empire. Although this is the center of the entire Xiandao city, it does not have the prosperity that belongs to Xiandao city. This is because the people living here are either royal relatives of the Xiandao Empire or relatives of the emperor. Du Gubo lives here. This old guy is a man who values friendship. Although this old guy is now a guest elder of the Poi clan, Prince Xuxing has not given up the connection with Du Gubo. Occasionally he invites guests to drink, and sometimes he will send some treasures. Prince Xuxing even built a mansion for Du Gubo next to his own prince's mansion. As for the purpose, everyone knows it. A powerful titled Douluo lives next to him, and it is estimated that he can sleep more peacefully. Although he has not returned to Xiandao city for 8 months, nothing has changed here. Yang Fan found Du Gubo's mansion with ease. Hey, who are you? Yang Fan. Instead of meeting Du Gubo first, he met his granddaughter Du Guyan first. Since the end of the Soul Master Academy Elite competition, all of them have graduated. I heard Du Gubo say before that Du Guyan followed Yu Xiaogang to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Why are you here? Du Guyan was surprised. This is her home. Shouldn't she be the one asking this question? Does Yu Xiaogang not want you anymore? That's right. You are already in your early 20s, and it is a bit stressful to compete with those 18-year-old girls. Du Guyan was furious. Without saying a word, he released his green phosphorus snake venom on Yang Fan. But things are different now. In the past Yang Fan was not afraid of Du Guyan's green phosphorus snake venom, not to mention that he is now a titled Douluo. The two of them have long been on different levels without making a sound. In a few seconds, Yang Fan easily subdued Du Guyan. Boy, you actually came to my house to bully my granddaughter? Du Guyan is Du Gubo's favorite. Seeing his granddaughter being captured by Yang Fan and unable to move, Du Gubo, as a grandfather, would not choose to sit and wait for death. I think you are itching for trouble. Du Gubo's idea was very simple, to give Yang Fan a good beating. Let this kid know who is the king. Du Gubo clapped his hands forward, and the invisible pressure began to gradually exert pressure on Yang Fan. Yang Fan was also unwilling to be outdone. Palm to palm. This kind of fight without releasing soul skills depends entirely on who has a higher soul power level. But, kid, Du Gubo found that he still underestimated Yang Fan. 8 months have allowed Yang Fan to make a leap forward. Du Gubo continued to exert his strength, but no matter how many levels of strength he used, he would be countered by Yang Fan with equal strength. Fire and green soul power surged in the courtyard of the mansion. The ground trembled, and the house shook. It seemed that the entire mansion would collapse in the next moment. At this time, Du Gubo's forehead had begun to sweat slightly, and he found that he seemed to be no match for Yang Fan. This kid has been crowned as a titled Douluo? Although it is hard to believe, it is an indisputable fact. Alright, you two stop fighting. The surging soul power is against each other. Once the balance is broken, this place will be razed to the ground. Du Guyan, who has 4 rings, is a little scared now. Alright. Now she knows that Yang Fan is very strong. Elder Debu, thank you. Yang Fan and Du Gubo almost simultaneously slowly retracted their strength. In a flash, the whole courtyard returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Boy, where have you been for these 8 months? Du Gubo was very curious about what happened to Yang Fan during this period of time that made this kid a titled Douluo. The far north. Thinking back to the 8 months of freezing weather, Yang Fan was even reluctant to mention it. The far north. Are you sure it's not the frozen forest? Du Gubo could be sure from Yang Fan's eyes that he had heard it right. The far north. He was lucky enough to go there once with someone when he was young. After coming back, he swore that he would never set foot in that place again in his life. I have to say, Yang Fan and his disciple are really brave. Let's get back to the point. I came here today because I need your help with something very important. Yang Fan changed his joking expression and a serious look appeared on his face. Speak. Could he not understand Yang Fan? This kid would not come to the temple for no reason. However, Yang Fan did not speak in a hurry, but looked at Du Guyan who stood aside with his ears erect like a rabbit. Hey, is it not okay for me to listen? Do you think Du Guyan, will tell others about this? Yang Fan said seriously, I believe you, but it really can't. What he is going to say next is related to the fate of the entire Poe clan, and it must be guaranteed to be foolproof. At the same time, he does not want Du Guyan, who has no ability to protect herself, to be involved in this dispute. Yang Lion, be obedient. Du Gubo has already realized the seriousness of the matter. After Du Guyan left, Yang Fan told Du Gubo about the current situation of the Poe clan. What? Is Yang Wuxiang an undercover agent of the spirit hall lurking in the Poe clan? Is the information reliable? This matter is not a joke. Let's not talk about Yang Wuxiang being Yang Wudi's younger brother. A member of the clan finally returned to the family after going through countless hardships and sufferings in the world. If Yang Wuxiang is arrested without evidence at this time, it will chill the hearts of all the clan members. Some people may even think that this is an internal purge after the family has become strong. There is no evidence yet. It is because of this that Yang Fan cannot touch Yang Wuxiang now, but sitting and waiting for death is obviously not his style. Then what do you want to do? Du Gubo believes in Yang Fan. This kid is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. But everything is bullshit before this matter is clarified. Even if Yang Fan mistakenly killed Yang Wuxiang, then this is a knot that Yang Fan, Yang Wudi and the Poe clan cannot untie in their hearts. I want you to help monitor Yang Wuxiang. This was Yang Fan's decision after meditation last night. Monitor. As long as you keep an eye on Yang Wuxiang's every move, I don't believe that this old guy will not reveal his tracks. And the only person to monitor is Du Gubo. Du Gubo crushes Yang Wuxiang, who is an 8 ring in terms of strength, and is also the person he trusts most in this matter. No problem. Leave this to me. Du Gubo now understands why Yang Fan didn't let Du Guyan know about this. If this girl lets this matter slip one day, when she is not conscious, she will definitely be killed by the people of the spirit hall. Don't be careless. Yang Wuxiang is a master of poison, and his ability is definitely not inferior to yours. At this time, Yao Lao appeared. Yesterday, Yang Fan took him to see the poison refined by Yang Wuxiang. Not simple. In the world of Douluo Continent, he can barely be considered a person who uses poison. I know that. We met when Yang Wuxiang just returned to the Poe clan. Don't worry. I will never be careless about this matter. Du Gubo has a characteristic. As long as it is an action against the spirit hall, he will be extremely excited. Monitoring Yang Wuxiang is urgent. Du Gubo quickly got into the state after learning that the returning Yang Wuxiang is likely to be a traitor of the spirit hall. Yang Fan returned to the Poe clan as if nothing had happened, and then took his grandfather Yang Wudi out of Xiandao city quietly. Xiao Fan, where are you going to take grandpa? Yang Wudi was completely confused. He didn't know where his grandson was going in such a mysterious way. Of course I'm taking you to absorb soul bones. The family is no longer safe now that Yang Wuxiang, the eyes of the spirit hall, is there. Especially without his protection, Grandpa Yang Wudi can't rashly absorb soul bones. Traitors are the most untrustworthy. Faced with the temptation of 6 soul bones, Yang Wuxiang might have stabbed him in the back and then absconded with the soul bones. Grandpa, you didn't forget to bring the soul bones with you, did you? Yang Wudi patted the storage soul guide on his body. Of course, he would carry such an important thing as soul bones with him. Then let's go. Yang Wudi didn't wonder why he didn't absorb the soul bones in the family but ran outside. He just thought that Yao Lao wanted to remove the extra soul rings on his body after absorbing the soul bones and obtain a 9th soul ring of his own. This is indeed the case. Yang Fan brought his grandfather Yang Wudi out this time because he had already prepared the process of melting the 9th soul ring and then obtaining it. As for the understanding of the soul beast forest, Yang Fan dared to say that no one, except the soul beasts, would be more familiar with it than him. After all, being able to live in the soul beast forest for a year or two is unique in the soul master world. In less than half an hour, Yang Fan brought his grandfather to a familiar place. Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. But when I came to this place, it had long lost its former glory. The immortal herbs no longer existed, and only some small seedlings remained. Although the breath of the ice and fire hot springs is still as strong as before, it will gradually lose its ability to breed immortal herbs in a few thousand years. Fortunately, Douluo has not given up on this place, and the poison barrier used to protect this piece of ice and fire yin yang eye is still there. It can be said that this is the best choice for them to absorb soul bones. Not simple. Is this the place where you pick immortal herbs? This is the first time I, Yang Wudi, have seen such a treasure in my life. Yang Wudi has been refining medicine all his life. This sulfur smell in the air is pungent and unpleasant to ordinary people, but for him, it is more like a stimulant. Okay, save the words of emotion for later. Absorb the soul bones first, and then we have more important things to do. Yao Lao's words made Yang Wudi quickly gather his mind. Yes, becoming a titled Douluo is his top priority now. Because he had already absorbed a piece of left leg bone given by Yang Fan, he could now absorb 5 other soul bones in different positions. Absorbing 5 soul bones at a time. Such a feat made Yang Wudi feel that he might become the first person in history. Yang Wudi sat cross-legged on the ground and quickly adjusted his body. At the same time, he took out the first piece of right leg bone and attached it to the position of his right front leg. In an instant, a sharp energy wave spread from his right leg, and the horn for absorbing soul bones was officially blown at this moment. Don't just stand there. Yao Laoxu waved his hand. A pill recipe with various medicinal materials fell into Yang Fan's hands. It was the recipe for the pill that melted Yang Fan's soul ring before. 6th grade pill. You kid should be able to do it. After that, Yao Lao gave Yang Fan the medicinal materials for refining the ring melting pill. Ring melting pill. Medicinal materials required. Blood bone flower. Sandwood root. Yang Fan took a general look at the medicinal materials for refining the ring melting pill. It's not difficult. For him who now has experience in refining 6th grade elixirs, the probability of success is at least 60%. Just do it. Yang Fan took out his red flame furnace and placed it in front of the yin yang eyes of ice and fire. The strange fire in his palm rose and began the first process of his countless times of refining medicine, making fire. At this time, Yao Lao was not idle. Whether it was Yang Fan's refining of medicine or Yang Wudi's soul bone absorption, someone needed to guard him. Although the yin yang eyes of ice and fire was an absolutely safe place, Yao Lao did not dare to be careless at this time. How did he come to Douluo Continent? Those were all bloody lessons. Every time he was a little bit relaxed, he would suddenly wake up in his heart, as if a sharp knife stabbed his waist. Time passed by minute, just like the breeze in the sunset forest. It was not Yang Fan who came out of the state first, but Yang Wudi who absorbed the soul bone. What am I? Am I a titled Douluo? Yang Wudi felt very strange now. Logically speaking, the blessing of 5 soul bones would make him a titled Douluo, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of that breakthrough. There was only the accumulation of soul power. It was like holding back a pile of shit, but suddenly found that there was no arsehole. At this moment, he felt the distress brought by the curse of the Puyi clan. It was not that the ancestors of the Puyi clan were incapable of breaking through, but that they would be blocked by a special barrier when their strength reached level 90. This feeling was very depressing. Hush. At this time, Yao Lao floated in front of Yang Wudi and made a gesture of silence, and then pointed to Yang Fan on the other side. At this time, Yang Wudi realized that his grandson was concentrating on refining the elixir. Yang Wudi watched intently. In a real sense, this was the first time he saw his grandson refining the elixir. The more he watched, the happier and prouder he became. Yao Lao had said before, this way of refining medicine is not something that everyone can learn. It seems to be closely related to the attributes of the Soul Master. Chapter 168 The Ninth Soul Ring. The fierce beast begins. The pill is done. When Yang Fan came out of his concentration on refining the pill, the first thing he saw was his grandfather's eager eyes. Good grandson. Really a good grandson. Yang Wudi's attention was not on the refined Ranghuan pill, but on his grandson Yang Fan. The growth of his grandson was what made him happiest. Grandpa, I feel uncomfortable when you look at me like this. He had never seen such eager eyes on a woman, and he was really afraid that his grandfather would suddenly pounce on him. Stinky boy. Can't grandpa look at you anymore? After the joke, Yang Wudi's attention was focused on the Ranghuan pill he had just refined. This was a light golden cherry-sized pill. Look closely, there is a special halo flowing on it. Good. This is the first time I, Yang Wudi, have seen such a high-quality elixir. He was not bragging about his grandson. This was the truth. The Poue clan is also considered a large alchemy family on the Douluo Continent, but the blood coagulation powder refined by the family is far different from the melting ring pill in his hand. There is no comparison at all. It should be fine. After absorbing the soul bone just now, release the martial soul first, and then swallow the melting ring pill. Yao Lao guided Yang Wudi to remove the extra cursed soul ring that the soul-breaking spear soul master had after reaching the soul saint level, just like he taught Yang Fan before. However, Yang Wudi was not as relaxed as Yang Fan during this process. During the process, he could be seen frowning several times, as if he was in great pain. Master, what's going on? Yang Fan clenched his fists nervously. This was a completely different scenario from what he expected. Don't be nervous. This is completely within Yao Lao's expectations. Your grandfather's soul ring has existed for too long, and he obtained his 8th soul ring after reaching the soul Douluo level. Yao Lao's explanation instantly relieved Yang Fan's nervous heart. If Yao Lao is sure, there must be no problem. Time flies. It has been a week since they came to the yin-yang eye of fire and ice, and there has been no movement in the process of Yang Wudi melting his soul ring. This made Yang Fan finally experience the experience of Yao Lao protecting him. Dull and boring. But he had to keep an eye on Yang Wudi's changes at all times to avoid any mistakes in this tense process. At this time, he saw Yao Lao holding one of the bone spirit fruits brought back from the far north and looking at it. Master, do you have a clue? Since returning from the far north, Yao Lao has appeared in this state of thinking with the bone spirit fruit more than once. It can be seen that Yao Lao is very melancholy now. After going through untold hardships to obtain the bone spirit fruit in the far north, it is suddenly found that it does not have the original effect. This psychological gap is probably difficult for anyone to accept. Silly boy. This is a precious medicinal material, not rice and steamed buns. It is not as simple as you say. Yao Lao smiled helplessly and looked at the distance of the sunset's forest, trying to relieve his lost mood. Master, do you think placing the bone spirit fruit in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire will change the world? Yang Fan suddenly had an idea. The 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor could be reshaped when placed in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. So could the bone spirit fruit also shine here? I've thought about the method you mentioned. If the yin-yang eye of ice and fire exists in the far north, it is indeed possible, but this is the sunset forest. A warm environment is simply not a condition for nurturing the bone spirit fruit. Well, he thought he had ushered in the dawn of hope, but he didn't expect it to be shattered in an instant. What? Are you still disappointed? Master thinks that this is good for me. Didn't you say that you would take me to ascend after becoming a god? What's the difference between the soul and the body at that time? Although Yao Lao said this, he could still see the desire for the body in his expression and tone. Yang Fan understood. The master and apprentice have been inseparable for so many years and have a harmonious relationship, but this does not mean that they don't need private space. At this time, Yang Wudi's body showed a slight movement, and Yao Lao and Yang Fan began to look over one after another. Soul power fluctuated, martial soul released. The flashing soul rings on his body were no longer 9, but 8 soul rings belonging to soul Douluo. Success. Yang Fan clenched his fists. In a sense, Grandpa Yang Wudi's successful fusion of soul rings was more exciting than his own fusion of soul rings. 2 Douluos in one family. This is coming. Thank you, Yao Lao. Yang Wudi, such an arrogant old man, bowed to Yao Lao at a standard 90-degree angle. He sincerely thanked Yao Lao. Although he always said that it was Yang Fan's appearance that saved the declining Poe clan, he actually knew in his heart that all this was Yao Lao's help in secret. It's just that Yao Lao didn't like to contact other outsiders except Yang Fan. Patriarch Yang, you are too polite. Yao Lao raised Yang Wudi's bowed body slowly with his strong fighting spirit. The two old men looked at each other and then laughed, which made Yang Fan confused. Grandpa, let's go get the 9th soul ring now. The title cannot be delayed. Now he and his grandfather are in the Soul Beast Forest. The Poe clan is now leaderless and has a pair of eyes from the Wuhan Hall. Although Du Gubo has been watching, it cannot be guaranteed that everything will go smoothly. 9th soul ring. Before this, Yang Wudi had never imagined that he would become a titled Douluo after the soul ring. Because he never thought that he could become a titled Douluo so quickly, and even before Yang Fan returned to the family after his first training, he did not think that he could become a titled Douluo. Grandpa, let's go. Yang Fan had made sufficient preparations when he took his grandfather Yang Wudi out of Xiandao City this time. Now that they have the strength, they must provide the best soul ring configuration for Grandpa. 100,000 years. This obviously cannot satisfy Yang Fan's heart at this moment. It must start with a fierce beast. He wants his grandfather to experience the ultimate experience of being taken to show off and flying in his 70s. Xiao Fan, aren't you going to get the 9th soul ring? Where are you taking Grandpa now? Although Yang Wudi has been to the Soul Beast Forest for a short time, it doesn't mean that he is a novice who knows nothing. This is not the way to go deep into the Soul Beast Forest. Stardao Great Forest. Although the Sunset Forest and the Stardao Great Forest are both Soul Beast Forests, there is a world of difference between the two. Whether in terms of area, heritage, or the number of soul beasts, the Sunset Forest is not on the same level as the huge Stardao Great Forest. There may be soul beasts of 100,000 years here, but there will definitely be no fierce beasts. Grandpa, we have to speed up. There is no time to lose. The situation of the Poe clan does not allow them to stay outside for too long. Boy, do you think Grandpa can't catch up with you? Yang Wudi suddenly found that he was taken care of by his grandson. No matter what, he is now a quasi-titled Douluo. Could it be that he is not as fast as his grandson? However, the next moment, Yang Fan's Daoqi turned into wings and soared over the Sunset Forest. This, Yang Wudi looked up and was dumbfounded. Without the promotion to title Douluo, he couldn't walk in the air at all. At this moment, he felt that his grandson in the air was like an eagle, while he, who was running in a panic below, was like a turtle. Although the speed of the two was not bad, the face was really different. The speed of the quasi-titled Douluo allowed them to cross from the Sunset Forest to the 50,000 year Soul Beast area of the Stardao Great Forest in just half a day. Xiao Fan, where are we going now? Yang Wudi knew what Yang Fan had experienced over the years. In the Stardao Great Forest, the generation of the grandfather and grandson would probably be exchanged. No more. The place they were in now was already the 50,000 year Soul Beast area of the Soul Beast Forest, which was not far from the core area, nor was it short. Use the same trick again. Yang Fan directly took out the extract of the Snow Swan Kiss, as well as the fragrant Kilo Fairy product. This fairy product herb made great contributions in his process of obtaining soul rings. He knew that his grandfather had always wanted it, but he was reluctant to give it away. I understand. When Yang Wudi saw the Snow Swan Kiss and the fragrant Kilo Immortal product, he understood what his grandson was going to do. What a brilliant plan. Others had to search hard in the Soul Beast Forest to obtain spirit rings, but this kid actually always adhered to the principle of fishing. Previously, he used the spirit bones of a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit to catch the Titan giant ape, and this time he used the immortal product herbs to catch a 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, Yang Fan smiled and shook his head, indicating that the effect of combining these two items together was obviously not enough. The fragrant Kilo Immortal product can catch a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but it may not shake the super powerful beast level. So Yang Fan took out another item from the storage soul guide. 10,000 years of cold marrow. According to the timeline, the fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest are using the Xianmeng Ice Silkworm as a power bank. The important reason why the Xianmeng Ice Silkworm, a stink bug, has this honor is that it has absorbed a large amount of 10,000 years of cold marrow in the far north. Fierce beasts absorb the Xianmeng Ice Silkworm. The Xianmeng Ice Silkworm absorbs 10,000 years of cold marrow. Then he directly took out the 10,000 years cold marrow and refused to let the middleman make a profit. Yang Fan was not sure if this method was feasible. After all, this was a treasure that would only be attractive to ice attribute soul beasts, but he felt that it could be tried. This is, you brought it back from the far north. Although Yang Wudi did not know what it was, his years of experience in alchemy allowed him to see that this ice block emitting cold air was definitely not simple. Grandpa, this thing is called 10,000 years cold marrow. It is an extremely precious cultivation resource for ice attribute soul masters. Yang Wudi nodded slowly, remembering this thing that he had never seen before. After Yang Fan arranged the bait, he directly chose to set up camp on a small hill about 500 meters away. His location can be said to be extremely clever. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. After all, fishing for fierce beasts is not a joke. All super soul beasts that can appear on the murderer list are at least 300,000 years old, and the number 1 Dishan has a cultivation base of more than 800,000 years. It is said that the guy is a demigod level strongman. If they caught a single beast, they would still be able to handle it, but if they caught a group of beasts from the Xingdao Great Forest, even if Yao Lao was present, they would have to run away. Grandpa, you take a rest first. We take turns to guard and observe the surrounding situation. Fishing for beasts. At this time, they still need to be on call 24 hours a day, and they must ensure that all of them are in full combat status. Okay. Grandpa will take over for you later. Yang Wudi did not choose to be humble this time. For a moment, he felt that the little brat in Yunluo City had suddenly grown up. This was not only an improvement in strength, but also in experience and way of dealing with things. At this time, Yang Wudi remembered what his younger brother Yang Wuxiang said. It seemed that it was really time for him to step down and let Yang Fan take over the position of clan leader. Fishing for beasts was more difficult than Yang Fan had imagined. A whole week, nothing happened. During this period, in addition to some 10,000 year soul beasts and 50,000 year soul beasts, the highest level was 80,000 year soul beasts. An 80,000 year old soul beast is also qualified as the 9th soul ring of a soul master. But Yang Fan's needs are far more than that. Other soul masters either don't have the strength or don't have the conditions to find a higher level soul beast to obtain an 80,000 year soul ring after entering the title Douluo. But now they have both the strength and the conditions, so they can wait patiently at this time. This is a major event in life. It can be said that the age and quality of the 9th soul ring determine the height that my grandfather can reach in the future. Okay, put it away. A week has passed, and the facts have proved that the weight of the 10,000 year cold marrow is far from enough to make the beasts leave the core area. Master, then what should we do now? The fishing enforcement trick seems to be a no-go at the moment. Go deep into the Xingdao Great Forest and break into the core area. Yang Fan said that he is not seriously ill now, and he will never do such a thing of hitting the stone with an egg. Try this. Yao Lao took out a black and white pill from the ring. This pill doesn't look special, but it is extremely deep, like a bottomless abyss that people can't see through at a glance. As a 6th grade alchemist, Yang Fan recognized the grade of the pill at a glance. 7th grade. This is also the highest grade pill Yang Fan has seen in Douluo Continent so far. Master, why didn't you take out this good thing earlier? 7th grade pill. Back then, Yao Lao used the blue silver emperor's body in the 100,000 year soul bone to refine a 6th grade high level pill. In other words, the value of such a 7th grade pill is completely equal to the fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest. With such a high grade pill in hand, this time he really didn't worry that the fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest would not come out. 7th grade pill, Yin Yang Zuan Long pill. Yao Lao would give a detailed description when he took out the pill in the past, but he didn't this time. Yin Yang Xuanlong Pill is a prescription he created on the meteorite ice field, and he has always been reluctant to mention the meteorite ice field. The Yin Yang Xuanlong Pill he gave to Yang Fan is an improved one. It can give the user the opportunity to improve their strength when they are on the verge of death. In addition, if they are lucky, they can graft the thin dragon energy in the pill onto themselves. If the dragon energy is combined with the sound wave fighting skills, it can also cause great damage to the soul body. The refining materials are the magic cause of 2 6th level dragon beasts that have been dead for no more than 7 days. Suddenly, the pill moved. Yang Fan was so scared that he quickly urged his soul power to control it firmly in his palm. He knew that the 7th grade pill already had spiritual intelligence, and at this time he had the idea of escaping. Don't worry, it can't run away. Although the 7th grade pill has spiritual intelligence, it is only preliminary. It can be said that it has no brain yet. Although it has the idea of escaping at this time, it does not have the ability to escape. All it can do is wriggle in the palm of its hand. Chapter 169. The first Super Douluo of the Poe clan. When the 7th grade elixir appeared in the Stardao Great Forest. Not to mention the 50,000-year-old soul beasts. The 5,000-year-old soul beasts all followed carefully and surrounded it, wanting to come and share a piece of the pie, even just to smell the taste. Yang Fan's soul power burst out. The invisible mental shock instantly covered the surrounding area of 1,000 meters, and the soul beasts all trembled violently wherever they passed. Yang Fan, who broke through the title Douluo, can now use soul power to kill enemies on a large scale like Yao Lao. But Yang Fan did not choose to kill them. He came to this Stardao Great Forest with only one goal, that is, the top soul beasts on the list of fierce beasts. He didn't want to see corpses everywhere before the battle began. Don't worry, this Yin Yang Xuanlong Pill will definitely catch us a big fish. Yao Lao has absolute confidence in his own elixir. It's a 7th grade one. Even if it is placed on the Douluo Continent, it will be fought over by Dao masters, let alone on the Douluo Continent. With his experience in alchemy, it is still unknown whether the soil of Douluo Continent can produce such a high-grade elixir. Master, I believe it. I'm worried that this elixir will attract all the fierce beasts. This is what Yang Fan is worried about. If they are forced to attack in groups, let alone hunt for spirit rings, they will have to crawl away from this troubled place. It depends on fate. If it really comes to that time, it depends on whether we run fast enough. Yao Lao was not joking when he said this. If the Emperor Shan that Yang Fan mentioned is a demigod level strongman, then he can only deal with this one. The remaining fierce beasts Yang Wudi and his grandson are definitely not able to deal with, not to mention the pursuit and interception of those spirit beasts over 50,000 years old. As he spoke, the atmosphere of the Xingdao Great Forest suddenly changed. It was not the kind of turbulent or strong pressure, or the smell of fishy smell. The world was quiet. The spirit beasts that were just testing the outer edge seemed to disappear in an instant, and the breeze in the forest also stopped at this moment. What's going on? Yang Wudi nervously summoned his martial spirit. The big fish is coming. According to Yang Fan's rich experience in the Soul Beast Forest, there is only one possibility in this situation. That is, a powerful existence that makes other soul beasts afraid to approach has appeared around. But Yang Fan has never encountered a situation where the wind stops. At this time, a red soul beast appeared in front of them. The soul beast is more than 5 meters long and looks a bit like a Tibetan mastiff, but it has 3 identical big heads. Even Yang Fan, who has lived in the soul beast forest for 2 years, said that this strange phenomenon is the first time he has seen it. Not only that, each of its big heads is more than 1 meter in diameter, with sharp teeth exposed outside, releasing a red gold edge. If it bites down, no matter how hard the head is, it will definitely burst the brain. 3-headed red demon dog. Even in the Xingdao Great Forest, where there are many soul beasts, this special 3-headed soul beast is not common. Yang Wudi had only seen this kind of soul beast in books before. The 3-headed red demon dog is a mutant soul beast. It is said that the 3-headed red demon dog has some pure blood of the real dragon, and it is for this reason that they have become one of the top soul beasts in the soul beast forest. As for why the dog has the pure blood of the real dragon, It is a question worth pondering, but with the ability of Douluo Continent, I'm afraid that there is no answer. But it is an indisputable fact that a three-headed red demon dog that is 10,000 years old can easily defeat an ordinary soul beast that is 50,000 years old. No. This is a three-headed red demon mastiff. Although there is only one word difference, the difference between them is as big as heaven and earth. Three-headed red demon mastiff. Yang Wudi's face was full of confusion. Grandpa, can't you see it? This is a super soul beast that is more than 300,000 years old. It is normal that Grandpa Yang Wudi did not recognize it. If he had not come into contact with fierce beasts in the extreme north before, he would probably have regarded the three-headed red demon mastiff as an ordinary dog at first glance. But it is not. The three-headed red demon mastiff ranks 8th on the fierce beast ranking list. Although there is no clear introduction to its age, the 7th ranked ice emperor has been cultivating for 380,000 years. I think the three-headed red demon mastiff will definitely not be less than 350,000 years. Ferocious beast. This is the fierce beast. Yang Wudi has already clenched the soul-breaking spear in his hand. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. After all, this is the first time in his life that he has come into contact with a top soul beast of this price. But then again, didn't they come to the Stardao Great Forest to hunt for the soul rings of fierce beasts? Thinking of this, Yang Wudi suddenly burst out with an extremely strong fighting will. Take the elixir and retreat. Yao Lao's order caught the grandfather and grandson who were preparing for the battle by surprise. Master, are all the fierce beasts here? This is the result that Yang Fan least wants to see. If all the fierce beasts appear, then the situation of them attacking in groups will make this soul ring hunting come to nothing. It is precisely because none of them came that we should leave as soon as possible. After this, Yang Wudi and his grandson understood Yao Lao's true intention. They were too anxious. The urgency of getting the beast's soul ring blinded them, causing their thoughts to become less clear. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other, then took the 7th grade elixir and ran away. That was a 7th grade elixir. Seeing this, the 3 red devil mastiffs looked up to the sky and barked, and then began to chase behind them. The 3 red devil mastiffs were fine when they didn't move, but they were as powerful as thunder when they moved. Behind them, a series of after images more than 20 meters long appeared. Ferocious beast. It's really a fierce beast. Yang Wudi was still a little skeptical just now. Could a dog with a body length of more than 5 meters really be a fierce beast? Now he believes it. Ordinary soul beasts will never show such a terrifying speed. He had originally run 1,000 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was only 100 meters away from the 3 red devil mastiffs. Grandpa, you run first with the elixir. I'll stay and distract it for a while. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Fan's fighting spirit turned into wings and came to the mid-air, then swooped down and attacked the 3-headed red demon mastiff with a flame-devouring wave ruler. The fiery red flames fell from the sky and landed directly on the path that the 3-headed red demon mastiff had to pass. Although the 3-headed red demon mastiff was powerful, it did not dare to use its strong body to block the ground-level fighting skills. A ball of fire suddenly appeared on the 3-headed red demon mastiff, and then its body quickly moved sideways to avoid Yang Fan's flame wave attack. Although the 3-headed red demon mastiff was a dog with pure blood of a true dragon, it was also a soul beast with fire attributes. It was this short-term blockade. Yang Wudi and the 3-headed red demon mastiff once again opened up a distance of more than 1,000 meters, and Yang Fan also soared up after a blow and reached 1,000 meters in the sky. After a brief hesitation, the 3-headed red demon mastiff chose to continue chasing Yang Wudi. The reason is very simple. Yang Wudi had the 7th grade elixir that made it salivate. If such a pill is taken, there is a chance that he can successfully survive the 400,000 year catastrophe. The 3-headed red demon mastiff has begun to get excited now, and now it only has the 7th grade pill in its eyes. The situation of you running and I chasing continues. Whenever Yang Wudi is about to be caught up by the 3-headed red demon mastiff, Yang Fan will dive down to block the speed of the 3-headed red demon mastiff's pursuit. Unknowingly, the 3-headed red demon mastiff has chased him for tens of thousands of meters. At this time, it seems to have realized that it has been fooled. It has been far away from the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest and is now completely isolated and helpless. Human. Do you think you can kill me like this? The three-headed red demon mastiff showed the pride of a fierce beast at this moment. Even in danger, this fierce beast that has been more than 300,000 years old still has its eyes on the 7th grade pill. The word greed is engraved on its dog head. Hehe, Yang Fan had already shown a crazy smile at this time, and even under his exaggeration, the faces of Yang Wudi and Yao Lao began to become ferocious. Since they dared to stop at this time, they had already made all preparations. Master, let's do it. The three of them worked together and launched a fierce attack on the dog heads of the three red demon mastiffs from all angles. In order to avoid more trouble, the three of them took out 100% of their strength. After all, this is the Soul Beast Forest, and they are facing the 8th ranked beast. If the three red demon mastiffs hold on until other beasts arrive, the situation will be reversed in an instant. Soul power, fighting spirit, and strange fire all erupted in the Soul Beast Forest at this moment. In just a few breaths, the three red demon mastiffs that were so arrogant just now only had their last breath. Xiao Fan, you come. Yang Wudi gave the opportunity to get the soul ring of the beast to his grandson. However, Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. Grandpa, this soul ring was originally prepared for you, so you don't have to be polite. I have better choices in the future. This is the truth. If it were in the past, he would definitely choose to hunt this dying soul beast without hesitation, and then absorb the soul ring to obtain the soul bone. But with Yao Lao's current strength, he can name anyone on the list of fierce beasts individually. In this case, he naturally has many more choices. This three-headed red demon mastiff is a fire attribute soul beast that is very suitable for you. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Wudi was right. The fire attribute of this three-headed red demon mastiff that is more than 300,000 years old is very suitable for Yang Fan. But Yang Fan still refused. If the age span of a soul beast exceeds 100,000 years, the attribute is actually not that important. In other words, as long as he gets a soul beast that is more than 450,000 years old in the future, the benefits will be higher than the current three-headed red demon mastiff. After a tug of war, this super fierce beast that has survived for 350,000 years finally fell on Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi raised his hand and shot. The sharp soul-breaking spear pierced directly into the throat of the three-headed red demon mastiff, and then penetrated from the back of the neck. The three-headed red demon mastiff let out a tragic dog bark and died. Not long after, a red soul ring slowly floated out from the body of the three-headed red demon mastiff. Although the soul ring was red, it was not as red as the Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python. Instead, it had a special strange pattern on the soul ring, showing the difference of the 300,000-year soul ring. Yang Wudi looked at the red soul ring in front of him, and his lips trembled with excitement. A soul ring of 100,000 years is already a rare existence in the Douluo Continent. There are probably less than a handful of soul masters who have a soul ring of 100,000 years, not to mention that what is in front of him is a soul ring of a beast that is more than 300,000 years old. Yang Wudi did not hesitate. He sat cross-legged on the ground, formed a seal with both hands, and began to pull the soul ring towards him. Yang Fan, who was standing next to him, watched his grandfather finally become a titled Douluo. His heart was so excited that his heartbeat began to speed up. This was his first experience of absorbing a beast spirit ring, although the spirit ring was not on him. Time passed bit by bit. The absorption of the beast spirit ring was smoother than he had imagined. In just 2 days, the red spirit ring with strange patterns had been firmly attached to Yang Wudi. Haha, Yang Wudi, have finally become a titled Douluo. Xiao Fan, you are absolutely right. The spirit ring of the three-headed red demon mastiff is about 350,000 years old. In a sense, Yang Wudi is the first titled Douluo in the history of the Poe clan. Yang Wudi smiled, and his old eyes suddenly became moist. Titled Douluo. This is the height that every spirit master wants to reach when awakening his martial spirit. It is the ultimate dream of all spirit masters in Douluo Continent. Grandpa, what level are you now? Yang Wudi felt his own situation and was so surprised that he himself did not expect it at all. 96th level? What kind of pillow can make such a dream come true? You know, After being promoted to title Douluo, even one level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Many title Douluo level masters cannot even make an inch of progress in 10 years. But he was promoted from a soul Douluo to a super Douluo in just a few days. 96th level is not bad, Grandpa. 5 soul bones plus a soul ring of a 350,000-year-old super beast sent his grandfather to the super Douluo level, which was completely within his expectations. This is under the premise that the soul bones left by Tang Hao are not too old. If the 5 soul bones are more than 50,000 years old, then this level will definitely be able to be raised to a higher level. At this time, Yang Wudi smiled and took out the soul bone taken from the 3-headed red demon mastiff. It goes without saying, he now has 6 soul bones in his body and is already in the sage mode of no desires, and this super soul bone left by the 3-headed red demon mastiff will naturally be left to his good grandson. This is a left leg soul bone, just right for you. Yang Fan had previously told his grandfather to only absorb 4 soul bones and then absorb the last position with the 9th soul ring. Yang Wudi did not do so. The old man had his own ideas from the beginning. Grandpa wants the soul ring, and you want the soul bone. Let's make progress together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Yang Wudi knows the truth. Yang Fan was not in a hurry to absorb this 350,000-year-old beast soul bone. Soul bones are different from soul rings. Even if the soul master did not kill it personally, it can still be absorbed. At the same time, it will not dissipate in nature for only a few hours like soul rings. This is also a reflection of the value of soul bones. Xiao Fan, are you sure you don't want to get your 9th soul ring this time? This is a good opportunity. Yang Wudi has asked Yang Fan this question more than once. He is now a super Douluo at level 96, plus Yao Lao, a demigod level strongman. What kind of soul beast can't they take down? It's been nearly a month since we came out, and we should go back to see the family. Yang Fan is still worried about the traitor who suddenly appeared in the family. Of course, the beasts in the core circle of the Xingdao Great Forest are not fools. They won't be sent out one after another like Calabash brothers, right? Grandpa, don't worry. I actually already have a goal for my 9th soul ring. These words are not to comfort Grandpa Yang Wudi. It's a fact. His first choice is Dishan. The oldest soul beast in Douluo Continent is definitely the deep sea demon whale king, which is close to 1 million years old. But the deep sea demon whale king is not the strongest. It is reported that the deep sea demon whale king is actually only more than 300,000 years old, and his cultivation of 1 million years depends on devouring other species. It is seriously exaggerated. In terms of strength alone, Emperor Xian is definitely above the deep sea demon whale king. Emperor Xian's cultivation has exceeded 800,000 years, and he is also the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, and one of the 9 dragon kings. It was mentioned in the original book that if Emperor Xian had not been suppressed by heaven and earth, his accumulation would be enough to become a god 10 times. This will become his 9th soul ring. Yang Fan just felt inexplicably excited when he thought about wearing an 800,000-year-old dragon soul ring. In that case, let's go back first. During this period, he asked his grandfather Yang Wudi indirectly. From the old man's attitude, it is not difficult to see that he feels guilty about his younger brother Yang Wuxiang. When Yang Wuxiang disappeared, he chose to lead the pursuit of the elephant armor sect alone. So Yang Wudi always felt that he owed his younger brother all these years. Xiao Fan, what are you thinking about? Why did your face suddenly become so ugly? Yang Fan hesitated to speak. In the end, he chose not to tell the story of Yang Wuxiang. Yao Lao and Ugubo were right. The Poue clan has just started to get on the right track. If Yang Wuxiang is judged as a traitor without absolute evidence, it will only intensify the internal conflicts of the family. Grandpa, our Poue clan can now be regarded as a double Douluo. Although he has not yet obtained the 9th spirit ring, his strength is not something that ordinary title Douluo can easily touch. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a titled Douluo. Of course. Our Poe clan is now considered to be a leader in the Douluo Continent. Yang Wudi really didn't dare to say this before. But it's different now. The strength of a super Douluo makes him speak loudly now, and he has successfully become one of the first-class strongmen. But Yang Wudi did not lose himself because of the surge in strength. He knows very well, if the Poe clan really wants to make a complete comeback, the biggest mountain in front of them is the Wuhan Hall. Poe clan, is this batch of blood coagulation powder ready? Send it away quickly. Everyone, take a few days off. Remember not to fall behind in cultivation. Although the source of income for the Poe clan is medicine refining, they are essentially a family of soul masters. The time spent on daily cultivation is actually much longer than the time spent on medicine refining. You can go back after you have packed up. The clan leader is not here. The person who is in charge of the overall command position in the entire family is the family's third uncle Yang Yang. Yang Yang is the strongest of the middle-aged generation of the family, and also the one with the most overall view in the family. He is deeply appreciated by Yang Wudi and the other two elders. It can be said that, if it weren't for the appearance of the heaven-defying Yang Fan, Yang Yang would be the undisputed next clan leader. Second uncle, you come to our medicine refining room again. Yang Xiaogang is now not only a lost veteran of the Poe clan, but also a spiritual symbol in the hearts of the clan members. The hero who saved the family is now standing in front of them intact. Everyone in the family showed their admiration for Yang Xiaogang from the bottom of their hearts. Just take a look. Second uncle, I see you busy in the family every day, and you seem to have the style of the next clan leader. Yang Xiaogang narrowed his eyes and patted Yang Yang's shoulder. Not really a clan leader. The next clan leader of our family is Yang Fan. I would be satisfied if I could have an elder by his side. Yang Yang scratched his head. What? Is your goal in this life to become an elder? Is there anyone in the Poe clan who has contributed more than you now? With your ability and contribution, you should naturally become the next clan leader. The smile on Yang Yang's face gradually disappeared, and a trace of solemnity appeared. A moment later, second uncle, I don't want to hear what you said. I respect you, but don't say these words again in the future. Yang Yang understood what Yang Xiaogang meant, but he had no intention of competing with Yang Fan for the position of clan leader. He clearly remembered that when Yang Fan returned to the family after his first experience with nearly 1 million gold soul coins, he turned the tide when they were in trouble. This is not something he can do. Later, the Poe clan moved to Xiandao City, and the family reputation and even the formula of the blood coagulation powder were all created by Yang Fan. Yang Fan was a timely help to the entire Poe clan, and he could only be regarded as icing on the cake at best. Second uncle, don't mention it anymore. Yang Xiaogang looked at Yang Yang's back as he left, and shouted with a smile behind him. After that, his eyes narrowed even more narrowly. In the dark, a pair of oily green eyes were staring at everything that had just happened. Damn it, it's really an undercover. Du Gubo finally got the answer after monitoring Yang Xiaogang for several days. Sneaky. He wandered around the Poe clan like a street urchin all day long. What else could he be, if not a traitor? Du Gubo slowly raised his palm upwards, and the green phosphorus snake king poison continued to condense in his palm. He wanted to slap Yang Xiaogang to death with one palm, but after thinking about it, he temporarily let go of the murderous intent in his heart. Yang Xiaogang really deserved to die, but they shouldn't die in his hands, and they shouldn't die in such a confused way. That afternoon, Yang Wudi returned as a king. When he went out, he was still a soul Douluo standing like a minion, but when he came back, he had become a super Douluo of level 96. Great. Our Poe clan finally has a titled Douluo now. Old goat, I didn't expect that among our brothers. You old guy would be the first to become a titled Douluo. At this time, the meeting hall of the Poe clan was full of people. In addition to Yang Wudi and the two elders, there were also Yang Xiaogang, Beihe, Niu Gao and others. These people are now the backbone of the Poe clan. Clan leader. Let's do it. It's time to let the Haotian sect have a taste of bitterness. All the people present were itching to bite the Haotian sect. Now that Yang Wudi has become a titled Douluo, the Poe clan is also growing stronger, and it's time to settle accounts with the Haotian sect. Old goat. We old buddies all listen to you. As long as you give the order, Yu Gao, am willing to be the first to charge into the Haoshan sect. Although the others did not say much, the light in their eyes had already expressed their inner thoughts. However, Yang Wudi shook his head. Old goat. What do you mean? Could it be that after you became a titled Douluo, you are afraid of the Haoshan sect? Among the old buddies, Yang Wudi wanted to be the bravest one. The reason why the Minimum clan and the Yu clan chose to join the charge was that they would be able to settle accounts with the Haoshan sect one day. I'm not afraid. Although the Haoshan sect is now led by Tang San, this kid was already a titled Douluo when we left the Haoshan sect. Now more than 10 years have passed. We have made progress, but haven't they made progress? If we act rashly, before we understand the current comprehensive strength of the Haoshan sect, our people will be killed. Yang Wuda's words instantly extinguished the high emotions of the crowd. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, the Haoshan sect was the largest sect on the Douluo Continent in the past. Even if there were only direct disciples of the Haoshan sect, no ordinary sect could compete with it. The most important thing is that this is a personal grudge between the Pou clan, the Minimum Yi clan, and the Yu clan and the Haoshan sect. It is impossible for anyone to help them in this battle. Okay, we will settle this account with the Haoshan sect sooner or later. Yang Wudi wanted it more than anyone else. At the beginning, the Pou clan was the most tragic one among the 4 attribute sects, and it was almost to the point of being wiped out. But now is not the opportunity. Damn it. I will go back and practice well now and strive to become a titled Douluo and fight the Haoshan sect as soon as possible. I don't know if it was because of hatred or because of Yang Wuda's sudden rise to heaven. Anyway, Yu Gao and Beihe were stimulated. On the other side, after Yang Fan came back, he received the situation of Douluo surveillance for nearly a month. I suspect that this old guy wants to make trouble with the blood coagulation powder of the Pou clan. This is the result of Douluo surveillance in the past month. This possibility is very high. Yang Xiaogang is an expert in poison. It would be easy for him to do something with the blood coagulation powder of the Pou clan. If he succeeds and causes the blood coagulation powder to kill a group of people, the trouble of the Pou clan is unimaginable. That makes sense. A traitor who returns to the family is definitely capable of doing anything. Boy, what are you going to do now? Douluo has been a little annoyed by the surveillance for a while. This is just Yang Wudi's younger brother. If it was someone else, he would have been destroyed in his palm by now. I'm going to find Grandpa. Yang Fan thought it was time to let Grandpa Yang Wudi know the truth. In the evening, Yang Wudi's room has never been more crowded. Perhaps he himself has never thought that one day 3 big men would come into his room. Xiaogang is an undercover? How is this possible? Yang Wudi could never accept this fact. His second brother is brave and courageous. In his heart, Yang Xiaogang is always the lone hero who led the Xiangjia sect away from the pursuit. This is true. I have been monitoring him for a month, and I saw that he had contact with people from the spirit hall. Yang Wudi knew very well what kind of person Douluo was. In the eyes of outsiders, he was very difficult to get along with, but those who really knew him knew that Douluo kept his promises and was definitely not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. The room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yang Wudi said nothing. Yao Lao could understand the feeling of being judged by the person you trusted. Angry? No. At this time, Yang Wudi might have lost his ability to think in a daze. It was a feeling that the whole world was unreal. After a long time, Yang Wudi let out a long breath. Yang Wudi, want to see what he wants to do. In the end, Yang Wudi was still able to make up his mind. Everyone can understand. After all, Yang Xiaogang is Yang Wudi's younger brother, a great contributor who once saved the entire sect. Before there is enough evidence, Yang Wudi will definitely not do anything to his younger brother. Don't worry. From now on I won't let him escape from my sight again. He would never do anything to Yang Xiaogang before there was decisive evidence, but he would not do nothing either. If Yang Xiaogang had no problem, he, the clan leader, would clear his brother's name himself. But if there was a problem, he would clean up the mess himself. Okay. Then there would be no need for me to monitor him personally, and I will go back to accompany my precious granddaughter. Boy, remember to treat me to a drink some other day. It seemed unreasonable for him, a titled Douluo, to do such a waste of talent as monitoring others without giving him some spiritual comfort. That's easy to say. Du Gubo had just left, and Yang Fan and Yao Lao followed closely. Yang Wudi was left alone in the room again. In Yang Wudi's heart, he was actually more inclined to believe that his brother was a traitor. Not only because of Du Gubo's character of never speaking nonsense, but more importantly, because of Yang Fan. He had no reason to doubt his grandson, but he couldn't accept the fact that Yang Wuxiang had become an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall. After all, he was his brother. He was the brother who had sacrificed his life and blood for the Puyi clan. That night, Yang Wudi couldn't sleep all night. He kept recalling the past few years after Yang Wuxiang came back, trying to find some clues from these experiences. Chapter 171 The Miserable Situation of Tang San and his disciples. Late at night, while everyone was asleep, Yang Fan quietly took out the three-headed red demon mastiff soul bone from the storage soul guide. This is the highest level soul bone Yang Fan has ever obtained. Although it comes from 3 red demon mastiffs, it does not have the shape of a dog bone. It looks almost the same as other soul bones. Fortunately, it is the left leg soul bone. If it is a dog head soul bone, people will laugh to death. As he said, Yang Fan injected the soul power in his palm into the soul bone. His purpose in doing this is to feel the power of this left leg soul bone. Absorb it. Yao Lao knew that his beloved disciple had this intention long ago. For practitioners, a grain of rice that can improve their strength will be swallowed up impatiently, not to mention that this is a beast soul bone. It is extremely difficult for anyone to fall asleep holding it like this. Yao Lao waved his hand and the powerful soul power instantly closed the entire room, forming an enclosed space that could not be detected by the outside world. Master, I'll start. Yang Fan took a deep breath and attacked the soul bone without even adjusting his state. This is the advantage of soul bones. It is not limited by factors such as level and strength. As long as you have it, even a 6-year-old child who has just awakened his martial spirit can directly absorb the soul bone. Yang Fan urged the soul power of his whole body and put the soul bone into his left front leg. In an instant, the whole soul bone seemed to awaken, forming an invisible connection with the soul power in his body. He felt a strong energy pouring in. This kind of power was something Yang Fan had never experienced before, and it was even more than 3 times the amount of energy he had absorbed when he absorbed the soul bone of the Azure Bull Python. The absorption process of the 3-headed red demon mastiff soul bone was very smooth. It only took half a night for him to completely absorb the left leg bone of the 3-headed red demon mastiff. After so many years of training on the Douluo Continent, he already had a very comprehensive understanding of soul bones. The absorption of soul bones is basically risk-free and much faster than the absorption of soul rings. The only thing that might go wrong is the head soul bone, because it involves the central nervous system of the soul master's brain. Don't be silly. What changes has this soul bone brought to you? Yang Fan smiled. He slowly raised his right hand, and a ball of red flame appeared in his palm. Beast fire. This is the top beast fire belonging to the 3-headed red demon mastiff. Before, he was wondering why a fierce beast with fire attribute had no beast fire, and for this reason he even dissected the 3-headed red demon mastiff. Now I understand. The 3-headed red demon mastiff is not without beast fire, but the beast fire is hidden in the soul bone. This soul bone provides him with 2 soul bone skills, Purgatory Fire Sea and Explosive Fire Dragon Song. One is a strong attack skill, and the other is a sound wave control skill. The activation of these 2 skills is closely related to the ball of red demon beast fire in his palm. Not only that, the energy amplification provided by the soul bone spread to the Dao Qi group, and his Dao Qi cultivation also improved significantly. 5-star Dao Wang. This is the improvement brought by his absorption of the beast soul bone. Of course, as for the level of soul power, we need to wait until he obtains the 9th soul ring to know. But since his grandfather Yang Wudi has reached the 96th level of Super Douluo in 1 step, he should not be too bad. Not bad. Absorbing soul bones also let you pick up a ball of beast fire. After the excitement, Yang Fan's attention began to gradually focus on his 9th soul ring. This matter must not be delayed again and again, master. Do you have any good way to break up the beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest, or let each of them act alone? Although the method of attracting beasts with 7th grade elixirs worked, it is not possible to use it a second time now. Even if it works this time, I'm afraid that more than one beast will come out. No. The best way is to fight in. Yang Fan smiled. But his smile did not look so natural. Fight in? With Yao Lao's strength, it should not be difficult to suppress Tishan. But then what? The Xingdao Great Forest occupies most of the territory of the 10 great beasts. Even if Yao Lao suppresses Emperor Shan, the remaining beasts cannot be easily dealt with. These beasts even have the ability to launch a beast tide. Once it really comes to that point, stupid. I said we should break in, but I didn't say we would break in. Don't you have another traitor in your POE clan now? Sell the news to him, and let the spirit hall break in for us. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. This method is very insidious. What do you mean by insidious? This is called a strategy, don't you understand? Yang Fan nodded seriously. Yes. Let the spirit hall try. The artillery fire of the core circle for them is a good idea. But will the spirit hall really be fooled? Bibi Dong is not a fool. Besides, the spirit hall is not Bibi Dong's one-man show. Even if this crazy woman wants to enter the core circle of the Xingdao Great Forest to obtain spirit rings for her second spirit, there are still so many elders in the spirit hall. How do you know if you don't try? You've always wanted to find evidence of Yang Wuxiang's undercover work, and this is a great opportunity. That makes sense. But he couldn't sell this news, so he had to let his grandfather, his brother, do it himself. The next morning, he found his grandfather Yang Wudi and explained the brilliant plan proposed by Yao Lao. The grandfather and grandson hit it off. Yang Fan wanted to force Yang Wuxiang to show his hand, and Yang Wudi was even more so. Don't worry. Grandpa knows what he should do. It's about the life and death of the POE clan, and he won't be partial to Yang Wuxiang just because he is his brother. On the other side, the small village in front of the Haotian sect, Xiaogang. Is this the place? Yes. Are you sure? I found out through various channels that this is the place where the Haotian sect retired. But there is no one here. How can it look like a sect? Let's look for it. It has been a year since Tang San left the Soul Master Academy Elite competition. This year, Yu Xiaogang has been absent-minded. During this period, Flanders had also found several talented students for him to teach. But those so-called excellent students were far inferior to Tang San in terms of innate spirit power, quality, and quantity of martial spirits. Yu Xiaogang realized at this time that he might not be able to prove his theory of the 10 competitiveness of the martial spirit core in his lifetime. But he was unwilling to give up. After countless inner struggles, he finally made up his mind to let Flanders accompany him to the Clear Sky sect. Who are they? At this time, several burly men suddenly jumped out of the village, staring at Yu Xiaogang and Flanders vigilantly. Flanders stepped forward and leaned over to Yu Xiaogang's ear and said, "They are spirit masters. It can be confirmed that they have found the right direction this time. These people should be the sentries planted by the Clear Sky sect here, and the base camp of the Clear Sky sect should be behind the steep mountain wall. Brothers, I know you are all spirit masters of the Clear Sky sect." Yu Xiaogang seemed to have seen his relatives. After a month, he finally saw a living Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Master today. There is no Haotian sect you mentioned here. Please leave quickly. How could such a poor performance escape Yu Xiaogang's discerning eyes? Flanders beside him sneered in his heart. These people are completely different from real farmers in terms of temperament and expression. Anyone with a brain can see that these people are abnormal at a glance. He couldn't understand why the Haotian sect sent these people to pretend to be farmers in the village. Brothers, we are not from the spirit hall. My main purpose of coming here this time is to find Tang San. The 3-word spirit hall instantly angered the spirit masters of the Haotian sect. Several people looked at each other without saying anything. The instant exchange of eyes allowed several people to release their spirits in an instant and capture Yu Xiaogang on the spot. His head was pressed against the dirt road at the entrance of the village and rubbed hard for a full half-meter. Flanders saw this and did not save Yu Xiaogang immediately, but chose to spread his wings and fly back. Everyone, we have no ill intentions. The one you are holding down is the son of Yu Xiaogang, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Flanders knew that it was more useful to mention the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan than Tang San. The Haitian sect had already closed its sect and became a shrinking king. How dare they attack the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan at this time? Sure enough, after Flanders finished speaking, the Haitian sect's spirit master's abuse of Yu Xiaogang became much lighter. With a big hand, they grabbed Yu Xiaogang and pulled him up like a chicken. Release your martial spirit. Prove that you are a spirit master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Although the people who captured Yu Xiaogang were all young people from the Haitian sect, they also knew that the sect had a good relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan before it was closed. If the bearded and vicissitudes man in front of them was really a spirit master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, they really couldn't kill him. What? Is there no way to prove it? Seeing this, the spirit masters of the Haitian sect immediately became alert again, and at the same time, surrounded Flanders who was standing behind. Don't be afraid, Xiaogang. I know what you are worried about, but doesn't this prove that you are Yu Xiaogang's son? Yu Xiaogang is also a well-known figure in Douluo Continent. This also caused quite a stir in the spirit master circle when Yu Xiaogang awakened his mutant martial spirit. The son of the patriarch of the upper three sects actually awakened a pig. How fresh. At that time, many people even speculated whether Yu Xiaogang was cheated by his wife. Because of this, Yu Xiaogang's mutant martial spirit is not a secret in Douluo Continent, and it is even notorious. What? Don't you want to see Xiao-san? Yu Xiaogang's pupils began to tremble suddenly. With Flanders' encouragement, he still reluctantly released his Aluosan cannon. Dragon turns into a pig. Everyone was dumbfounded. However, before the young people of Haitian sect could get angry, Yu Xiaogang had already started to tell the story of the past that he didn't want to mention. It seems to be true. I also support my father's words that Yu Xiaogang's son's martial soul mutated, which prevented him from becoming a powerful spirit master. I heard Tang San say before that his teacher seemed to be surnamed Yu. Haitian sect has closed the sect, but it has not completely sealed up the old stories. After some discussion, they finally believed the identities of Yu Xiaogang and Flanders. You wait here. According to the old rules, the young people of Haitian sect returned to the sect without stopping to report the news about the two people. Hey, why do you think Tang San wants to find such a waste as a teacher? It doesn't make sense. It is an extremely serious matter for a spirit master to become a disciple, and the master's choice is the stronger the better. Because whether it is to obtain spirit rings in the future or to reach a certain level of bottleneck in cultivation, the help of the master is indispensable. Foolish. If Tang San hadn't taken Yu Xiaogang as his master, would he have only been level 35 when he came to our Haitian sect? Being level 35 at the age of 14 is definitely acceptable in Douluo Continent, but if you add the innate full soul power and twin martial spirits in front of it, it's completely different. What's more, when Tang San first came, he had no foundation in practicing Haitian sect. I also heard that Yu Xiaogang is a master of theory. Master of theory? It should be a derogatory term. Douluo Continent, the strong are respected. A guy who only knows how to theory can only become a laughing stock in this world, where the weak are the prey of the strong. Not long after, the young man who was responsible for reporting to the sect ran back, but there was a thin figure following behind him. It was Tang San. The purpose of Haitian sect is still as simple as ever. Absolutely no outsiders are allowed to enter the sect. Xiao-san. Yu Xiaogang rushed up in 2 steps after seeing Tang San. In just 1 year, Yu Xiaogang almost couldn't recognize Tang San. Thin. There were still some visible scars on his face. It can be seen that Tang San's life here is not as good as before. Teacher. Tang San tried to act calm when he saw Yu Xiaogang, but he still burst into tears when he was hugged by Yu Xiaogang. In a sense, Yu Xiaogang is not only his teacher, but also his father, his relative in this world. He is so miserable. In the past year in Haitian sect, he was beaten up constantly, and Haitian sect did not treat him as a human being at all. Come. Teacher has a lot to say to you. Tang San naturally understood. These conversations between the master and the apprentice must not be eavesdropped by the younger generation of Haoshan sect. Tang San, I'll give you half an hour, otherwise you won't come back. These people have beaten Tang San before, more than once. So they all wish that Tang San would get out of Haoshan sect now and never come back. Chapter 172 Tang San and his disciples go their separate ways. Xiao-san, come with me. This is the main purpose of Yu Xiaogang's coming here. His life cannot be without Tang San. Tang San is the only genius in the world who can prove his 10 core theories of martial spirit. Similarly, Yu Xiaogang also believes that Tang San cannot do without his guidance. No, teacher. I can't follow you now. I want to continue to stay in the Haoshan sect. Such an answer surprised the two brothers Yu Xiaogang and Flanders, especially when they saw Tang San's iron-like eyes. Xiao-san, what are you still doing here? Come back with us. I, Xiao Wuji, Liu Erlang and Xiaogang can teach you well. Flanders saw the scars on Tang San's face and body and knew that this kid had not had a good year. Look at the attitude of the young people of Haoshan sect towards Tang San just now. Haoshan sect didn't regard Tang San as their own at all. They can see that. How could such a smart guy like Tang San not know? Dean Flanders, I'm sorry that I can't go back with you now. Tang San still refused unwaveringly. Why? Yu Xiaogang didn't understand why Tang San made such a decision. When he saw the wound on Tang San's face just now, he felt both distressed and happy. He thought that after Tang San was oppressed here, he would follow him to leave the Haoshan sect and return to the Spirit Master world to live together. But he didn't expect Tang San to choose to continue to stay in the Haoshan sect. Xiao-san, you can rest assured. When you come back, we will arrange an absolutely safe training environment for you, and we will never let outsiders know about your existence. You may not know much about the outside world now. The two empires and the spirit hall are now on the verge of a war, and they have no time to take care of you and your father Tang Hao. Flanders said the truth. Tang Hao and his son were once a thorn in the side of the spirit hall, but now is different. In the face of such a powerful threat from the two empires, Tang Hao and his son are probably nothing, especially Tang San, who has not yet developed, is unlikely to be taken seriously by the Spirit Hall. I'm not worried about the Spirit Hall. Tang San smiled and shook his head, saying, I want to complete the training of the Clear Sky Hammer here. Tang San admitted that Flanders and Yu Xiaogang were both very good teachers to him. They even cared for him more than his father. But a good teacher to him is not necessarily a good teacher. These people only took care of him in every possible way in life, but they gave him very little help and training. Especially his master Yu Xiaogang. Since following his father and coming to the Clear Sky sect, he found that Yu Xiaogang's theories were all wrong, and even his teaching on the Clear Sky Hammer was zero experience. When the teacher was not in college, he asked him not to attach any spirit rings to the Clear Sky Hammer for the time being. He understood the intention and knew that it was for his own good, but now it seems that the teacher may not be able to teach him. Xiao Yu Xiaogang's turbid eyes suddenly began to tremble. At this moment, he already understood, and at the same time, knew that he had lost. Tang San no longer needed him in the Spirit Master training, and even chose to stay here, even if he was beaten up by the young people of the Clear Sky sect. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were empty. He knew that he might not be able to prove his 10 core theories of spirit in this life. At this time, Tang San knelt down on his knees in front of Yu Xiaogang and kowtowed 3 times. Teacher, Tang San has one last request from you. Can you help me find my father? Yu Xiaogang sighed and nodded in agreement. He heard that Tang Hao was alone in the Douluo Continent, but there was no trace of Tang Hao in the past year. It is certain that he did not fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, with the style of the Spirit Hall, it would have announced in a high-profile manner that it would have avenged the former Pope Khan Zhengji. Thank you, teacher. Tang San kowtowed 3 more times. Time is up. Tang San finally asked Yu Xiaogang to help find his father, and then returned to the big cage of the Haoshan sect with a look back every 3 steps. Xiaogang, let's go back. Flanders originally wanted to take Tang San back, to let his good brother regain confidence. But unexpectedly, Tang San not only did not follow them back, but also implied that Yu Xiaogang was no longer competent for the job of teaching. Instead of regaining his confidence, Yu Xiaogang suffered a second blow. This is really a case of pulling his pants and touching his hand. Xiaogang, how is your relationship with Erlang going now? If one plan fails, come up with another. Flanders believes that Liu Erlang is the only one who can cure Yu Xiaogang now. Love cheers people up. Flanders, I've already told you. Don't mention Erlang to me after this. Yu Xiaogang originally wanted to rekindle his old relationship with Liu Erlang, but the bad things that happened during this period made him unable to calm down and have a good chat with Liu Erlang. Okay, I won't mention it. The two brothers came in high spirits and left with a lonely look on their faces. The broken clan. After many ideological struggles, Yang Wudi finally told Yang Wuxiang about the core circle. In order to increase the shock of this matter, he even added some legendary colors when telling the story and showed his beast soul ring. I know him. If he has really surrendered to the spirit hall, he will definitely choose to pass on this news. Yang Wudi felt that he was now being held here. If Yang Wuxiang really passed on the news, then he would be facing an undercover brother. But if Yang Wuxiang was not an undercover, then with Du Gubo's arrogant temper, he would definitely choose to leave the Poe clan. Because of this matter, don't deliberately monitor him. We should still give him a preferential environment as usual. At this time, Yao Lao spoke. Not monitoring now is the best monitoring. With Yao Lao's powerful soul power, the entire Poe clan can be completely controlled. Don't worry. Now the clan members don't know the inside story. If he wants to leave, it can be said to be a piece of cake. Unconsciously, Yang Wudi has subconsciously leaned more towards the conclusion that Yang Wuxiang is a traitor. Not just because of Yang Fan. More importantly, he reviewed Yang Wuxiang's narration of his experiences over the years. It seems reasonable, but it seems to be full of loopholes when you think about it carefully. Grandpa, you seem to be very tired recently. He didn't have the same demeanor as before. He was not as energetic as before he became a titled Douluo. It's all because of those hot-blooded young people in the family. Yang Wudi did not hide his promotion to titled Douluo from his clansmen. He even announced it in a high-profile manner after he came back. Because the members of the Poe clan had been suppressed for too long, they needed to establish a spiritual pillar to release their hearts. At the same time, they also needed a real Poe soul spear soul master to tell the clansmen that their Poe clan had completely broken the family curse. Yang Wudi had a good idea. As a result, after the clansmen learned that he had become a titled Douluo, they all wanted to go to the Haoshan sect to fight. He could understand it. The Poe clan had basically not had a good life since they were kicked out by the Haoshan sect. Although the Poe clan has now completely established itself on the Douluo Continent, for the Poe clan members, only blood debts can be completely turned around. Grandpa, we can't fight yet. Although the Haoshan sect has been closed for many years, they have not given up cultivation because of this. They even gave up everything to concentrate on cultivation. With the current strength of the Poe clan, if they want to attack the Haoshan sect, there will be a lot of casualties. Others may not know, but he is very clear about the true strength of the Haoshan sect. It is not just Tang San, a titled Douluo, but also 5 titled Douluo level elders. Although they have Yao Lao, he can see that Grandpa does not want others to get involved in this matter. Because this is a private grudge between the Poe clan and the Haoshan sect. They want to use the strength of the Poe clan to liquidate the Haoshan sect and stop the Douluo Continent from talking. Don't worry, your grandfather is still the patriarch of the Poe clan. As long as I'm still in this position, I will not let those guys jump up. Yang Wudi couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was promoted to titled Douluo, but these young people have become arrogant. They must be beaten up. Otherwise, the Poe clan will not turn over next, but turn over. On the other side, Yang Wuxiang couldn't keep calm after seeing the red soul ring on Yang Wudi. He kept rubbing his hands back and forth, and the whole person kept wandering in the room. Fierce beast soul ring. This concept was the first time he heard of it. Even after serving in the Wuhun Hall for so many years, he still didn't have this concept. Are there really ferocious beasts that have existed in Douluo Continent for more than 100,000 years? In his cognition, there are only two choices for soul beasts after reaching 100,000 years. The first is to transform into a human. The second is to continue to live in the form of soul beasts for 100,000 years. Most soul beasts choose the latter. But no matter what, the red soul ring on Yang Wudi is real, and it can't be faked. He knows Yang Wudi. He is a person who will never talk nonsense. Thinking of this, Yang Wuxiang's heart became extremely greedy, but because of reality, he had to make himself sober. He hated that he had no strength. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to get a few soul bones in the core circle of the Stardao Great Forest with his own strength. Damn it. The bastards in the spirit hall are going to get the upper hand again. Yang Wuxiang thought about it, and finally decided to tell the spirit hall the news. It was useless for him to keep the news to himself. Reporting it to the spirit hall might even win the appreciation of Pope Bibidang. 3 days later, the spirit hall received the news that Yang Wuxiang had secretly passed on. This news did not cause much waves for the elders of the spirit hall. They were all titled Douluo and had no space to attach spirit rings. Even if they got a spirit bone, it was unlikely to fall on their heads. But this news could not be ignored for Bibidang, who had twin spirits. Half a year ago, he took Gui and Ju to the Stardao Great Forest to hunt Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python. But after searching in the Stardao Great Forest for a month, they didn't even find a hare. At that time, she knew that the two most powerful spirit beasts in the Stardao Great Forest had become someone else's spirit rings. She was very upset. For her, that was the fastest and most effective way to improve her strength. She originally thought that she would not have the chance to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring for a long time, but Yang Wuxiang's news gave her hope. Your Holiness, can you really believe what Yang Wuxiang said? Yang Wuxiang has made many contributions since he joined the spirit hall, especially in terms of the attainment of poison. He has helped the spirit hall a lot. Even so, but Yang Wuxiang has never won the respect of the spirit masters of the spirit hall. Just because he is a traitor. Traitors are always despised by people. Standing to die may not be respected by the enemy, but kneeling to live will be despised by people. He shouldn't lie. Bibidang also looked down on Yang Wuxiang. But no matter how much she looked down on him, Yang Wuxiang had no way out in his current situation. This fence sitter can only choose to help the spirit hall now. But does the core circle of the Stardao Great Forest really have beasts that are more than 100,000 years old? Gui Mei and Yu Guang both had such doubts in their hearts. You know, they searched the core area of the Stardao Great Forest for a month half a year ago. If there really is a fierce beast in the core circle, how come it didn't show up? It shouldn't be false. Don't forget, there is a deep sea demon whale king in the sea that has survived for more than 100,000 years. The spirit hall didn't know about the fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest, but there was a clear record of the deep sea demon whale king. That was the information brought back by the great priest Dao Liu from the Sea God Island. Only the core personnel above the elders in the spirit hall knew about this matter. It was precisely because of this that Bibidang judged the reliability of Yang Wuxiang's information. Your Highness. Then what should we do now? Bibidang pondered for a moment. Elder Ju, Elder Gui. You two are now the left and right arms of the spirit hall. I will send you to try Yang Wudi now. Although Bibidang didn't doubt the news from Yang Wuxiang too much, she still had to confirm it with action. If Yang Wuxiang's news was true, then Yang Wudi must have a red spirit ring with 3 special patterns on his body. Yes. Gui Mei and Yu Guan felt extremely bitter. Let them try. If this news is true, then Yang Wudi is now a titled Douluo with a beast spirit ring. When that old guy was a soul Douluo, he could fight on par with ordinary titled Douluos. Now titled Douluo, remember. According to the news from Yang Wuxiang, Yang Fan has now returned to the sect. You must be careful of the soul old man named Yao Lao. Bibidang didn't need to remind them at all. If Yang Wudi is really a super Douluo now, it would make them sweat, not to mention Yao Lao. Chapter 173. Sorry, I'm the strongest attack. Brother Yang Fan, where are we going now? Ever since he came back, the little girl Bei Chengxiang wanted to pester her. Not annoying. She just wanted to learn some experience from him and try to make a breakthrough in the practice of soul masters. Little girls always admire those who are stronger than them. He didn't have anything important to do that day, so he just took her with him. Go buy medicine. He estimated that he would not go out for training for a long time after returning to the sect. Just right. Take advantage of this time to improve his alchemy skills. Yao Lao said, an excellent alchemist is fed with elixirs. Buy medicine? Just go buy medicine. Bei Chengxiang's disappointment was shown in both tone and expression. What's wrong with buying medicine? Walking is actually a kind of practice. Bei Chengxiang looked puzzled, then stared at Yang Fan with the eyes of a liar and said, how can walking be considered practice? You have always wanted to speed up your practice, so I will teach you today. As soon as these words came out, Bei Chengxiang's ears were almost erected like rabbits. Follow me. Move the soul power down to your legs, and then release the soul power every time you take a step. In addition to meditation, the Soul Master's practice also has this kind of soul power consumption and regeneration. Of course, the latter is more effective under heavy pressure, and the best way to show it is fighting. Brother Yang Fan. So you practice when you walk, no wonder you can become so strong. Bei Chengxiang felt that she had learned a peerless secret book, but soon she realized the disadvantages of this practice. If I practice like this every day, what should I do if I encounter trouble? The attack method of the Soul Master is actually very simple. Soul skills are guns, and soul power is bullets. If you waste all the bullets in normal times, then when you encounter danger, you may not be able to release a soul skill. You are not going out to venture out, so why worry about danger in the family? Bei Chengxiang was right. In the world of the survival of the fittest in Douluo Continent, there are very few soul masters who will let their soul power drain for no reason, especially those idle soul masters who do not have a background of sect power. The reason why he dared to do so was because he had a medicine master who he could trust 100%. Practice. No cultivation method can complete the transformation overnight, and it was only after accumulating day by day that he slowly saw the effect. But it must be said, with this method taught by Yang Fan, Bei Chengxiang's steps became much lighter. As soon as he arrived at the medicine shop, Yang Fan ran into two acquaintances. The sisters Shubinga and Shujua from Xianshu College, but now they should be called people's teachers. Yang Fan. Old classmate, long time no see. Shujua was still as familiar as before, and she came up to Yang Fan with her arm around his shoulder, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Hey, have you found the bone spirit fruit you are looking for? Yang Fan nodded slightly. I guess so. Shujua could still remember that he was looking for the bone spirit fruit, which was really surprising to her. To be honest, she had to thank Dean Bing from Xianshu College. You are really unpredictable. She had tried her best to persuade Yang Fan. Dean Bing had said that if Yang Fan really went to the far north, he would be in danger. In the end, he came back safe and sound as she had guessed. Hey, is this your new girlfriend? Shujua only focused on Bei Chengxiang behind her at this time. She had a pretty face. The two purple ponytails made her look more lively. When Shujua looked at Yang Fan again, her eyes changed, as if to say, beast. So you like such tender girls? No, this is my sister. Yang Fan had always treated Bei Chengxiang as a sister of a different surname, and now that the Minimum clan and the Pio clan had merged into one, this was even more so. You have another sister. For Shujua, who always liked gossip, this was incredible news. After a few simple words in front of the drugstore, the few people went their separate ways. Hey, sister. Why haven't I heard that Yang Fan has a sister before? Do you think this is his biological sister or foster sister? Shubinga next to him said impatiently, whether it is foster or biological, it has nothing to do with you. Drugstore. The boss saw Yang Fan coming in and immediately went up to greet him with a smile. Young Master Yang, you are here. Excuse me, what medicinal materials do you need this time? The drugstore that Yang Fan came to is also well known in Xiandao City. It is said that this drugstore is the property of Prince Zuxing, and the owner of the drugstore is also a nobleman. Being able to come out in person to greet him at this time is considered to be full of face. The reason why the drugstore owner respects Yang Fan so much is not only because Yang Fan is the champion of the Soul Master Academy Elite competition, but also because the status of the Poe clan in Douluo Continent has soared. Of course, More importantly, it is because Yang Fan is an old customer of the drugstore and also the largest one. This alone is enough to make the drugstore owner serve him. Boss Wang, these are the herbs I need this time. Yang Fan handed the prescription he had written in advance to the owner of the drugstore. There were dozens of herbs densely packed on it. Ice and fire fruit, blood python branch, ash nether fruit. The owner of the drugstore just took a simple look and his scalp was numb. The herbs you want are extremely precious. Yang Fan smiled slightly. Is there any need to say that? The herbs he needed were all needed to refine the 6th grade pills. This was only what he thought the largest drugstore in Xiandao City could find. As for those that were not easily found, he would need to find another way himself. That's right. The owner of the drugstore suddenly realized that the Poi clan was a medicine refiner. If it was a common herbal medicine on the market, they would not come to them. Young Master Yang, we don't have most of the herbs on your list for the time being. But I can try to collect them for you. The owner of the drugstore knew that his ability could not meet Yang Fan's needs, but he didn't want to lose this god of wealth who came to his door. Okay, I'll give you a week, and I'll come to get the herbs after a week. We'll take whatever we have when the time comes. This result was completely within Yang Fan's expectations, and he paid 1 million gold soul coins after reaching an agreement with the owner of the medicine shop. 1 million. Bei Chengxiang watched 1 million gold soul coins being spent so easily, and her throat kept moving. She had never seen so much money in her life. Now it's only because of the Yi clan that her life has become better. In the past, the entire minimum Yi clan couldn't even take out 100 gold soul coins, let alone 1 million gold soul coins. This is just the deposit. Yang Fan estimated that the herbs on his list were worth at least 5 million. He remembered what Yao Lao often said. Rather than saying that alchemists are fed by herbs, it's better to say that they are made by money. This is also because Douluo Continent does not attach importance to alchemy. In Douluo Continent, even a first-grade alchemist has a family willing to support him like a guest of honor. Brother Yang Fan, what are we going to do now? Go home, practice. Bei Chengxiang originally planned to let Yang Fan take her to have a good time in Xiandao City. But when she heard the word practice from Yang Fan's mouth, she instantly felt ashamed. Yang Fan was already so strong, but he still wanted to practice all the time, and she was so weak and still wanted to play in Xiandao City. She deserved to die. On the other side, the news that the younger generation of the Poi clan and Zhu Beng and other playboys were fighting made Yang Wudi anxious. He said a few days ago that he would give these little bastards a good beating, but he didn't expect that they would become arrogant before he even started. Beat Zhu Beng. Can you beat him casually? If a little chicken gets hit by 2 punches from those guys in their family, he will probably be beaten to shit. The most important thing is Zhu Beng's identity. Prince. Although it seems that the throne of the Xiandao Empire will fall on Zhu King, it does not mean that anyone can slap Zhu Beng twice. Even if Zhu Beng was useless, he was still the son of Emperor Zhu Yi and the face of the Xiandao imperial family. Washang. Where are these guys? As soon as the words fell, Yang Fan suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him had changed. He turned around abruptly and stared at Yang Washang with a pair of surprised and angry eyes. It's really you. At this time, Yang Wudi had realized that he had been fooled. This matter was from Yang Washang's mouth from beginning to end, and he now attached too much importance to the development of the Yi clan. He was afraid that these young people in the family would make irreparable mistakes because of their expansion. Brother, I'm sorry. Yang Washang showed his cards. He also knew that there was no need for him to pretend anymore. Gui Mei and Yu Guan, these 2 bastards, had already prepared for him to be exposed when they asked him to lure Yang Wudi out of the family. Arsehole, have you forgotten how many of our clansmen the Spirit Hall killed? You are now lackey of the Spirit Hall. Although Yang Wudi had prepared himself mentally for Yang Washang to be a traitor, when Yang Washang's mouth was exposed, his heart was still corroded by the 10,000-year cold poison. After saying that, Yang Wudi's aura suddenly burst out, and his palm like an eagle's claw grabbed towards Yang Washang. Although Yang Washang was well prepared, Soul Douluo was nothing in front of Super Douluo. With just one palm, Yang Washang was slapped 100 meters away. This was on the premise that Yang Wudi did not kill him, otherwise this palm would kill Yang Wuxiang. Wow. Yang Wuxiang's body fell heavily to the ground, and then a mouthful of old blood spit out from his mouth. Arsehole. How long are you going to hide? Yang Wuxiang was so angry that he cursed. The spirit hall asked him to return to the Poyi clan as an undercover. He did it. He asked him to trick Yang Wudi to leave the Poyi clan. He did it too. Now he has been beaten half to death by Yang Wudi, and these bastards are still watching the show in the dark. At this time, a ghost suddenly walked close to the ground, and golden chrysanthemums began to fall from the sky at the same time. Yang Wudi didn't need to guess who was coming. Just as Gui Mei and Yu Guan launched their attacks, Yang Wudi's 9 rings appeared on his body. The 2-meter-long spear suddenly stabbed the ghost on the ground with a sharp shot. Not good. A loud roar suddenly came from the ghost. When Gui Mei and Yu Guan saw the red soul ring with 3 lines on Yang Wudi's body, they knew that Yang Wuxiang's news was true. Yang Wudi has really become a super Douluo. Gui Mei faced the lightning shot stabbed by Yang Wudi and instinctively dodged. But his speed was too fast. At the speed of lightning, his change of direction was still half a beat slower. Gui Mei was unable to dodge, and was slashed by the soul-breaking spear through his abdomen. At this time, the ghost who only saw the ghost, but not the real body appeared. Looking at the 10-centimeter long scar on his abdomen, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He was just a little bit away from being pierced by the soul-breaking spear, and not seeing the sun tomorrow. Yang Wudi, I didn't expect that you, an old thing, would really become a titled Douluo. The curse of the soul-breaking spear soul master is no secret on Douluo Continent. Because of this. So in the past, basically no one took the soul-breaking clan seriously. But now it is completely different. The breaking of the soul-breaking clan's curse also means that the ecological balance of Douluo Continent may be broken. Just like the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7-story pagoda is already enough to defy the heavens. If it reaches the 9th floor, Yuguan and Gimui sandwich Yang Wudi in the middle. Old ghost. Be careful. This old thing is no longer the same as before. Yuguan couldn't help but feel a sense of fear when he saw the soul-breaking spear in Yang Wudi's hand. The martial spirit recognized by Douluo Continent as having the strongest attack power is Chen Xin's 7-killing sword, but that is because Yang Wudi has not become a titled Douluo. Now that a titled Douluo who is purely an attacker is in front of him, the strongest attacking martial spirit in Douluo Continent might really change hands. Chrysanthemum. Let's go together. Yang Wudi's lightning shot just now has already made Gimui appreciate the terrifying attack of the soul-breaking spear. Although he doesn't want to admit it. But with their to level 95 strengths, no matter who faces Yang Wudi alone, they will not be a match. At this time, Yuguan and Gimui looked at each other and read the next decision from each other's eyes. Thoughts are united. At this moment, the two of them showed the speed of a level 95 titled Douluo and rushed in both directions. At the same time, the 9 soul rings on their bodies flashed at the same time. Martial soul fusion technique. Yuguan and Gimui's martial soul fusion technique is not a secret in Douluo Continent. It can be said that the two of them have secured their positions as the two generals of the Spirit Hall because of this powerful martial soul fusion technique. Yang Wudi is very clear. Once the two of them use the martial soul fusion technique, even if he is now at level 96, he may not be able to take any advantage. Break. Yang Wudi used his 5th soul skill, and a circle of black flames suddenly rose around his body. Chapter 174 Yang Wudi's strong fight against 2. Yang Wudi stabbed Yuguan with a lightning spear. The attack characteristics of the soul-breaking spear soul master are very obvious, simple, powerful, and ready to die. Yuguan saw that Yang Wudi's middle gate was wide open, and he could hit Yang Wudi's chest with a soul skill. But he didn't choose to do that. Because the moment Yang Wudi gave up defense, it meant that his attack had arrived. Yuguan knew very well that, if he chose to attack Yang Wudi's chest at this time, the 2-meter-long spear would definitely pierce his throat at the same time. Level 95 versus level 96. He didn't know whether Yang Wudi would die or not, but he would definitely become a dead soul under the soul-breaking spear. Yuguan not only gave up the attack on Yang Wudi, but also gave up the martial soul fusion skill with Gimui, because of the lightning spear. Old thing. Are you really not afraid of death? Yu Guan was extremely depressed and gnashed his teeth in anger. Every shot of Yang Wudi was a gamble of life, but every time he was the one who had the upper hand. The cooperation between Yu Guan and Gimui was definitely more than just a martial soul fusion skill. The two old partners who have been together for decades have already formed an unspoken tacit understanding. While Yu Guan was talking to attract Yang Wudi's attention, a ghost had quietly appeared behind Yang Wudi. The ghost enlarged. An invisible big hand quietly appeared from the void and grabbed Yang Wudi's shoulder. Yang Wudi's eyebrows suddenly raised up. The soul-breaking spear in his hand quickly turned around, and the sharp spearhead stabbed towards the black shadow behind him. Kai, the experienced Yang Wudi didn't need to use his eyes to see, just using his right hand holding the spear to feel that the spear stabbed the ghost's shoulder. Ah, the ghost screamed in the black shadow. The severe pain forced the ghost to appear again from the darkness. Want to trick me? That depends on whether you have the ability. After Yang Wudi was promoted to title Douluo, he was no longer the same as before. Not only his strength has skyrocketed, but also his powerful soul. This is also thanks to Yao Lao. In the past, he had no idea about soul power at all, and thought that he could only resist soul shock when absorbing soul rings of more than 10,000 years. But since he witnessed Yao Lao using his soul to control his opponent, he realized the importance of soul power. That is, from then on, he no longer cultivated only soul power, but also the improvement of his soul. Gathering of cold dying. With a shrill and strange voice, Yu Guan quickly condensed a substantial sharp blade with the power of Kirung Tong Xianju. Under his mental control, he quickly flew towards Yang Wudi. On the way, a blade instantly turned into 9 and exploded, flying towards Yang Wudi from all directions. Old ghost. Let's go. Yu Guan knew very well that his 5th soul skill would never kill Yang Wudi, otherwise the two of them would not be so embarrassed now. Even if they fought with their lives without using the martial soul fusion skill, the two of them would definitely not lose to Yang Wudi. But this is the Wuhan Hall. In addition to Yang Wudi, there are Yao Lao, Du Gubo, and the old guy Chen Xin might also be here. It would not be good for them to drag this situation on. Their mission this time was to determine whether Yang Wudi had a beast spirit ring. Now that their goal had been achieved, they could return to the spirit hall to report. Want to run? Not that easy. Yang Wudi wielded the soul-breaking spear with great force, knocking down 9 sharp blades one after another. Then he stomped his right foot on the ground, and in the next second his body quickly rose into the air and swept towards Guiju and the other two. Under Yang Wudi's deliberate compression, the powerful spirit power shot out a crescent-shaped light slash from the tip of the spear. Ah, my leg. The ghost flew into the air and thought he had escaped, but he still underestimated Yang Wudi's strength and his determination to kill him. The ghost watched half of his leg being cut off by the soul-breaking spear. Old ghost, let's go. Decades of friendship made Yu Guan unable to give up on the ghost. The spirit's true body was activated. Then he released his strongest 9th spirit skill. Yu Guan exploded his spirit Kirung Tong Xianju into cartoon-like golden petals. With the powerful spirit power injected into the petals, they turned into golden tornadoes with great attack power, which continued to wreak havoc on the streets of Xiandao City. Under the cover of his strongest skill, Yu Guan dragged the remains of Gui Mei and fled desperately. At this moment, he only hated his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. Speedy Dragon Break. Yang Wudi's spirit power condensed into a black-blue dragon and rushed into the golden tornado. Tornado dispersed, Black Dragon destroyed. Although Yu Guan's 9th spirit skill was easily resolved by his left arm spirit bone skill, there was no trace of Yu Guan after the storm subsided. Yang Wudi wanted to rush up and kill the two, but an idea instantly dispelled his inner impulse. Poor enemy. No one knows whether the spirit hall will have a backup plan next, and the Poe clan needs him more at this time. Arsehole. You will die a miserable death. Yang Washan was extremely desperate at this moment. He knew very well that he had become a discarded child of the spirit hall at the moment Yu Guan and Gui Mei fled. Especially when he saw Yang Wudi's hawk-like eyes, his heart was trembling with fear. Old goat. What's going on? The first person to rush over was Beihe, the patriarch of the Minimum clan. As soon as the battle started, he showed a terrifying speed that made the title Douluo daunt. At present, it seems that he is still a step late. Fortunately, Yang Wudi did not seem to have any accidents. Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi was not a person who liked to talk to anyone except her grandson, but when she said the 3 words Spirit Hall, it was enough to explain everything. These bastards are really bold. They even came to Xiandao City. Yang Wudi laughed coldly. It was indeed a bit surprising that Gimli and Yuguan suddenly attacked him in the suburbs of Xiandao City, but this incident also made the Spirit Hall pay a heavy price. Gimli's leg. This also means that the value of Yuguan and Gimli in the Spirit Hall will be greatly reduced in the future. At this time, Yang Wuda's eyebrows suddenly jumped, and the soul-breaking spear stabbed out to the side like lightning, with the sharp spearhead resting on the neck of Yang Wuxiang, who wanted to escape. This scene happened to be seen by Yang Fan, who came, and other tribesmen who came later. Facing the confusion of the crowd, Yang Wudi also gave an answer. Yang Wuxiang is an undercover of the Spirit Hall. Such a result was a heavy psychological blow to those tribesmen who had previously regarded Yang Wuxiang as a family hero, and it also made their attitude towards Yang Wuxiang change 180 degrees. Old goat. What can Beihe do now? He can't do anything. At this time, he can only pat his old friend on the shoulder to comfort him. Faced with Yang Wuxiang's betrayal, the only one who can deal with this matter is Yang Wudi. Do you know? I also made great contributions to the Puyi clan in the past. If it weren't for me to divert the pursuit of the Xiangjia sect, all of you would be dead now. Knowing that he was powerless, Yang Wuxiang collapsed in his heart. He roared and roared. In the past, he sacrificed his life for the Puyi clan. Later, he served the Spirit Hall. In the end, the Spirit Hall abandoned him, and the Puyi clan wanted to kill him. But you ended up being an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall. If you had died at the hands of the Elephant Armor sect, you would have been a well-deserved hero of the Puyi clan. But you didn't. You were weak, and you joined our enemies. Yang Wuda's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands holding the Puyi spear were shaking noticeably. Brother, it's over. Yang Wudi stabbed the only time in his life that his hand shook. He was not a cold-blooded animal. Although Yang Wuxiang was now an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall, he was also his biological brother. Yang Wudi bent down and picked up his brother's body. Killing him was because he was the leader of the Puyi clan. Burying him was because he was Yang Wuxiang's biological brother. Patriarch, let's do it. Yang Wudi looked at Yang Yang and others and shook his head firmly. An undercover agent was not worthy of the tribe members being responsible for collecting the body. But when Yang Fan offered to help, Yang Wudi couldn't refuse. Let's all go back. No one is allowed to mention this matter again after we go back, otherwise I'll beat you up. Although Beihe is an outsider, his voice in the Puyi clan is no less than that of the 2 family elders Yang Wufa and Yang Wushan. Uncle Bei, don't worry, I will tell them about this matter. No one is a fool. How many people are willing to mention such a shameful thing for the Puyi clan? Wuhan City. Gimli and Yuguan finally escaped back to Wuhan City. Waste. Bibi Dong was very angry, not only because Yuguan and Gimli failed to handle this matter, but also because she lost the fighting power of Gimli, a super Douluo, and more importantly, she failed to force out Yang Wuda's 9th soul ring at such a heavy price. Yuguan dared not breathe more while holding Gimli, who had lost one leg. You go back. Bibi Dong didn't even need to ask more questions. Yang Wudi was able to defeat Gui and Chu on his own, and even seriously injured one of them. This is enough to show Yang Wudi's current strong strength. If it is not the Beast Spirit Ring, what else could it be? You don't have to participate in the next action. I will select other people from the Spirit Hall to replace you. Bibi Dong seemed to be concerned about her subordinates. But for Gui and Ju, who really understood the Pope, they knew what this meant. The 2 people who walked out of the Pope's hall smiled helplessly. They were abandoned. In the eyes of Pope Bibi Dong, there are only 2 kinds of people. One is useful and the other is useless. Gui Mei, who lost his right leg, obviously became the latter. Chrysanthemum, I have implicated you. What are you talking about, old man? We are tied together. Gui Mei and Yuguan both knew how they became the 2 generals of the Spirit Hall. Spirit fusion skills. If it weren't for the spirit fusion skills, any of them would not be considered strong in the Spirit Hall, let alone be entrusted with important tasks by Bibi Dong. Now Gimli is disabled. Yuguan's value and status in the Spirit Hall are equivalent to losing a leg. Old ghost. How do you feel now? Gimli shook his head with a bitter face and choked up after a long while. Level 82. He lost not only one leg, but also the cultivation he had worked hard for many years. Because of this. That's why Bibidang was so determined to abandon him. Level 82. Why are you only level 82 now? According to the precedent of the title Douluo's broken limbs, the loss of a leg is almost the same as the loss of level 10 spirit power. Don't forget, I have a spirit bone embedded in my right leg. Gimli's face became even more bitter. Level 13 spirit power, a right leg, a spirit bone, and a status in the spirit hall. This action made him lose a lot. Arsehole. Yuguan clenched his fists and made a creaking sound. It seemed that he was venting for Gimli's loss of limbs and spirit bones, and it seemed that he was venting for the abandonment of the two brothers by the spirit hall. On the other side, Yang Wudi quickly adjusted his mood and reappeared in front of the tribe members. He was still the leader of the Puyi tribe who was respected by the tribe members. Xiangxiang. What are you doing here? The Puyi tribe and the Minimum Yi tribe have always been on good terms. The tribe members of the two families occasionally intermarry, and it is also because of this reason that the relationship between the two families has become particularly harmonious. I'm practicing with the method taught by Brother Yang Fan. Is there anything, Grandpa Yang? Bei Chengxiang is not as cunning as young people. A little girl. All emotions are shown on her face. When she saw Yang Wudi, she remembered the time when she killed the traitor Yang Wuxiang. Grandpa will give you something. As soon as the voice fell, a dark black bone appeared in Yang Wudi's hand. Soul bone. Bei Chengxiang has seen few on the market, but this does not mean that she is stupid. Although this is the first time she has seen a real soul bone in her life, she has seen it more than once in books before, and even a picture of a head soul bone is posted on her bedside. The right soul bone. The soul bone of the right leg that Yang Wudi held in his hand was the one that he cut off from the ghost. It was about 50,000 years old. Give it to me. Bei Chengxiang couldn't believe it. She couldn't imagine that she could get soul bones in this life. Why don't you want it? Don't you always want to be an attacking soul master? This is what Grandpa got from a title Douluo of the agility attack system. This soul bone may be able to satisfy your wish. After thinking about it, Yang Wudi decided to give this soul bone to Bei Chengxiang. First of all, he and Bei He are good brothers. When he blew the horn of counterattack for the first time, Bei He was the first to stand up and support him, and he also brought the entire agility clan to support him unconditionally. Now that the Poi clan has a better life, he can't forget his poor brother at this time. But if you give this soul bone to me, Brother Yang Fan won't be angry, right? Yang Wudi suddenly laughed. I didn't expect this little girl to think so much when facing the temptation of soul bones. No. This is exactly what your brother Yang Fan meant. Upon hearing this, Bei Chengxiang couldn't wait to hold the soul bone in her arms. Chapter 175. The alchemy furnace opens in the spotlight. Night. Grandpa Yang Wudi and Yao Lao held a secret meeting in the room regarding the sneak attack by the spirit hall. It's not hard to see that the spirit hall's purpose this time is to test me. They know that I have been promoted to title Douluo, so they want to come and test my strength. This is just the appearance. The deeper reason is that the spirit hall does not trust Yang Wuxiang's news. It's really ridiculous to think about it. Not only did his brother Yang Wudi not become a great hero in the eyes of the family, but he even became a chess piece discarded by the spirit hall at will. More than that, Yang Wudi and Yang Fan both understood what Yao Lao wanted to express in his smile. The spirit hall chose to test Yang Wudi's strength at this time not on a whim. They wanted to confirm whether there were really fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest, and whether the information provided by Yang Wuxiang was true. Now that the information is true, the initiative has fallen into the hands of the Spirit Hall. Do you think the Spirit Hall will really enter the Stardao Great Forest? That's a fierce beast. If it weren't for Yao Lao, a top strong man, even the two Yang Wudi would not be opponents. What's more, there are stronger beasts inside. The Spirit Hall will definitely go. Yang Fan didn't dare to guarantee others, but Bibidong, who has twin spirits, will definitely not be able to resist this temptation. That's a crazy woman. Bibidong is the iron-blooded pope of the Spirit Hall, a woman who is full of ambition to unify the Douluo Continent. At the same time, she is also mentally twisted because she was trapped in the secret room when she was young and wants to destroy the spirit hall. So this woman's personality is hard to figure out. But Bibi Dong's desire to improve her strength and become a god is definitely not fake. So Yang Fan believes that this woman will definitely go to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt beasts, no matter whether they go or not. Anyway, if the spirit hall dares to attack our POE clan again, I will never let them run back so easily. Yang Wudi is now full of confidence and feels that he has done it. It's really done. Now even he himself thinks it's time to go to the Haoshan sect to settle accounts. But in comparison, as the clan leader, Yang Wudi is still more calm and composed than other clan members. He knew that it would not be a difficult task for him to fight Tang San with his own strength, but if the POE clan really wanted to settle accounts with the Haoshan Zhang, it would be an all-out war. With the POE clan's current strength, if they really did so, there would be large-scale casualties. Bang! A loud explosion exploded in the silent night, scaring Yang Wudi, who was drinking water, and spilled it all over himself. The faces of the three people in the room suddenly changed. Something happened. Yang Fan was the first to rush out of the room, followed by Yao Lao and Yang Wudi. The sound was very close. It was certain that it must be inside the POE clan. Could it really be that Ko is here? Yang Fan didn't think much about it. With his speed, he rushed to the scene of the crime in just a blink of an eye. What came into view was the collapse of the house. Yang Fan could be sure that there were no enemies around, let alone the aura of murderous and strange strong men. Only Bai Chengxiang, with a face full of dust, stumbled out of the ruins. At this time, the clansmen who heard the noise came one after another. Xiang, my dear granddaughter, how did you do this? Bai saw his child being made into this state, and a look of heartache instantly appeared on his face. Bai Chengxiang didn't cry but laughed, and her dirty face formed a sharp contrast with her white and clean teeth. Grandpa, I succeeded. I have finally become a combat spirit master now. Bai Chengxiang was so happy that her eyes were already filled with tears. Her dream of more than 10 years finally came true on this day, and the thing that helped her realize her dream was the right leg spirit bone that was about 50,000 years old that Yang Wudi gave her. After the excitement, Bai Chengxiang also knew that she had caused trouble. Grandpa Yang, I'm sorry. After I absorbed the spirit bone, I thought about trying out the spirit bone skills I just obtained. I didn't expect that the power of this spirit bone skill would be so great. At this point, Bai Chengxiang's voice was already as soft as a mosquito. The main reason why she was in such a predicament like tonight was that she knew nothing about attacking before. You kid. Even if you want to test your soul skills, you can't use the house as an attack target. Bai scolded, but his heart was already filled with joy. Grandpa is not angry. Seeing that Xiang finally has her own attack skills, Grandpa Yang is happy for you from the bottom of his heart. Compared with a powerful soul bone skill, a house can be nothing. But don't do this next time. It's okay for us to use the soul bone, but it's not okay to show off to others outside. This is not a joke. A little girl like Bai Chengxiang will definitely be calculated once she is alone. Okay. Your grandpa and you will be responsible for building the house. Let's stop here. In addition to defense, which they are best at, the Yu clan has another skill. Building. The houses they built are simple and grand. When the Yu clan was still a subordinate sect of the Haoshan sect, most of the Haoshan sect was expanded by them. Let's go. This fuss woke up the entire POE clan in the silent night. Because of the sneak attack by the spirit hall, the POE clan was already nervous, and they might not be able to sleep again after such a commotion. Everyone dispersed. Niu Gao stared at the ruins in front of him, and smiled and shook his head. This little girl is good. She actually hit the load-bearing beam like this, otherwise the house he built would not have become like this. 7 core pill. Within 1 hour of taking it, you will have a very keen intuition about the fire attribute Dao Qi, and get a large bonus to your soul perception. This bonus will decay after 1 hour, but it will stabilize to a certain extent. If you practice properly, you can keep the soul perception forever. This is good. It has a chance to permanently improve my soul perception. Breaking evil pill. It has the miraculous effect of breaking most seals. After taking it, you can also form a resistance to this kind of seal in the body. If you encounter this kind of seal again in the future, you can have a chance to be exempted from it. This won't work. It doesn't have much effect on me. Dowling pill. If Daowang takes it, he can rise 1 star without risk, but he can only take 1 in his lifetime. This is also good. Yang Fan in the room kept tasting the 6th grade pill formula in his hand. Since returning from the far north, he has now become a serious 6th grade alchemist. The success rate of refining the 6th grade pill has also increased from less than 10% at the beginning to about 50% now. Life devouring pill. This pill is ranked at the peak of the 7th rank. The user can be promoted to Daowang level in a very short time, but the price is that the user's lifespan will only last 3 years. Oh my god. How can there be such a pill? Yang Fan was shocked when he saw this pill recipe. The practitioners in Douluo Continent really fight hard to improve their strength. This pill recipe is not suitable for you. Yao Lao waved his hand lightly, and the pill recipe that was just in Yang Fan's hand fell into Yao Lao's hand quietly. Peak of the 7th rank. It is unknown whether this level of pill can be refined in the Douluo Continent. Even if it is really refined, who can catch the pill thunder caused by the peak of the 7th rank pill? Master. Will there really be someone who would choose to exchange his life for the improvement of strength? Yang Fan couldn't understand, but was greatly shocked. What do you think? On Douluo Continent, not everyone can be promoted to Daowang casually, and some people need strong strength to accomplish their own things. For example, those who bear the deep hatred of their family existence is reasonable. The life-devouring pill can be ranked at the peak of the 7th grade, so it has its own meaning. Yang Fan knew that, if it were not for Yao Lao's teaching, he would never have reached his current height at his current age, and he might only be sulking like an ordinary gifted soul master. Don't think about those things anymore. Your focus now should be on the 6th grade pill. Yang Fan nodded slightly. He finally chose to refine the 7-core pill from the recipe provided by Yao Lao. There are 2 reasons. The first is that a successful 7-core pill has a chance to permanently improve his soul perception. The second is that his reserve herbs are suitable for refining the 7-core pill, and the swift grass and jade mussel flower that are not on the recipe can also be replaced with other herbs. Is Yang Fan here? There was a sneaky voice in the voice, but Yang Fan still recognized the owner of the voice at the first time. The door opened. The third uncle of the family, Yang, appeared in front of him with a flattering face. Third uncle is, what's the matter? Although the third uncle is the middle-aged generation in the family, his status in the family is second only to his grandfather and the other 2 elders. This is because Uncle San shared most of the family affairs with Grandpa. In a sense, Uncle San's contribution to the family is no less than his. He used the elite competition to help the Pouyi clan make a name for himself, while Uncle San relied on his strong management ability to keep the Pouyi clan running steadily. Preparing to make the elixir? Yang Fan looked at his room behind him in confusion. He was very surprised how Uncle San guessed it when his own elixir recipe had been put away. Have you forgotten what our Pouyi clan does? Now our family has all kinds of information in Xiandao City, big and small. Uncle San already knew when you bought a lot of medicinal materials in the city's medicine shop. Uncle San paused, and his face suddenly became serious. Now our family knows that your alchemy skills are very good, and the clan leader has shown off in front of us more than once. Those guys have been thinking about it, and can see it with their own eyes. When Uncle San said this, Yang Fan already understood. But he did not rush to agree, but looked at Yao Lao next to him. All his alchemy skills were taught by Yao Lao, and he could not make decisions without the permission of his mentor. This is a good thing. It's a good opportunity for the young people in the family to observe. Yao Lao was not stingy with his little medicine refining skills. If the young people of the Pouyi clan have the conditions to become a pharmacist, he would not mind coming down to teach them in person. After all, there are too few such people on the Douluo Continent. From what he has seen so far, he has only found a small sapling like Yang Fan. Thank you, Yao Lao. Please prepare. I will go back and inform those guys first. Not to mention the young people in the family. Even this middle-aged man wanted to see how a real pharmacist operates. After the third uncle left, Yao Lao suddenly became serious. Put aside the matter of the 6th grade elixir for now. Why? What is the success rate of your 6th grade elixir? 5. What if you fail? It's very embarrassing. Yao Lao's main concern is to save face. Now everyone knows that Yang Fan has achieved what he has today under his training. If he fails on the spot under such a spotlight, his lifelong reputation will be ruined. Master, don't worry. I will not make any mistakes in such an important occasion. Yang Fan decided to refine a more powerful 6th grade elixir in front of the whole sect to show his ability. The news that Yang Fan started to refine the elixir quickly spread throughout the sect. In an instant, the whole sect was bustling as never before. For the members of the Pio clan, this was a rare opportunity to see the world, and for the Minimum clan and the Yu clan, it was also a famous scene that could not be missed. Old White Bird, Old Rhino. You all watch later. The elixir that my grandson Yang Fan refines is a top grade elixir that can attract 100,000-year soul beast. It is not the kind of blood coagulation powder that you often see. This time, it was not only the young people in the family who came. The old guys actually did not know much more about elixirs than the young people. Old goat. Are you annoying? We have heard so much about your obtaining the 9th soul ring that our ears are almost calloused. Yang Wudi laughed instead of getting angry. At his age, the fun of life is already very few. Nothing more than bragging about the past highlights to his old friends. However, Niu Gao just confronted Yang Wudi for a second, and then stupidly came up to him. Can this 6th grade elixir really attract 100,000-year soul beast? Yang Wudi knew that the 7th grade elixir could attract fierce beasts, so he deduced that it should not be difficult for the 6th grade elixir to attract 100,000-year soul beast. Although he was not sure, he still showed great determination in front of his old friend. Anyway, the Old White Bird and the Old Rhino did not have the 6th grade elixir, and there was no way to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to verify this fact. At this time, Yang Fan arrived. When he saw the whole sect gathered together, he was really shocked. The sect is going to celebrate the new year, listen to others' advice, and eat a full meal. Yao Lao's worry is not without reason. If he fails in this situation, it will be really embarrassing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.